Can you hear me? Nice, nice.
Serial Killer the Gamecat here. My pick for Super Hot VR. You guys barely included it on the last list, and I think with its unique gameplay, the style, it definitely deserves to be on the top 50.
Hey Gamecats and crew, Nick Milo here. Gosh, and you know, as soon as I hit play, I forgot what game I was going to talk about. It's like my favorite game. It's the reason I have VR.
How the videos
well, you know, Ultra Wings is really good.
Yeah, I heard
that one definitely is
stream
top
for a
20 in
second.
my book. But the other game, gosh, it's like when you finish the campaign, there's all these really fun modes to do, and I feel like it's underappreciated a little bit. Oh well. Enjoy the debate.
Cookie! What are you doing? Oh, you're getting high.
Hey Bryan, hey AJ, hey
Oh, is this
Wes,
Ken here,
hey
AJ?
Myles, UK Gamecat. This is
Maybe.
Shooty Hootie. I'm with my own Gamecat here. Jess.
You didn't submit one of the
Hey,
videos for
Jess.
the compilation, AJ.
Maybe not.
Is that-
So yeah, I just want to put forward two games
Looks like my
for your
cat.
top 50. Number one,
Just
got to
like
be in
my
there.
cat.
Dirt Rally from the
Just
UK,
gonna
so I'm a
say
bit
anything.
more familiar with Rally than most of you. Myles, hopefully can stick up for me. Dirt Rally has got to be in your top 50. It's got to be in the top 25, top 10, top 5. Absolutely love it. It's an amazing experience. Yeah, it's a real go-to game for me. Got 100 hours in there, and yeah, real winner for me. And number two, which I'm batting for, and I'm guessing you may be as well, Bryan, is Separation. Just an absolutely amazing game, a really amazing experience to play through. I'm a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus, the whole Team Ico, Last Guardian, all that world. And so yeah, Separation was just an awesome experience, some amazing moments. So I'm really batting for that as well. Thanks very much, guys.
Hey everyone, it's Jeremy from New Zealand, the same guy who does the time codes for AJ. I hope I'm not too late, but I wanted to throw my hat in the ring and say Shooty Fruity deserves a spot on the list. Maybe sort of top 40s, but it definitely shouldn't be slept on. Really great gameplay, great wave shooter. So yeah, fingers crossed. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, what's up without Parole? Jubesy here. I just want to say hi to Bryan, AJ, Wes, Myles, and the Gamecats. I'm just here to leave my 2 cents for the top 50 debate. My accomplice and I, Bear, say hi, Bear. We've gone to great lengths to choose a game. Him choosing Conrad's Kittens, which is garbage. Don't put that on the top 25, don't tell him though. And we have actually decided on Stride together, because this game is good. It's cheap. It did get a price increase with no content to show, but nonetheless, the Endless Mode's killer. Hopefully multiplayer on the way, but who knows with these devs. But yeah, Stride's a great game. I think it definitely deserves a spot in the 20 to 25 range. I say we can kick Sniper Elite VR right off the end of the list and banish it to the 9th ring of hell. That game sucks. And the aim support is pretty garbo, but yeah, that's my hot take for the day. Anyways, I'd love to see Stride somewhere in the top 25, if not top 50. And I just want to say thank you guys very much for all the work you do for creating this community, especially over the pandemic. It's really helped me, and I know a lot of other people that it's helped a lot too. And I hope you explode with PSVR 2, and I can't wait to hang out with all of you with the Orbs. And have a great day.
Alright, did you get it started? Okay. Hey Bryan, hey Cats. So Ruby and I decided to go ahead and give our recommendation for top 50. I know it's a little bit cliche, we might be kind of biased or whatnot, but we really thought that we had a good idea for a game for top 50, and we think you should really be considering Baby Hands, you know, because Baby Hands, great game, should probably be in the top 50. So anyway, we just wanted to let you know you should consider, you know, Baby Hands.
Hey everyone, this is Darth Vader the Gamecat, and my number one pick would have to be Saints and Sinners. Because who doesn't love zombies? The physics, the animations, the detail in the game, it's really well done, and Saints and Sinners really outdid themselves. So that's my number one pick for PSVR Without Parole's top 50.
Hello, it's Lupo the Gamecat and Marquette Kamush, and we want to nominate The Room VR Dark Matter.
Hello, PSVR 2 Without Parole, and all the Game Cats in Game Cats land. This is Awesome Tatum sliding into the Games Cast, giving you a few games to consider for the PSVR Top 50 games. The first one we're going to talk about is 1976, an awesome retro shooter where you go to 1976, and kill some Nazis in an old school retro shooter fun. Then next up is Table of Tales, where you get to play on an awesome table that quite literally is a table of tales, with 4 scoundrels and an awesome RPG adventure, giving you a ton of D&D vibes with an easy card system and a unique story. And then finally, the Grand Poobah itself, Thumper, where you get to pilot a space beetle in a crazy psychedelic land with crazy thumping, bumping music and some crazy bosses and just a hell of a good time. I love it. Great game. Very underrated. That's my games. This is Awesome Tatum. Signing out here. I remain awesome. And now, back to the games.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Nicholas, also known as Nick the Gamecat How. And I would like to talk about my opinion on the top 25 debate. So I want to start out with Pistol Whip. Believes that Pistol Whip deserves to be back in the top 25 for sure. No question about it. Love that game. Such a great workout. I'd like to talk about what I think deserves to be number one. A lot of people believe Resident Evil 7 deserves to be number one, right? And I feel the same way. I think Resident Evil is the quintessential number one PSVR game over Saints and Sinners for sure. And I want to talk about what I think deserves to be in the top 50. And I think is Paper Beast. Paper Beast, wow. That's a very divisive game, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of people loved it. A lot of people hated it. I loved it for sure. I thought that was an amazing Zen experience. Definitely therapeutic as well. I love that game. Not a moment of, while I was playing the game, there wasn't a moment that I wasn't thinking anything else but that game. Completely present. I was really present while playing that. And it was great. I loved it. And I really felt that it was pretty therapeutic. So I definitely believe that deserves to make at least the top 50, you know? All right, thanks, guys. Peace.
My favorite PlayStation VR experience. Now, when you introduce someone to VR, Beat Saber is great. Job Simulator, fine. Super Hot, fantastic. Games like Blood and Truth, wonderful. But my very, very favorite, if you have a PlayStation VR, you gotta check out Just in Time Incorporated. Just in Time Incorporated, I loved the comedy, I loved the style, I loved how each stage was maybe themed like a different movie, a little bootleg version of it or something like that. I loved the idea of you have to save their life in slow motion and do slow motion-y things to make it happen. It's an experience I come back to every once in a while. I'd love to see a new version of it. I'd love to see it updated, maybe for the PlayStation VR 2. Never know. But Just in Time Inc. Love it.
Hey Gamecats, I'm Sci-Fi Gamecat Henry, and this is Angel. I'm not here to fight for a game that should be number one. I'm here to fight for a game that should just be included in the top 50. And that game is Star Trek Bridge Crew. It may have been delisted, and it may be Ubisoft, but it's got a great Star Trek feel. It's a 4-player co-op game, and there really isn't anything like it on PlayStation VR. And everybody does really need to work as a team in order to succeed. So, hopefully you'll consider it. Live long and prosper.
Hey guys, it's Texotron, the Boopable Game Cat here, and I just wanted to give a shout out to two of my most favorite games, which are Puzzling Places and Final Assault. Both excellent games that don't get enough love. And just so there's no debate, we all agree, Resident Evil 7, much better than Saints and Sinners. Both good, but Brian's right. Anyway, love you guys. Bye!
Combat 7 is one of the greatest VR games, if not the greatest, for jet fighter combat.
I'm Mancunian Gamecat, and my choice for top 50 is Star Wars Squadrons.
Hello. My nickname online is Highlight Notes. My name is Noam. I don't have a game cat at the end of my name. I'm so sorry. I love cats, for what that's worth. I have two PSVR games I wanna put forward for the top 50. They're both maybe unconventional, kind of niche picks, but that's how I roll. So the first one is Ghost Giant. The second one is Derustine. These are both games that I think some people really love, and some people, meh. It's kind of just didn't really work for them. But I especially want to put these forward because for me, first of all, there are two of my favorite games, not just on PSVR but of all time. These are two of my favorite games. They're both games that made me cry, which is very unusual, and I really value that. And in general, I think that games don't get enough love for emotional impact and atmosphere. And I get it's not the top priority for a lot of gamers, which is okay. But it is for some. So I want to be representing that emotional gamer love. They both have amazing soundtracks, beautiful music. They both have amazing atmosphere in totally different ways. Beautiful visuals, crisp. Derustine has some of the best realistic visuals, and especially on the PS4 Pro, where the anti-aliasing is much better. They both have great VR design. Yes, Derustine doesn't have neither of them have full locomotion, but they work very well for what they want to do. Derustine has just great hands, and they feel great. I don't know, the hands in Derustine are when you move close to an object, the hand shifts shape, and the tutorial in Derustine is really amazing. I think. It just works really well. And same in Ghost Giant. You can interact with so much. You can put really cute hats on everything, which is the best thing ever, basically, arguably. So I hope that these games get some love, maybe get onto the top 50. I know they're not conventional picks for your top 50, but there it is. That's my push. Take care. Good luck. Hope you have fun arguing. This is I'm in Da Nang, Vietnam, by the way. If anyone wants to be jealous about this beach, it's a wonderful place. I got here a month ago. All right, take care.
Hey there, Game Cats. Me and Cass here are thinking. Interesting. She's thought about Long Haul last night, and we believe that Song and Smoke definitely need to be in the top 10. And I need to get back to it and finish that game because it's awesome.
Hi, this is Shem Yauzo, and this is the newest addition to our family, Trevor. My pick for this list would be Spark if it was a retrospective, but it's not, so I'm going to go with Beat Blaster. It's one of my favourite games of all time for just pure arcade fun. The pumping music that drives you on, it feels so immersive because of the way that you move, using your body to move side to side and controlling the speed that you move through these randomly generated levels that are never the same twice. And it's just so addictive, and it gives you that feeling of just one more go. You just can't help yourself. Absolutely love Beat Blaster.
Greetings, Gamecats. This is Time to PlayStation VR, formerly known as Time to Play. Woo! My nomination, Alvo. Why? Yeah, the graphics suck, but it's fun. I always enjoy it. I made a lot of great Gamecats on there. Please consider it. It gets mentioned all the time, but it's just never there. It never makes it. It never makes it. Why? Why? It's got to be one of the most played games that we are. And we all hear about this game, that game, great, great, great. And they are great. Yes. But which ones do you keep going back to?
Yes,
Alvo, motherfuckers. Alvo. Woo!
Hey, Bryan, AJ, Wes, Myles, Aceville, and all Gamecats. My name is MJ Fritz, and this is or was my cat Ocelot, because he died 2 years ago. And yes, it's Ocelot like in Revolver Ocelot. For the top 50 debate, I vote Firewall Zero Hour #1. Because the gameplay is solid, it's immersive and VR AF with game. And let's face it, there's no other not formally existing IP that has been one of the few system sellers, and it maintains a strong player base. Have fun with the show. Bye.
All right. That was amazing. It was amazing to see all those cats out there with all their suggestions, all the people who took the time, made a video, submitted it. A lot of people did editing. A lot of people didn't do editing. Some people should have done editing. Shed Meowzo had sent me 3 versions of his video. I fucking love all of you guys. Thank you so much for participating. It was awesome to see all of your faces. But real quick here, you guys. If you happen to miss all of those, all of the people who submitted everything, all the viewer submissions, then trust me, we're going to be taking a couple breaks here and there, and so we'll be playing that again over the course of the day. But let's get to it. Let's bring up everybody here. Holy crap. This is the most number of people I've ever seen on my on my screen at once. Obviously, I'm Bryan Paul from Without Parole right here. Joining me, we'll start right. We'll go right down the line, directly to my right. This is Aceville, aka No Frills, dude. Thank you for joining us. How you doing today?
Can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Sorry. There he is.
This will be Aceville's last appearance on the channel.
He said he wanted a mime each game, and we had to guess all 50.
Exactly. Yeah, the part of Christian is played by Aceville today, so that's what we're going on. So I'm very nervous. I feel outclassed, and I'm just going to try to, I'm like the tugboat. I'm just going to guide certain arguments over here and over there, and that's my outlook today.
Aceville, the tugboat, and to his right, all the way from the other side of the pond, Myles Dyer from Myles Dyer Official, aka youtube.com/Myles.
Hey everyone, hey Gamecats, hope you're doing good. I'm super excited for today. I was nervous in the lead up because we hadn't seen each other's lists, and we've seen them all, and it's going to be a really, really interesting conversation, so I'm super looking forward to it.
Nice. Aceville, I think we're getting some bleed through from your end. I don't know if there's something going on over there. Next up, who's to the right of Myles? That's AJ from The Underground, PSVR Underground.
What is up, guys? I am super excited about this, and yeah, man, really happy to be here. And as somebody who's plays PSVR games every single day for hours and hours and hours, I'm really excited to. It's an honor to be here to voice my opinion and get to contribute to this awesome list that I think we started doing in 2019, Brian, with just me, you, and Dave, and having these debates, I should say. And yeah, really excited. I love the crew we've got here, and of course the support of the Game Cats in the chat. I see all of you, love y'all, and yeah, man, excited to get this going today.
I love that 11 a.m. AJ is like, I'm honored to be here. By 3 p.m., he's going to be like, fuck all you guys!
Yeah. Very possible. High possibility.
Also, I did see some comments in the chat saying, how come you guys aren't aligned with the list below you? Just we got to work with what we've got here, you guys. This is, as you can see, there's an incredible amount of formatting that went into this to make sure that all this information can be shown on the screen. So I apologize, Wes. You are not above the West list, but you've got a beautiful green streak right below you, where we're going to be putting all the games that are making it onto the temporary final list. And without going on any further, the final person on the dais today is Wes Dillon from Virtual Strangers. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing pretty well, Brian. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, cats. Yeah, man, I'm excited. I've been on the other side of the screen for so many of these debates. And typically what I do is I just yell at my television for hours. So I'm glad to finally be able to yell directly at you and AJ and the rest of my friends here today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I don't want anybody holding back. I do, as I kind of alluded to, I think we're going to be all prim and proper for the first 7 to 12 minutes, and then when the gloves come off, it's going to be a bloodbath. As AJ and I always remind people, we're all going to be friends at the end of this. I mean, maybe not right at the end of this. Maybe it might take us a day or two to recover.
A couple days, right? Yeah, definitely.
Right, but please don't worry. This always gets heated because we're very passionate about games. We're very passionate about what we love. But please don't worry at all. We are all still friends. Hopefully, we'll
love you guys.
Play that by ear.
Now die.
This just in. Apparently, all of our lists have been leaked on the Snitches Discord page. Oh, wait a minute. Now it's gone.
I guess it was just a troll.
Just kidding.
Whoa.
All right, let's go through some tips before we get started here. We got Mako XL with the Canadian $5 tip. Says, choo choo, all aboard. Thank you so much for starting off the chip train. Yeah, I mean, I could go for some chips. I actually didn't even order pizza. All I really have right now for snacks is Twizzlers. I got to say, guys, I was thinking about the whole pizza delivery and eating pizza while we do this, and then I was like, wouldn't it be a much better reward for myself 7 hours from now? Be like, look what you've done. You deserve this, Brian. Pizza time. So we'll see how that goes down. Do you guys all have food? Do you need any beverages or foot massages?
I did get a massage before. I had breakfast and a massage before the show.
AJ's like, I'm actually getting a massage right now. Just off camera. Twitch is going to ban you. Darth Vader, the Gamecat with the $10 tip, says, let's have a wonderful show. It'll be full of love and friendship, right? Right? It will be.
Tra-la-la.
Yeah, I will say, speaking about friendship and love, last night on the in voice chat while I was getting all this kind of situated, everybody was a bunch of cats were playing Dead Island in multiplayer, and it was just so much fun to watch. That game is an absolute blast. It was obviously led by Darth Vader, who apparently nobody who was playing last night knew how to drive in that game. Everybody's horrible drivers. Let's see. We got a couple more tips to take care of. I want to make sure we don't miss any. That's why I'm taking my time and elaborating way too much about voice chat. We got Alex with the $5 tip. Says, Werewolves Within deserves to be in the top 50. I think you've got some representation here, Alex, somewhere. The OG social game and only launch title, close, that's still active. Shout out, Mudbutt101. Mudbutt. Yeah, et.2k9.now with the $10 tip says, this is going to be epic. Let the games begin. Good luck, gents. Good luck. We're going to need all the help we can get. Super cool video, bro. The $2 tip says, excited and miss J-Station. P.S. Sorry for Kenny Loggins. Excited and miss J-Station.
Dave Station, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or J Station.
Either way, I'm offended, but okay.
Old Darth, the PSVR 2 gaming hound dog with the Canadian $5 tip says, this is virtual reality's version of the lineup for The Usual Suspects. Here's to a great show. Go Resident Evil 7. Go. Definitely happy we got some love for Resident Evil 7 in the chat. I'm going to need all the help I can get when it comes to that. Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, It's time for this thing to begin. We're going to do this in the simplest way as possible to get all the thoughts out there as easily as we can. And we're just going to blast through our top 50. I think we've all got some thoughts on the creation of these lists, and I will tell you right now, it was not easy. I had a lot of people help me out with this. I was sitting in voice chat quite a bit over the last week, and I was getting everybody's input, everybody's votes, and we had to chop off so many amazing games from this list. It makes me feel really, really good about our little PSVR ecosystem that there was easily 100 games that could have been on this list. So if you don't see the list, if you don't see the game on the list that you love, no worries. It was probably on my list at one point or another. So let's blast through this real quick. At number 50, I have Sniper Elite VR. Number 49, Stride. Hold on, let me scroll so you guys can see. 49, Stride. Number 48, Shadow Legend. 47, Everybody's Golf. Paranormal Activity. Ghost Giant, To the Top. LA Noire, The VR Case Files. Pistol Whip. Iron Man VR. Fracked, Windlands 2, Res Infinite, Trover Saves the Universe, Here They Lie, Doom 3, Blair Witch, VR, Immortal Legacy, Static, Separation, Table of Tales, Squadrons, Demo Reborn, Until You Fall, Rush of Blood, Minecraft, Red Matter, Moss Book 1, Borderlands 2, Dirt Rally, The Persistence, The Room VR, Blood and Truth, Hitman 3, Skyrim VR, Rec Room, Super Hot VR, No Man's Sky, just lost track of where I am. Farpoint, Golem. I better see that on other people's list. Wipeout, Omega Collection, Zenith, Song in the Smoke, Firewall, 0 Hour, Wanderer, Beat Saber, Astrobot, Saints and Sinners at number 3. Number 2 is Resident Evil 7 at number 1. Dreams. Aceville.
Wow.
Aceville.
What? Wow.
What?
Wow.
Are people?
Sorry, what were those last 48 once again?
Yeah, you guys are mad at me already. Aceville, how did you struggle making this thing?
I had a terrible is a rough word. I had a rough time. I didn't sleep the first night at all. I had like pencils in my ears, had red string across my wall. It was crazy. It was insane.
All right, man. Well, then walk us through your list. Let us tell us how this all went down.
50 PSVR Worlds, Paper Beast, Batman Arkham VR, Golem. I know. Arashi, Gun Club, Until You Fall. My eyes are going. Thumper, Accounting Plus, Gorn, Doom VFR, Pixel Ripped 1989, Swordsman, Here They Lie, Killing Floor Incursion, Minecraft VR, yes. Zenith, Fracked, Megatron Rainfall, yes. Knockout League, yes. Wipeout Omega Collection, Rack Your Fury, Skyrim, Marvel's Iron Man, Until Dawn, Shooty Fruity, Tetris Effect, Firewall, Shadow Legends, Song in the Smoke, a little low. Beat Saber, Sorrento, To the Top, The Persistence, I Expect You to Die, Star Wars Squadrons, Moss, Book 1, Red Matter, Trover Saves the Universe, Rec Room, yes. Pistol Whip, Blood and Truth, Wanderer, Dreams, Resident Evil 7, Farpoint, The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, No Man's Sky, Super Hot VR, and Astrobot Rescue Mission.
Wow, you are just here to throw a wrench in the works, aren't you? That is your role here today.
That's what I do, bloodbath, let the blood flow.
I'm seeing a lot of Moss Book 1 and not Moss Book 2. It's very interesting.
Moss Book 2 can suck it. Man. It can suck a million tiny little mouse dicks. Myles, you obviously had an easier time with this list than Aceville, correct?
No. The quick thing I'll say at the beginning is like there are going to be more spanners in the works here, and it's been incredibly difficult because there are different ways that you value games. Is it a game that you have a personal connection with? Is it a game that you're like people that are new to VR have to play it? Is it a game that you can't stop playing? Or is it a game that you played once and you thought that was enough for me, but it's totally memorable? So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. But yeah, my list is the following. Number 50, Job Simulator. 49, Doom Virtual Effin' Reality. 48, Ghost Giant. 47, Marvel's Iron Man VR. 46, Immortal Legacy. 45, Solaris. 44, Corix. 43, Swordsman VR. 42, Static. 41, Trover Saves the Universe. 40, Creed Rise to Glory. 39, PlayStation VR Worlds, 38 Werewolves Within, 37 Synth Riders, 36 Racket Fury Table Tennis, 35 Table of Tales, The Crooked Crown, 34 I Expect You to Die 2, The Spy and the Liar, 33 Arashi Castles of Sin, 32 To the Top, 31 Hotel R&R, 30 Star Trek Bridge Crew, 29 Alvo VR, 28 Farpoint, 27 Fract, 26 Puzzling Places, 25 Star Wars Squadrons, 24 Robinson the Journey, 23 Moss, 22 Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, 21 Pistol Whip, 20 Catch and Release, 19 Until You Fall, 18 Minecraft, 17 Blood and Truth, 16 The Elder Scrolls V, 5 Skyrim VR, 15 Dreams, 14 Superhot VR, 13 The Persistence, 12 Zenith The Last City, 11 Wanderer, 10 No Man's Sky, 9 Song in the Smoke, 8 Firewall 0 Hour, 7 Until Dawn Rush of Blood, 6 Tetris Effect Connected, 5 The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, number 4 Rec Room, 3 Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, 2 Astrobot Rescue Mission, and number 1 Beat Saber.
Wow. I gotta say, if some of my favorites make it on this list that weren't able to make it on my list because of you guys, I'm gonna be real happy. I think there's gonna be some benefits here to you guys getting some more hidden gems on. Listen, AJ, before we make it to your list, real quick, Belrami, the Gamecat with the 20 euro says, "This will take forever. Time to start a fresh new Minecraft world. Hint, hint, and finish the game while you discuss." Yeah, apparently Bell, who spent hundreds, if not 1,000 hours making this world in Minecraft, has to start all over, which is really sad. But
Bryan,
yes,
some
sir.
people in the chat have mentioned like games that haven't been on the list, and we should probably make it clear that games that you can no longer play because they're offline, we've chosen to omit them from this list. So like Spark, or someone asked about Drive Club VR. They're not being included.
In all fairness, Drive Club VR is still playable offline, and I think there's enough content there to still warrant a purchase if if you love driving games. But yeah, 100%. We just really want to give a shout out to games. Spark, absolutely. Eve Valkyrie. There's games that could have easily gotten a shout out, easily made it on the list. But we just don't want anybody picking up PSVR coming to us for the top 50 games they should be buying, and then go, wait a minute, why'd you guys recommend this when we can't even fucking play it? We got Bogey Cat Production with the 2 quid, says Farpoint for life. AJ, counting on you.
Oh man, no pressure.
We also got Donatello the Scientist Gamecat with a $2 tip with a retracted message. I have no idea what that tip said initially, but thank you so much for the support. Also, Donnie let me know that I missed like 2 tips on last night's Gamescast. I apologize today if I miss any tips. There's obviously going to be a lot of heated debates, a lot of conversations, a lot to talk about. Tips are going to come and go. I will do my absolute best to read them all. Please don't be offended if I happen to miss any of yours. I love you guys so much. And then finally, Looper the Underground Gamecat, who I'm pretty sure was a tip I missed last night, with the €2, says, okay, so Resident Evil 7 not number 1 on anyone's list. Listen, man, there might be some trickery going on here, right?
Yeah,
I might be playing the long game, so you just hold tight.
Always.
I mean,
Always.
Wipeout could end up being number 1. Who knows what's going to happen?
That's true. Speaking of craziness, AJ, walk me through the creation of your list. How did it go? Was it easy? You've done this before. You just took your old list and added 2 new games to it, right?
No, I built it from the ground up once again. I think it wasn't as difficult as I thought it was going to be. I just went with my heart on this one and went with what do I believe is the best game, and tried to justify it with different reasons. And there's just a lot of games. I think the hardest part was that there were still games getting knocked off the list. And at one point or another, I was like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care about the order. I just want to make sure that some of these get on the list somewhere. And that's my goal. But yeah, I definitely just judged it by immersion, gameplay, being the depth of the game, all that stuff. And now for the hardest part of this stream, I'm going to read my 50.
Reading's hard. I'll give you that.
It's very hard. Number 50, Hotel R&R. 49, Shooty Fruity. 48, Immortal Legacy, The Jade Cipher. 47, Sirento. 46, Synth Riders. 45, Here They Lie. 44, Thumper. 43, Pixel Rip 1989. 42, The Meaning of Life, Sprint Vector. 41, Arashi Castles of Sin. 40, Tetris Effect. 39, Final Assault, which was mentioned in one of those the lead up video. So I got you, fam. 38, Racket Fury. 37, Vader Immortal, a Star Wars story.
Wow.
36, Table of Tales. That Disney money. 35, Stride. Stride also mentioned. I got you as well, fam. 34, Fracked. 33, Red Matter. Finally get Red Matter on the list.
Yes.
How about that,
Yes.
guys?
Back on the list where it belongs.
32, Borderlands 2, which a lot of people always complained about. It's back. 31, To the Top. 30, Sniper Elite VR. 29, Res Infinite. 28, Zing the Land Beyond. 27, Ace Combat 7, Skies Unknown. Yes, another represented from the.
Did you just say yes, like you cheering for yourself? Is that what's going on?
Yes, I'm cheering for the person that submitted the video that said Ace Combat 7.
That's
got
true.
you, fam.
Yeah.
Hitman 26, Hitman 3, 25, Five Nights at Freddy's VR Help Wanted, 24, Swordsman, 23, Iron Man VR, 22, Star Wars Squadrons, got you, fam. 21, Dirt Rally, got you, fam. 20, Pistol Whip. 19, Catch and Release. 18, Until Dawn, Rush of Blood. 17, Zenith, The Last City. 16, The Persistence. 15, Super Hot. Super Hot. 14, Moss Book 1. 13, The Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim VR. 12, Wipeout Omega Collection. 11, Farpoint. I'm sorry it wasn't higher on the list. I know it should be. 10, Beat Saber. 9, Song in the Smoke. 8, Blood and Truth. 7, Dreams. 6, Firewall Zero Hour. 5, Wanderer. 4, Resident Evil. 7, 3, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners. Number 2, Astrobot Rescue Mission. And at number 1, No Man's Sky. Let's go, baby.
James Moore said Dread Halls.
It's a roller coaster.
I think you put more time into Dread Halls than any other game. Where is it on your list?
Yeah, I don't know why Herocade didn't make it. I love Herocade. I love Dread Halls. No, I hate that game. It
Right.
needs to. It can go to hell and die. It's a great game.
All right, let's not mess around any longer. Wes, let's round this out. You're making your list pretty much until the last minute, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, it started out to be a lot easier than I thought. So the way I did it is I examined the entire PSVR library via the wonderful Sony Online Store, PlayStation Store. And I started by making 2 lists. One list, the absolute best of the best, the cream of the crop. These games are the reason you should own a PSVR in 2022. And then after that, I did another list, which was just
I've done this before.
good games. And amazingly, it was I had 26 on my best of the best. So if we had just done a top 25, that would have been really easy. The problem was the other list had like 80 plus on it. So I started with around 110 games, and I started knocking them off pretty quickly. But when I got around 70, 65, it started to get really, really hard. And it probably took me 90 minutes to get it from 60 to 50. But we got there. Although I there's a few games that I probably would have rather put on my list than not, and probably a few on my list that I would have rather left off. But again, it's not our favorites, right? It's the best, and we got to be honest, right?
Yeah. I think you can tell there's like our favoritism definitely sneaks in here and there on all of our lists. But yeah, that was the goal. Definitely was to make the best list possible for everybody out there. Walk us through it, man. Start with number 50 and bring us home.
Well, I got to say, after seeing everyone else's list here, I like mine the best. I think my list is number one.
Strange. I think that about my list as well.
Me too. That's so weird how that happens.
Yeah.
I kind of like Miles's list the best. Just me.
We're going to get on great, man.
Number 50, Evasion. Number 49.
Wait, hold. Okay, no, sorry.
Flag
You
on
didn't
the
interrupt
play,
anyone
personal
else.
foul, 15-yard penalty. Okay.
50, Evasion. Come on, guys. I love aim controller. I love co-op.
Wait.
No love for Evasion?
So I apologize for interrupting. Keep it coming.
Number 49, Headmaster. 49, Headmaster. 48, Killing Floor Incursion. 47, Windlands 2.
Yes. Sorry.
46, Zenith, The Last City. 45, Immortal Legacy, The Jade Cipher. 44, Apex Construct. 43, Paranormal Activity, The Lost Soul. 42, Separation. 41, Paper Beast. 40, The Room VR,
Yes.
A Dark Matter. Yes? Yes?
Oh, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
It's okay. It's okay. We're going to get to it, guys. We're going to get to it. I promise. 39, Ghost Giant. 38, Star Wars Squadrons. 37, Tetris Effect. 36, Pistol Whip. 35, Transference.
Ooh.
34, Static. 33, Red Matter. 32, Minecraft. 31, Arizona Sunshine. 30, Doom VFR. 29, Super Hot. 28, Skyrim. 27, After the Fall. 26, Res Infinite. 25, To the Top. 24, Fract. 23, Polybius. Come on. 22, No Man's Sky. 21, Blair Witch VR. 20, Here They Lie. 19, Dreams. 18, Moss Book 2. Hello.
Oh, some Book 2 love.
17, Song in the Smoke. 16, Trover Saves the Universe. 15, Golem. 14, Marvel's Iron Man VR. 13, Wanderer. 12, Hitman 3. 11, Borderlands 2 VR. 10, The Persistence. 9, Firewall 0 Hour. 8, Wipeout Omega Collection. 7, Blood and Truth. 6, Sniper Elite VR.
Ooh, that's high. Nice.
5, Until Dawn, Rush of Blood.
Really high.
Number 4, Astrobot Rescue Mission. Number 3, Farpoint. Number 2, Resident Evil 7.
You got to say it like Resident Evil.
Resident
7.
Evil 7. Bong. And of course, at number 1, in my opinion, the best VR game, all platforms considered, in VR today, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners.
Over Half-Life Alyx, even?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
You hear that? Suck it, PCVR players.
I go back and forth on it. Quite a bit. Half-Life Alyx is great, man. The production's awesome. The gameplay is intuitive and fun. But all things considered, all around, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners is the best game. When you consider gameplay and narrative, crafting, depth of the map, I love Saints and Sinners, man. It just has a little something for everyone.
I can't wait to play Half-Life Alyx at launch on PSVR 2. Am I right?
Oh, that'd be great, man. Because Valve won't just do a regular port, right? They'll have to incorporate all the new features with the eye tracking and the haptics and the triggers and all of it.
Got to.
It'd be awesome.
Nice. We got Mako XL in the chat with a Canadian $10 tip. It says, "Hey jerks, where's Windlands?" At least two of us had Windlands 2 on the list, right? At least two.
Yeah.
So
I have noticed, Brian, there's a lot of people in the chat that have said, what about this game? And it's a game that at least one person has mentioned. So, this will all solidify as we go through it.
Yeah. Super cool video, bro, with the $5 tip says, sorry for my confusing tip before. I tried to fit too much into 50 characters. I missed Dave Station VR, not J Station, and didn't think about Danger Zone in my video submission. I did try to cover up Danger Zone as much as I could with the background music. Hopefully there's no copyright claim. No worries, though. It's not like
Thank you for submitting that, because Ace Combat 7 is such an amazing experience, and I was so happy to see somebody represent it.
I agree. Let's see. I want to make sure we don't miss any tips. We got Bambino Ramos with the $5 tip says, love you all. I have to work today, so we'll watch the whole stream later. Really? The whole thing?
The whole stream?
I mean, okay, maybe at like a 1.5 speed, just to kind of save yourself some time. He said, but Saints and Sinners, number 1, go West, LOL, then 3 little blue hearts. All right. Oh, then Donatello, Science Gamecat with $5 tip says, anyone with After the Fall on their list can't take their top 5 seriously.
All right. In my defense here, I probably shouldn't have put it as high as I did, but not because this is PSVR. I typically play it on other platforms. I understand there was a lot more jank, or at least a bit more jank on PSVR, but they've patched most of that.
Yeah,
right?
I considered it. I actually did consider it a lot. But that was
I like it, man.
Well, then you
play
can
it a lot, man. I play it. I probably play it more often than any other game. But I mean, a lot of that is, that's what my friends are playing, that they want me to join them. But I always have fun with it, even still. And yeah, there's a lot that could be better about it. But I still have fun playing it, man. Shooting stuff in VR is always fun.
Agreed. All right, guys, this is going to take a little bit of work on our parts just to get the ball rolling here. We figured that the best way to start this, because there's going to be so much that we disagree on later, the best way to kind of get the ball rolling is to figure out what we actually agree on. And so you can see this green column on the right-hand side of the screen underneath underneath Wes. I know which one you are, don't worry. This is going to be the one that the green box can be that all 5 of us agree on. Stingray X with the $5 tip says, good luck, have fun. Thank you very much. This is where it all begins, though. So, guys, this list, with the green column, this is our temporary list. We're no particular order. We just need to get the games we all agree on into a list. Okay? And here's how it's going to work. If all 5 of us agree on a game, then it makes it into the green section. That's the top of the list. If 4 of us agree on a game, then it makes it into the next section below that. 3 of us agree on a game, it makes it into the next section after that. That's where the definitive titles, that's where the ones that are definitely making it onto the list end, right? Because that's majority rules. That's 3 out of 5. Once it gets down to titles that only 2 of us agree on, well, then that's where the fighting begins. And that's where we're going to have to start fighting for the games that we want on this list. However, it's going to take us a minute just to figure out what games we all agree on. I'm gonna do my best here, guys. And please keep an eye on your own list. Help me out. I'm gonna go down mine, and we're gonna make sure that we get all these games. Okay. All right.
All right.
How many people have Dreams on their list?
I do.
It's on mine.
I do it.
Yes. Yes.
All 5 of us have Dreams. Great Dreams. All right. Do all 5 of us have Resident Evil 7 on the list?
Yes. Indeed.
All right. See, look at this. 48 more games 48 more slots to fill up. And we all have Saints and Sinners on the list.
We do.
All right, look at this. Moving right along. 47 more to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We'll be done in the hour.
Astrobot. We've all got that on the list.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good. We all have Beat Saber on the list.
Yes. No, we do not.
No, we don't.
Is it
one doesn't?
Just okay.
It's missing.
Hold on a second. Let's. I'm gonna take notes over here. Beat Saber with 4, right? Wes is the only one without it. Okay, moving on. Wanderer. Do we all have it on?
3.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What'd you say?
Oh, maybe
3.
I don't know.
You have it on? Okay.
I do.
I do.
All right. Wanderer, all 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Wanderer. Firewall, all 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You should just maybe say if you don't have it.
If you don't, right?
Yeah. Just go down the list and we'll just say if we don't have it.
Song in the Smoke.
Got it. Oh, sorry. Right.
See, this doesn't work as well, AJ. I need confirmation.
Oh, no, as.
All right. All 5 of us have Song in the Smoke. Do all 5 of us have Zenith on the list?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, see, we got to say yes. Say no if you don't have it, but say yes if you do. Wipeout Omega.
Got it.
Yes.
Affirmative.
It's not on mine.
What?
Yeah. Well, I'm totally fine with it ranking high because I know people love it.
No. Wipeout only has 4 people, so we this is how it works, Myles. Does not belong here. Golem. There's no way this is going to be.
No, I don't have it.
It's not on mine.
Wish it wasn't on mine, but it is.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Golem
I had no courage.
Golem has 3. Okay. That's all right. Farpoint. We've all got to have that, right?
Yes.
Better.
Yep.
That's better.
Okay. No Man's Sky.
Yeah, baby.
Yep.
Yes.
Super Hot VR.
Yep. It's on mine.
This is ready to take somebody down if they don't.
Yeah, it's on everyone's.
All right. What's next? Super High. Rec Room.
I don't
Yeah, I don't-
actually.
Two
Yeah, I
of us.
don't have
I think.
Rec Room.
So
It's on mine.
It should be there, but it's not.
Yeah, it was one of the last.
Actually,
ones
some
that
3
I
of ours.
got.
Some 3 of ours.
Rec Room's on 3. Okay. Moving down to Skyrim.
Yep, it's on mine.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, got it.
Look at that. Look at that. Hitman 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not on mine.
Huh. It's not on mine. I don't think I
Wait,
have
Hitman 3 is only on 3 of our
Hitman?
lists?
Do I have Hitman?
But it's because I haven't played it the VR, so I can't put it on my list.
Well, wait
I have
I know
reasons.
it's-
I can't put it on my list.
Way to skew the results. All right. It's on 3. Stupid Donkey with the $5 tip in the chat says replayability should count towards the list, so Firewall's number 1. Tell me one game that has less replay value. Stupid Donkey, I totally agree with you that replayability should count
Is
toward
a
the list,
factor.
is a factor, but you can't only count replayability, right?
Well, let me tell you, stupid donkey.
Because I think graphics should
I
count
have-
too. Which game has better graphics than Resident Evil 7? Should be number 1, right?
I have over 400 hours in Firewall 0 Hour, but on my main campaign, stupid donkey, I have surpassed 500 hours on No Man's Sky.
Oh, so I guess No Man's Sky
That's-
must be number 1. No Man's
Yep,
Sky's number 1.
that's-
Don't worry
that's
about
what
that.
I'm
Yep. Okay. So Hitman was the last one we checked. Blood and Truth. Everybody's list.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes, on mine. It's on everyone's. Yeah.
Justice.
The Room VR. There's no way.
No,
got
but when I
Oh,
saw,
I bumped it.
yeah,
It's not on. Yes, it's not on mine. It's on 2 of ours.
Just 2 total.
when
Yeah.
that was mentioned in the intro, I was like, that is a really good game.
Agreed.
Got me feeling guilty about that one.
Agreed. And that is a one and done right there. That just shows you that, like, quality games don't have to have replayability. Some of them do, some of them don't. The Persistence.
Yes.
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 Yep.
All right.
It's on all 5. Yeah.
This is great. This is great. We're coming up with a lot of good titles here. Dirt Rally. Doubtful.
Yes.
2 of ours. Yeah.
Just
Two?
Just 2?
Just 2. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so Sly is so disappointed.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure 2.
Okay. Well,
Right, it's
I'm
not
a
on
fight-
mine.
I'm gonna fight for you, Sly, for that dirt rally.
Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I see it on 3 of
I
ours.
kept putting it on.
Definitely
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's on
Definitely a top 50 game.
I've played Borderlands 2, but I've not played the VR version, and so again, I'm sure it'd be amazing.
So yeah, we
Wait, do I
Well,
have- what is that?
So it's on
4?
Borderlands 2 is on 3.
3. So other than
I'm pretty sure.
other than Aceville, who didn't put it on?
I didn't put it on mine.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got confused. Yeah, I've got Borderlands 2. My bad. Sorry.
Okay. It's okay. We're gonna make some more boxes here in a minute. As these games will make it on.
Crazy.
Moss Book 1. Ooh, this is gonna be weird. Some people put 2 on. Some people put 1 on. Is that gonna throw it off the list entirely? Moss Book 1.
Yeah, I didn't do that. No.
Yes, on mine.
Yes.
So 4.
So mine.
Okay.
Wow, you guys, I don't understand that, man. I think 2 is better in every way, like literally every way.
Nice. Red Matter.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Red Matter across the board.
It's not on mine. And again, it's I had a code for it and it didn't work, so I didn't get to play it in the last week. But I know it's going to be a top one. So
we'll put.
Yeah.
4 of us had it.
But 4 for it. Yeah.
Minecraft.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nope.
So 4.
It's on 4 of ours. Yeah.
Okay. Rush of Blood. This is on everybody's list, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on mine.
All right. Until You Fall. I have a bad feeling about this.
Until You Fall?
Yeah.
3 of ours.
I have it, yeah. I got it.
It's on mine.
No, but it's a good game.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's good, just not good enough.
Oh, God, I'm the only one with Demo Reborn, aren't I?
Probably.
Yes, you are.
All right.
Sorry, Brian. It's a good game, too.
It's all good. It's all good. Squadrons.
Yes.
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 Yes, on mine.
Hold on a second.
So, yes, 5. Yeah.
Looper the Underground Gamecat with €10 says, sorry, I missed the point of what's happening. You're still doing brackets after that, right? And Beat Saber will be considered for some top brackets, even though it's missing in one of the lists. This will be really interesting. This is how this is going down. Looper right now is that the screen section here is that this is the ones that everybody agree on and should definitely be considered the highest on the list. After that will be the ones that all 4 of us agree on. 3. These are the new brackets, right? The ones that everybody agrees on.
We still have to set the brackets. Yes, we will still have to make the brackets.
Right.
Correct.
Whether a game can enter a green bracket when only 4 of us agree on it is something that is yet to be seen. So let's see how this pans out. Wes throwing the wrench in the works here.
Yes.
What was the last one we got in there? Squadrons. Everybody has squadrons, right? Is that what we said?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Here's the issue. I'm getting real far down the list here, and I think it'd be easier maybe to skip to other people's lists and make sure and to go to the number ones on theirs, or the top ones on theirs, because I don't want to miss any here. Actually, no. Fuck it. Let's keep going the way we're going. This might take a few extra minutes, but I don't want to get all crazy disorganized. There's no way.
We'll get them all.
Yeah. Table of Tales.
Yes.
Yeah, it was on mine.
No. Regrettably, it was one of my last cuts, but great game.
No, I'll have it.
Table of Tales knocked something off my list to get back on there.
All right, so just 3 of us. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I think so.
Separation.
No.
It's on. I think it's on 2 of ours.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
All right, and Myles. So that's a no from you, Myles.
It's not mine.
So just 2.
Yeah, it's no for me.
All right. Static.
Yes for me.
Shamefully no.
Shamefully no. Seconded.
Wow.
Yes, I've got it.
So that's 2 again. That's 3.
3, isn't it?
3.
Yeah.
It was 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine. Wes.
I don't have a very strong puzzle presence on my list, so I'll have to lean on you guys a little bit for that one, and I will definitely support it.
Bellram is like, this doesn't make sense. Hey man, nothing about this makes sense. Let's again, we got to get something out there, right? We got to get this stuff. We got to figure out what we agree on before we can figure out what we disagree on. So hold tight, you guys. Right? It might not make sense right now. It might not make sense later. Sit tight. We'll get through this.
Whenever.
Right? Immortal Legacy.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yep.
So 4 out of 5.
4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Blair Witch?
No.
No.
Yes.
It's not on mine.
That sounds like
again, haven't played it. I was gonna try and play it this week.
Great game though.
Yeah, dude, I've heard nothing but great things about it.
Doom 3.
Doom 3? No.
That's a big no across
It's not
the
the
board.
Doom game on my list. Yeah, so it's not on mine.
Yeah.
It was on my list at one point, and then it fell off.
Looper says we came here for the bloodbath, not for accounting with the €2. Yeah, man. Again, getting the easy stuff out of the way first, so we can get to the bloodbath. Yeah. Okay. So Doom didn't make it. Here They Lie. How many do we have on that?
Here They Lie. I have it. I got it.
2, 3.
Here They Lie. I've got it.
I think it's on all of yours, but not mine.
Yes.
So 4.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's not too bad. Trover Saves the Universe.
No.
It's on mine.
Trover, I gotta have Trover. No, AJ. Oh wow. We'll get to it.
I like it.
Wes, do you have it?
Yeah, it was 4 of us.
All right, 4 it is. Okay. Res Infinite.
Yes.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
Wasn't on mine, so that's 3.
Man, oh man.
I know, right?
Oh man,
Okay,
tell us.
Donatello.
Yeah, can you? what? With the $5 tip says this top list will be most statistically complete so far because 250 equals 1 over n. Yeah. And
over constant.
Yep, and that's accounting for sure. All right, I think there's only one other person who had Windlands on. How many of us had Fracked?
Yes.
I did.
Fracked.
We all did.
Nice. Okay, that's the first one in a little bit here that we've all had.
Fracked.
All right. Iron Man.
Yes.
Yes.
I have Iron Man.
Yep. Yeah, we all had it.
Okay. Pistol Whip.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah.
We all have that. Yeah.
We all have that. Yeah.
All right. See, look at this.
Very high. Very, very high.
We all agree on some stuff here. I'm assuming I'm the only one with LA Noire, the VR case files.
Yes, you are.
Probably.
How many of us have To the Top?
Yes.
All of us.
I have To the Top.
All of us have To the
Yeah.
Top. Oh, it's amazing.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's great.
It's been slighted for so long. It deserves.
Bless you.
right place.
Right.
Did somebody sneeze? Bless you.
Sorry, I coughed. Yeah, I normally mute myself. Coughing's on my end.
How many had Ghost Giant? I only see one other, I think.
I did not.
I had it on mine.
Just 2.
Yeah, 3.
And when?
3?
Where's
Happy
Yeah,
happy
3.
omission on my list.
Happy omission.
Oh wow.
Paranormal.
Happy omission. Throwing shade.
Paranormal Activity.
Bloodbath.
No.
Paranormal Activity. The Lost Soul, right?
Yeah.
2 of us. It's not mine.
Just 2.
I couldn't stomach it.
Everybody's Golf.
No.
Not everybody's.
Man, I wanted to.
Is it on yours, Brian?
Yes, it is.
It's just yours, I'm afraid,
Just
dude.
me. This seems like it's falling off the list fast. Shadow Legend.
No.
Yes.
No.
Just 2?
No.
Just 2.
Not on mine, just 2, yeah.
Oh,
All right.
Everybody's Golf and Borderlands 2 are great examples of games that if they had multiplayer, they would rank much higher for me. I just wish they had those components.
Yeah, probably.
Stride.
Yes.
No.
2 of you.
Just 2. All right. Boy, that's not going to make it.
2 for Stride?
Sniper Elite VR.
Yes.
Yes.
It was on mine.
Wait, who said
3?
Who said no? Who said no?
I said no.
Okay, so just 4 of us then. Okay.
I was on yours as well? Okay.
Yeah, that was my last one. Okay, 4. All right, now we got to figure out if there's any games on anybody else's list that all 5 of us have, which is impossible because I would have, if all 5 of us have it, I would have just read it on mine, right?
Right. So that's the end of the green category.
That's the
We're
end
now on the 4.
of the green. Holy crap! All right. So what should the next color be? Orange. Orange looks nice.
Mauve.
Ooh, that's
Banana.
like brown. Ew.
Salmon.
Tangerine.
All right, I made a good list here as I was going through. So we had 4 of us had moss. 4 of us had red matter.
Mm-hmm.
Beast was on my list, Brax, and then it got kicked off eventually. I wanted it there so bad.
I'm assuming this says Minecraft. Did 4 of us have Minecraft?
By the way, I don't think Sniper Elite was 4. I'm pretty sure it was 3. I don't.
I do not have Minecraft, but I thought I was maybe the only one.
Did 4 of us have Minecraft?
It was on mine,
I
yeah.
had it. Yeah, I had it.
All right. And Sniper Elite only had 3, you said, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what other ones had 4. We had 4 for Beat Saber. The wheeling and dealing might have to come in on this one. 4 of us had Wipeout. Zach Lightning at the check. Fuck Sniper Elite. What else do we have? Where's another 4? Here They Lie had 4. Trover had 4. And I think that's... Oh, Immortal Legacy had 4.
Oh, Here They Lie? Let's go.
Right?
Nice.
Not bad.
It would have been really a lot higher on my list if it weren't for like some technical things that's wrong with the game. I absolutely love it though.
All right. Now, the question is are there any games that weren't on my list? Were there any games that all 4 of you agree on that I don't agree on? Am I the odd man out on anything? Does anything stand out to you guys? Because I think that might actually be... These might actually be all of the ones that 4 of us agree on.
So the ones with the ones with 4.
Have...
Oh yeah, you go.
I thought Racket Fury. At least 3 of us had Racket Fury. I don't know if 4 of us did. I know I have it. I think
I have it.
Yeah, it was on mine as well.
Miles have it. Does Wes? Do you have Racket Fury?
No Racket Fury.
No Racket Fury for Wes.
Yeah, 3. It was 3 for Racket Fury. Yeah.
All right.
In terms of 4 people, all the ones with 4 was Beat Saber, Doom 3, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy.
Doom 3 did not have.
No.
Nope.
Oh, was it not? It was so that was Doom with because yes, others said VFR. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So Doom 3 was what?
It was
one, was it?
Moss. I've got it on the screen in orange here. Moss, Red Matter, Minecraft, Beat Saber, Wipeout, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, and Trover are the ones that had 4 people. All right.
And
So
Tetris.
how many do?
Tetris
Doom
Effect. Oh, sweet. Okay, perfect. This might be one that I didn't have on my list, but you guys all had on yours. Did you all have Tetris Effect?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I had it.
All right. We need to find if there's any more examples of that, just so we don't leave anything out.
How many had Doom VFR?
Have Doom VFR.
It was on mine.
Yeah, I had it as well.
Wait, how many was that total?
That was 3.
All right.
Is it 3? Yeah.
All right. Let's create another color for 3 here, and let's do yellow, I guess. That's not yellow. That's like another green.
Shades, what's up, Shades? Sorry.
Okay. All right. So Doom VFR had 3.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Racket Fury had 3. Was that 3?
Yeah, that had 3. Irashi Castle of Sin had 3.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my regrets.
Is what not
a
putting
late
it on?
cut. Yeah.
We also had Borderlands had 3.
Borderlands 2, yeah.
Should be 4.
Then it was Ghost Giant.
Until You Fall had 3. Here's something I didn't consider. Here's something I did not consider, you guys. I didn't realize that that majority rules means we might have more than 50 games. I just didn't think of it that way.
That's cool though, because then we can weed them down.
That's right. All right. Table of Tales.
Golem had 3.
Golem had 3.
Yeah,
Table
and
of Tales
Table of
had
Tales
3.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is getting scary as we come to number 37. God.
Golem. Hitman 3 had 3.
Wow.
I've got the remaining 3s here. Rec Room had 3.
Okay.
Did you do Res Infinite? Res Infinite had 3. Static had 3.
Okay.
And then the only others, which I think you've got already, so Table of Tales, Until You Fall, Doom VFR, and Swordsman VR had 3. And that is it for the 3s. That is
Sniper,
it. Just those.
Sniper Elite VR had 3. Ghost Giant had 3, correct?
I thought Sniper Elite... Oh, yeah, you're right. We corrected that, didn't we? From 4 to 3 for Sniper Elite. Yeah. And then what was the other one you mentioned?
Ghost Giant.
Ghost Giant had 3. Yeah.
How many? What about Catch and Release?
That had 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Who put Catch and Release? So it was just you and me, was it?
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, yeah. So there's certainly other games here that Myles, you've got this like laid out over there, huh? And do you have a quick way of seeing which games are duplicated? Which games?
Yeah, I've done a sheet just to like double check everything. It was just that when there was things written in different ways. So do you want me to just go through them in terms of titles just to make sure we've got them all from the top, because I can quickly read them out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking around here real quick. I want to make sure, because how many people have Paper Beast?
Paper Beast was
maybe 2.
I think it's 2.
Yeah, I think it was 2. Was it?
Okay.
Did you have it, Brian?
No.
2.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just 2 for
All right.
Paper Beast.
Cool.
Uncultured swines.
So just a quick, to quickly go through these from the top. So in terms of the ones that we all agreed on, all 5 of us, it was Astrobot Rescue Mission, Blood and Truth, Dreams, Farpoint, Firewall 0 Hour, Fract, Marvel's Iron Man VR, No Man's Sky, Pistol Whip, Resident Evil 7, Biohazard, Song in the Smoke, Star Wars Squadrons, Super Hot VR, The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim VR, The Persistence, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, To the Top, Until Dawn Rush of Blood, Wanderer, and Zenith The Last City. So there was 20 that we all were unanimous on, which is good.
So, I mean, it's a great start, that's for sure.
Yeah. And then for 4, in terms of 4 of us, there was only 9 games at this level. So that was Beat Saber, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, Minecraft, Moss, the first one, Red Matter, Tetris Effect, Connected, Trover Saves the Universe, and Wipeout Omega Collection.
Okay.
And then for the 3s, which there were 14 of them, Arashi Castles of Sin, Borderlands 2 VR, Doom VFR, Ghost Giant, Golem, Hitman 3, Racket Fury Table Tennis, Rec Room, Res Infinite, Sniper Elite VR, Static, Swordsman VR, Table of Tales, The Crooked Crown, and Until You Fall.
Which leaves us with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spots left.
and there were 19. And there were 19 games where 2 of us had opted from. Which I love, the idea of squeezing them in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be we're going to have to start knocking off games left and right that only that only one each of us had. However, usually what we do is reserve the last few spots on the list for some ride or dies. With 5 of us here, it's almost you would assume that 46 through 50 very well be ride or dies.
Right.
Man, some of the tiles that are remaining is incredible.
It's pretty incredible. So let's start taking a look through these lists and figuring out what needs to be here that has not gotten represented yet.
Here's also a tip, Brian. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Stupid.
Excellent. I'll be right there.
How do you want to do this, Brian? Do you want me to just... I don't know. Do you want me to read out the ones that only 2 of us said first, or
maybe read off the 2s, and then we could pick a couple of those, and then we could still have the last 5 for everyone to get a ride or die.
So what I'll do is I'll literally just blitz through it just to see if there's any titles that everyone feels strongly about that sticks out, and then we can sort of have a discussion. I'll also put it in our Discord so everyone can see just the 2s here. So we've got Blair Witch VR, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally. Man, there's so many good ones in here. Five Nights at Freddy's, Hotel R&R, Killing Floor Incursion, Paper Beasts, Paranormal Activity, Pixel Rip 1989, PlayStation VR Worlds, Sorrento, Separation, Shadow Legend, Shooty Fruity, Stride, Synth Riders, The Room VR, A Dark Matter, Thumper, and Windlands 2. Oh man,
this is pretty incredible.
Now, what I will say though is there are titles on this list of games that I've not played, which may have put it over the edge to the 3. Like, I'm open to that.
Hey, was a tip that you sent over, was this from Stupid Donkey? Let's make sure we read that out real quick. We got Stupid Donkey with a $5 tip. He says, if you list Firewall 0 Hour as number 1, then we are guaranteed an AIM controller V2. Make it happen. I don't think we have that kind of clout. That said, thank you for believing in us, and thank you for your input.
It's gonna happen. Just believe it will happen.
I'd make that sacrifice if I knew it would work. Yeah, for sure.
I think there's a good chance we see one in the future.
I agree.
What the hell happened to the
same with the haptic vest
list here? Don't mind me.
Television.
All right, so
oh man, this is
Nick Milo in the chat says, amazing how many great PSVR games we have.
Sure.
Drowning in greatness.
Right,
Couldn't agree more.
It's true.
And normally it's a struggle where, the top 20 and it's like 50, still tough.
Looking through, when I was making the list, I was just incredibly proud of the library we have to choose from. Super awesome.
Incredible library. The public at large, like, oh, there's no Grand Theft Auto, there's no Call of Duty, and I'm like, look at this list. This is insane.
So I'm looking at this list right now, and I mean, I do think that there's some clear leaders in this pack here. I think I just looking at it, I'm thinking right off the bat that there's no question about it. Dirt Rally should be on this list, right? This is
so that's one I've not played and I know is thought very highly of. So that's one I would concede to of that. Would nudge to the free vote. So I think Dirt Rally definitely should go in there.
This is exactly my problem. There are a lot of awesome games that I know are awesome that I don't have a lot of experience with. I know Dirt Rally's amazing. Wouldn't make my list at all, but there's no fight for me on that.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah. Dirt Rally we should put in there.
Okay. How many spaces are we trying to fill right now?
We've got 7 spaces left. To squeeze in the best of this. How many games are on this list? 19.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Myles, Myles, what you posted in our little chat here, is that what's left to choose from?
So those are just the ones that 2 of us voted for. There are then 34 games that we only voted individually. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And someone in the chat said if Myles uses his ride or die on Corix, I'm leaving. I love Corix, but I'm not going to be using it for that. Corix I have a lot of love for.
Well, for what it's worth, when you read down that list of 2s, the one I felt most passionately about is Blair Witch VR. I feel like that's a top 5 horror game in all of VR, and I'm kind of astounded that it's only on 2 of our lists.
And that's the game that I was meaning to play this week, and I just didn't get a chance. And for the reason that I thought it would definitely appear on this list. So yeah, I want to be transparent. The reason I didn't vote for it is I haven't played it. So that's another one I'd be strongly about.
See, but AJ did play this. Why didn't it make your list, AJ?
Oh, did it not?
Which one? Blair Witch?
Blair Witch.
Yeah.
I mean, I really liked it.
Yeah.
I guess it didn't make my list because similar to a lot of horror games, there's a lot of just walking through it, and there's not like a lot of like actual gameplay, or some of it's not actually scary. What I appreciate about the game is, of course, the dog mechanics. Those are great, and it's a very interactive, well-designed VR game. Now, this is going to probably be something that comes up later when we're finalizing the list and stuff. But there's often this comparison about what is a great game versus what is like great VR implementation.
Right.
And I feel like Blair Witch falls into the amazing VR implementation category.
Okay.
But as a game, it's not really that great of a game by itself.
Interesting. And in the horror thread of things, like, I'm someone who's not good with horror, but I do like to force myself into it. Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, is that a game that people just don't think is a top 50? Because I assumed it always got held up as like quite a solid title for the platform. What do people think about that title?
See, the thing is with me, Five Nights at Freddy's is an amazing title. Not because the mini games themselves are amazing, but because they're scary. And I'm always on the edge of my seat saying, oh man, I got to do this, or I got to do this, or this jump scare is coming. Like, I'm just like tense and like gritting my teeth and just trying to get whatever it is done and hoping that I don't get that jump scare and have to play it all over again. That said, it's very much it's very much an example of what AJ said, but in a different regard. It's not. I don't think it's a great game, but it's great for the horror genre, but it's not great for a game period, right? And so as far as VR horror goes, I think it's terrifying. As far as gameplay goes, it's like, these are just like a lot of mini games where it's like, walk down the hall, stop. Walk down the hall, stop. It's so that's, even though I think it definitely belongs on this list, I didn't put it on the list because I thought it had no chance in hell whatsoever. That's a personal top 50 for me.
Well, that's cool. And this conversation's helpful because what I'm going to actually do here is write down as we're chatting and seeing if there's any that we can clearly eliminate. So would we agree that Five Nights at Freddy is definitely not going to be in this conversation, yeah?
Yeah.
Someone feel really strongly the opposite.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm okay eliminating it from this, but that's me personally.
I am too.
It's like Bryan said, it's so effective at what it does. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it was the scariest game I played next to Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
I thought it was really terrifying. I actually like the game design. I think it's really clever. Yes, it's not the best gameplay in the world, but I actually thought it was really, really well made and really polished as well. I've got the platinum in it actually, and it has a lot of content. It took me like 15 hours to beat the game, but
I saw that. That was great.
What?
Aceville's rolling his eyes at you,
okay.
AJ. I'm calling him out.
I'm okay with letting that one slip. It's it'll be fine.
All right.
Talking of slip, I don't know if anyone's going to notice it on replay, but the arm of my chair just came off and I just stumbled when it was slipping.
Nice.
So I'm going to have to fix this later. So someone can go on replay and see me trying to save it because I just went. Yeah. Interesting.
Don't jinx me. I have everything on like shoe boxes and stuff here. I'm so worried about just everything toppling over.
The last thing I say on Five Nights at Freddy's is like this top list we're doing. There's a big part of it. The gravitas is like celebrating PSVR. And I know this is just one factor. This is not the whole thing. But when I think of like games that you would say to people that are new to VR and what they should experience, Five Nights at Freddy has always been a game that I would show people because it is. And again, this is not a reason for it to be on the list. I just kind of want to acknowledge this. it's a game that's easy to get people into.
Right.
And as you say, it achieves what it sets out to do. And it's also quite an iconic IP that it didn't feel like a cheap VR version of a game. Like, it was really well executed. But again, I'm happy to take it off the list, but I just wanted to mention that.
I just want to point out that the chat, as always, is having a field day with us and each other. Let's take care of a couple tips. GC13 and Die Pepsi Cat Tiffany Tolman from last night's show. But nowhere else, not Skydance or anything like that, from last night's show.
Right.
She says, thank you for doing this. Great to see Aceville as a special guest. Love seeing the crew for these events. Synth Riders is my vote to be added as a third vote. Thank you. We're so sorry your vote doesn't count. Not sorry at all.
Right.
We also got Paradise Decay with the 2 quid. Says, can't watch due to OP sending support.
Yeah. Paradise Decay is having some. He just had some eye surgery. He's having some problems with his eyes. So shout out to PD. Hope you feel better and that you recover quickly.
For sure, man. For sure. Good luck. We also got Twitcher, the single player Gamecat with the 2 quid. Says, here's my vote to keep Synth Riders off the list. Twitcher, you're taking Aceville's spot next time around. Looper the Underground Gamecat with the €2 says,
$2.
No game in Blair Witch. How about that Snake game? You know, the one on the cell phone.
I do like Blair Witch. I think the strongest candidates when I look at this are Blair Witch, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally, Pixel Rip 1989, and Stride, and Synth Riders.
All right, listen. Do me a favor, Myles, and edit this list as we go. Okay.
Yeah, I am. So at the moment, obviously we're going to narrow this down even more. In terms of the ones I'm definitely keeping is Blair Witch VR, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally, Hotel R&R I'm getting rid of. I loved it, but compared to everything else,
Hotel R&R was great, and that's one of those games. Constantly, every time we make a top 25 list, I go, man, if this was a top 50 list, we'd absolutely put that on. And then here we are with the top 50 going.
With this.
As it turns out, what do you disagree with?
No, not with what you're saying about it being kicked. So Hotel and R&R is so underrated. It does so many things. Every time AJ streams it, he's doing something totally different that I've never seen before. It's deep.
There's so much more than
VRAF. It's absolutely PSVR. You know,
and it's got great mini games and extra stuff, hasn't it? In it, you know,
yeah,
it's not just the main game.
I'm not that easy to just kick it off.
Okay, fair enough. Because it was on my list as well, but I just felt compared to these others, I'd be happy to see it go.
No, it's
but,
not.
I mean,
for the record, it's not on my top 50. But that was a last minute call, like because I didn't play it that much. But that game is PSV, not just VR. It's so PlayStation VR. It's crazy.
And actually, something that's going to make it easier to kick a lot of these off is at least if we acknowledge them. And I think with a lot of our ones as well, it'd probably be best us to go down and go, are there any ones we just want to give a bit of an accolade to? Yeah. But so Killing Floor Incursion, I just always felt personally, it was on my list. I'm happy to let it go. But for me, it was one of the first and only like co-op campaigns that I really enjoyed in playing with friends, which I feel, look, After the Fall didn't even make it on my list, and I had so much hype for it. And I know it was on some of your lists, so I'm not being too disparaging, but like I always felt that, you know, Killing Floor Incursion I had more fun with than After the Fall, but that was just my opinion.
Can we try something to move things along here? Because I know we're a little stuck right now. It seems like we've been. Yeah. Can we go down the list of games and do a vote and say yes, 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 no, 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 whatever, and vote and tally each one, and then at least use that to narrow it down? Just, you know, a democratic vote for each one of these that we have left.
Yeah. So far, AJ, we haven't really had any discussions about any games, and so this is really just the beginning of that. But yeah, if we want to move this along and actually just get some of these games into the green box here, real quick.
All right. I'm okay with pleading my case for some of these games real quick. Like Awesome Tatum says, AJ, save Catch and Release. If I need to talk about some of these games that I, you know, have, if I can. Tell you why I think they're great or whatever, and make a case for them real quick before we do the vote, then I would absolutely like to.
Sure. Real quick.
All right. Well, I'll go. Sorry, you go.
Carl Parker with the $2 tip says Lamar Jackson announces NFL Pro Era drops September 15th. That's supposed to be a PSVR 1 game, so we may have NFL Pro Era to play in just 2 weeks.
That'd be cool.
Cool. Thanks, Carl.
So I'll go through the twos again then, and we can just like all say strongly yes or strongly no.
Yeah, you ditched a couple
we'll...
already, right? And
I did, although I brought them back just because.
just because why make progress?
Yeah, why make progress? Why don't we go backwards? Actually, Bryan, do you want to go for your top 50 again, just so we remember?
Right.
Okay, Blair Witch VR. Again, I haven't played it, so I don't feel. But I'm for this. So are we all for Blair Witch VR as a contender?
I had it 21, man. I feel very strongly about this.
Yeah, I had it 34. I feel pretty strongly too. And yeah, the VR as far as horror goes, it was scary. VR implementation was so well done. Custom design for PSVR itself. So to match the controls on the camcorder match the Move controllers input. Custom design for PSVR. Beautiful. Really, it looks great.
Okay,
it looks great.
Man,
I was shocked how good that game was.
I love it. I really love it, but I'm gonna vote no.
All right.
I'm voting no.
Are you voting? Interesting. Well, I'm sort of in the middle, so I'm going to give it because I haven't played it. So I'm going to just say it's 2.5. I'm going to out of 5 for that.
Playing it safe.
Catch and release. I mean, this was on my list, so it was a definite yes for me. AJ, it was on yours.
Absolutely. This is actually on my list. This is number 19, and like I said, man, it's when it comes to immersion, this game knows what it's doing, and it's one of the most immersive, amazing experiences. It's beautiful. It's a full-length campaign. The lake is like, there's all these secrets that you can discover. Lots of people have told me, hey, I don't like fishing, but I love this game. I think it's a great little escape into the great outdoors, and I also think it just has really great gameplay mechanics and a lot of depth and secrets to discover. So absolutely. It's also really interactive with things in the boat. There's lots of different objects you can buy and interact with, skip stones, eat sandwiches, drink beer, all sorts of stuff that make it super awesome. So yes from me.
Yeah, I was quite late. I say late. I mean, I played it about a year ago, but I remember playing it long after you guys had spoken about it, and I was so impressed long after it had been released. And I even think at Christmas time when one of my parents' friends came over to theirs and they hadn't done VR before, and this was one of the games, and I just remember the complete joy of like the immersion, as you say, the things on the boat. It's all the small details, because a lot in VR games you've got like the main VR mechanics, but then it's like the small VR things. Like there's nothing worse than having an item there and you try and pick it up and you can't interact with it, and you're like, oh, that was a missed opportunity. And it's like, for a game that's just sitting in a boat fishing, they did really maximize that. And so yeah, for me it's a strong yes as well. Bryan, Ace and Wes, what are your thoughts?
Well, for me, this is one of the games that I have not played. There's a reason I haven't played this game, and it's not because I don't like fishing. I do like fishing, but for me, if I'm going to play a fishing game, I want to play more of a fishing sim. Like this game seems a little bit more arcadey for my taste with regards to fishing games.
This is very much a fishing sim, by the way. This is much closer to a fishing sim than an arcade game. This is not an arcade game. That is like.
Well, I can say I have a pretty good idea of what it is. I've watched Bryan play it for hours and hours. So,
and that's why I'm writing it down. I'm sick of him fishing.
Bryan doesn't know how to play games. What are you talking about?
I'm indifferent to this game. I can't honestly sit here and throw in a vote for it when I haven't played it and really don't have much desire to play it.
Okay. I think if you haven't played it, just like with Blair Witch, I think that's just a null. Like,
all right, I'll take that to 2 votes for Blair Witch then.
Yeah. What about you, Bryan and Ace?
Go ahead, Ace.
I have no dog in this cat in this race at all. This game doesn't speak to me. It looks beautiful. It looks like if you like it, you'll love it. But right under the top 50 are a group of super solid games that aren't necessarily representative of the best of PSVR, and I personally put that in that list. Awesome game. If you play it, you'll love it, have a great time. But is it the best of the best? Maybe it's the best fishing game. Like Five Nights at Freddy offers the best scares, but is it the best game? So I'm on a no. I'm on a no on sorry AJ.
Bryan?
Yeah, I'm looking at the rest of this list, and obviously a lot of this comes down to personal preference, and you know, and especially the fact that Catch and Release has made so many of our top 25 lists prior to this. There's only a handful of games that I'm going to be voting for in this list of 19 for the last 7 slots. Catch and Release, surprisingly, is one of those games that I'm going to vote for. It wasn't on my list, but it's not about making my list the final list. It's about taking what we've got left and making the best of it.
Did the right thing. I'm proud of you.
Well, fuck you for Blair Witch. There's no pride over here whatsoever. Fuck you.
Hey, I wanted to. I wanted to.
But then you can vote for Blair Witch, just like but Catch and Release wasn't on my list. I'm giving it a vote.
There's 7 slots
Here we go.
left?
Gloves are off.
6 slots?
Yeah.
Or 7?
Ding, 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 ding.
7.
7. Give it some time. I might fight for Blair Witch last second, but there's
he's holding it over our heads like fucking blackmail.
Exactly.
No, I just I don't know. We'll see. It might still end up making it.
All right.
Moving on. Dirt Rally. I've not played it, so I've technically not got a vote, but I'm someone that would happily see this do well because of how much praise there is for this game. And having a racing game on the list, I think, is important.
This game is fucking incredible. I mean, it's a full game integrated into VR. The single player campaign, the multiplayer, the championships, also driving sims or just simulators, real simulators, not like goofy ones, are really, really immersive and fun. And yeah, this is a
All right, we should be back. We still got a few things to sort out here. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. We lost like half our viewers, so hopefully we will see you soon.
Yeah.
All right, but one of the things we wanted to take care of when we came back, once we got the ball rolling again, was to involve you guys in the chat and see what you guys thought of some of the last things that we needed to get on this list. So, I'm gonna put up a chat poll here in just 1 second. Remember, we've only got 7 slots left, and so when I ask this question to you guys, I say, should Blair Witch be included in the last 7 spots?
Mm-hmm.
Keep that in mind. Yes or no? Tell us what you think. Poll. Here we go. All right. Good. Let us know. All right. What's
Right, continuing.
what game were we talking about before we got booted?
We were talking about Dirt Rally, which let's just get a vote on this because I know it's going to get score high. I can't vote on it because I haven't played it, but I'm strongly supportive of it. Who's a definite yes on this?
I'm a definite yes.
Vote.
I'm a definite yes. Absolutely. This is of all the games I think that's left here, Dirt Rally should be on the list.
Wes and Ace.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine. There's not a lot of, like you said, driving representation. So for that alone, I'm totally cool with it. I don't have a lot of experience with it. I know it's awesome. I love a lot of people who love that game. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, see, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I have played it, and I'm not a fan. But I know it's a popular game. So, like, do I want to vote for it? No, not really. But I get it. I get why it's here. I get why people feel so passionately about it. It's popular.
Right, that's where I am.
Right. And ultimately, I think with some of these things, we have to put our personal preferences aside and say, listen, we're trying to make the best list. And Wes, you fucking listen up when I say these words. We're trying to make the best list for everybody, personal preferences aside. So when I say Beat Saber needs to move from the 4 block to the 5 block, that I'm talking directly to you, and so you're
talking to me too.
You just do some personal reflection over there, and allow us to move it up.
Well, Bryan, is this the perfect time to announce that next Saturday we're actually doing the top 20 PSVR without Parole's top 20 broadcasts? We're going to do like an Inception style show where we go through all the shows you've ever done, ranking it.
The memories.
Oh my God. It's funny.
It'd just be very traumatic.
I think it was Jay Meow who suggested that we actually do a games cast where we look back on every top 25 debate we've ever had and look at every top 10 list, every top 20 list, top 25 list, and see which one was the best one.
Live commentary on 7 hours.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Oh man, where's the chat on so far with Blair Witch? I need to know what's going on here. All right, good. So far, 2/3 of them, almost 2/3, 63%, with 50 votes in, are saying that Blair Witch should be included in the last 7 spots. So keep voting, you guys. We're going to keep an eye on this poll, and then we're going to put up another poll really, really soon for another one. Let's get to 100 votes. So everybody vote, and hopefully we'll actually have 100 viewers again soon, so to allow them to vote.
The next game on the list, Brian, was Five Nights at Freddy's. We've all agreed that we're happy to let that go, yeah? So I'm going to remove it.
Not happy to let it go, but we have to let it go, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for that. Hotel R&R, yeah. Not happy about any of this, but we're going to let Hotel R&R.
Sadly let it go.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah.
With great regret.
With great regret.
Okay, Killing Floor Incursion. Again, this was on my list, but I'm willing to
listen. Killing Floor Incursion is one of the better zombie shooters out there. It's great. The co-op isn't nearly as janky or as laughably silly looking as Arizona Sunshine's. I think there's only 4 stages, but they look beautiful. Those stages are. I still think every time I get into Killing Floor Incursion, I'm like, this is one of the best looking things I've seen in VR. Like it still holds up and blows my mind every single time. And all 4 stages are pretty diverse. You know, there's sniper rifle that some people fucking hate in one of them. There's puzzles in another one of them. It's very diverse.
They have bosses.
There's bosses.
And people harp all the time on how there's not enough co-op campaigns in VR.
But they do so many similar things, but the co-op alone kept it on my list. I had so much fun playing co-op in that game. The level design is crazy. The weapon system feels amazing. Still one of the best feeling.
Yes.
The
way the knives.
It's just so good. The sound design is good. The AI is not that great, but it keeps you on your toes. There's close quarters. There's big. It has everything. I think it has to be on.
You got me fired up, dude. I'm like, yeah.
All right, so Arizona on Saturday. Me and you, Miles. Okay.
It's not without fault. Let's make sure we're clear about this. With only 4 levels, it's over pretty quickly.
Yes.
And there is some jank. Jeremy and I, the last time we did a Why We Love episode,
not that strong.
Basically we got stuck in a cutscene, and that is apparently a very common thing. We're just standing there looking at the big head talking to you, and you can't, and then just nothing happens, and you're like, oh shit, we can't progress. So it's not perfect, but again, we are talking about the bottom section of this top 50 list. So I'll give a vote to Killing Floor. I was kind of ready to see it go, but I'm being swayed. I'll give a vote to Killing Floor.
I will submit. I don't know if Arizona Sunshine is going to be on the main 50, but I would put Killing Floor and drop Arizona off the main 50. It's just going to land there.
I agree with all of your points. I too enjoy the game a lot.
Here we go.
But I think it does lack a little bit of something to me. Like, I don't know if it's the game design or fun factor, the addictive nature of it. I have a good time every time I play it, and I really like the severing arms and stuff, and then beating people with them.
And the slow-mo. Oh, man.
The slow-mo is really cool. There's a lot to like about it. That being said, I'm still going to say no, because I don't think it does. While I like it more than Arizona Sunshine, yes, if I was to put the two together and have to decide between the two, I would absolutely choose Killing Floor over Arizona Sunshine. But that's not really a high bar for me. And when we're talking about like the best of the best here, it just doesn't. To me, it just doesn't strike me of a best of the best game. But I'm definitely not like against it. Well, I guess I am, because I'm voting no.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, sure.
Literally against it.
But again, another one that yeah, it's a great game. It's I'm definitely not. I wouldn't be mad or upset that it passed.
AJ's only going to vote for the ones that were on his list initially. This is how this is going down, you guys. Watch it happen. Real quick, we want to give a shout out to Stupid Donkey with the $2 tip. Says, fine, I'll pay to put Firewall 0 Hour in the top 5. Here's $2. we also got Bellarmia, the Gamecat, with 10 euros. Says, I just want to point out that I found a lovely pirate cove on the 7th Minecraft world I started. Established a starter base, have a full set of iron armor, and you still get nowhere in your discussion. He did all of this in Minecraft. We haven't done anything. I think we're making some serious progress.
Yeah, I agree.
Wes, what was your thoughts on Killing Floor Incursion? Because I mean, you spoke favourably of it. Are you going to be voting for this?
Oh, absolutely. I will say though, in the interest of being complete and transparent, as Bryan said, as AJ said, it's not perfect.
No.
I would what Arizona Sunshine has that this game doesn't have is exploration, scavenging. Like they just throw the ammo right out on the ground for you.
Yes.
And if you need more of it, just wait and it'll respawn. They could have hidden that kind of thing and added another layer to the gameplay pretty easily, but they didn't.
Yeah, although I'm strongly for this game in the vote, I think once we narrow it down again with these, I think there's a lot of others that are going to take it. But yeah, I'll put it there. Right, next one is Paper Beasts. This was one that got knocked off my top 50. I know, or it's obviously in two of ours. Is anyone really strongly fighting for this?
I am.
Okay.
I am in the sense that I don't expect it to make the list, but I'm so glad this game exists. There's so few games like this. It really shouldn't exist. I'm so happy it's there. It's a very unique experience.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a shot at YouTubers and reviewers. If you're rushing at night to get stuff, this is not a game to rush through. You just have to let it wash over you. Let them do what they're doing.
I think that's most games.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, this is like, I don't know. I love this game. I'm so glad it's there. I don't have much to say about it. I think it's beautiful. I think it just does what it's doing. And if you let it pull you in, you'll have a unique experience with that game. I think it deserves representation.
There was a lot I did like about it, like the water sand mechanics, letting it flow. I thought was really interesting in VR. Like where you had to pump the water and use the sand. That was really great.
That was crazy. Yeah, it was wondrous. It wasn't like I'm not gonna go as far as to like I've never. But it was just the whole time I was in there, I was like, wow, oh wow, look, those are letters. Oh, nice. It was just like walking through a living museum all the time. Totally different vibe. I love that game.
Except you're not walking through so much as click, 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 teleporting through.
This is true.
Right, and I will say,
Killing Floor is it's not perfect.
Yeah, I immediately I find games like that to be less immersive when you can't just like walk around and experience it yourself. It felt very much like I was clicking through. You said like walking through a virtual museum. I felt like I was flipping pages through a virtual museum. I was okay, now I'm over here. I thought some of the puzzle designs weren't very well thought out or maybe very well explained to the player. So there was a lot of times where you're just like you walk into a room and you're like, I don't know what I'm trying to solve here. Right. And for some people that might be fine. For other people, it just feels like, again, for me, it felt like poor level design occasionally. I did think it was beautiful. I did think that the experience was great. I very seldom did I enjoy the puzzle solving in that game.
I liked a lot of so I'm a big fan of Eric Chahi games.
Same.
And I liked a lot of the elements of this game, but as a game altogether, I didn't think it was really well designed. I thought it had major pacing issues. Definitely was not immersive. What I really hoped to get out of this game was to be able to observe all of these animals in their natural habitat and enjoy that. And I did not rush playing this game one bit. But even like in observing everything going on, the world, I really wasn't satisfied completely with the world and the way everything was. And yeah, the click turning teleport was definitely a backbreaker.
Yeah.
I think, but yeah, this has a little bit of that Eric Chahi magic, and style and those were the things I appreciated, but that was such a small thing out of the big picture, that I liked really, unfortunately.
I will say, as me personally, click turning, teleporting, it's never bothered me ever at all. I'm just happy to be in VR. If you have to click, okay, fine. It's never been a deal breaker for me. So
a lot of motion sickness settings actually give me motion sickness. Yeah, or cause me extreme discomfort, and this was definitely one of those cases.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, sorry, go Wes.
I was going to say, obviously, this one was on my list, and I think the point you're making about the teleport is a valid point. But the reason it's on my list I like unique games, and this is
Yeah.
about as unique as they come. And in addition to that, I mean, in terms of like visuals and sound, the level of polish here is outstanding. You would think that a game like this came from a much bigger team. So
And
yeah, that's why
as
it's on
you're
my
playing
list.
it, you don't really know where it's going. Like you're like, okay,
Right.
what's this?
Ever,
And maybe it doesn't do everything, but just wondering like, where's this going? You know, like when that tornado hit, I was like, what is happening? Oh, okay, I'm stuck in. You know, it was very, very unique experience. I like uniqueness in games, and you know, much like not having a lot of driving representation, I think this, you know, solidifies that spot on the top 50 list. Especially when you're like, okay, what else? You got a new person there. What else does PSVR do? Well, it can do this, and you're like, whoa! I didn't even think about that. You know what I mean? So,
Well, one of the game cats in the chat said something that I definitely identified with, which was I got this with PS Plus for free. It's not a game I would have ever actively gone to, and I'm really grateful that these kind of games exist. And that's how I feel as well. Like I was, you know, gutted to remove it off my 50. I don't think for me this is going to compete against the other ones that we're trying to narrow down. But I do want to give a big shout out. Like it was an interesting experience for sure.
I'm very glad we just had this conversation. I don't think at all it could make the list, but it deserves at least this conversation. And if anybody out there hasn't picked up Paper Beast and you're looking for something a little bit different, please do so.
Yeah,
Cool.
I agree.
Can definitely
All right.
appreciate that.
Still doesn't get a vote
for
from me.
that.
Can't vote for it.
Right. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
No vote.
Uncultured swines.
All right. I'm gonna knock it off. Unfortunately, then. Paranormal Activity. I've not played this, but I've heard nothing but great things about it being one of the lead horror experiences.
Hey, real quick before we get into that,
Sure, yeah.
I just want to make sure we don't let any of these tips get too far. Stupid Donkey with a $5 tip says Quill is a nice lady mouse, but she likes to mess around. Just saying, Stupid Donkey. Paranormal Activity VR, one of the scariest games on the platform. One of the most, I would say, it goes for photorealism as far as the presentation goes, and I think almost nails it, which it can do, of course, because it's like a very confined space. You're always in this, like, you know, a house, and none of the rooms are terribly big. So I think it looks really stunning. The scares are incredible. It's a fun little scavenger hunt. And I mean, really just, despite the fact that the controls are terrible, I think that if you're a horror fan, this is an absolute must-have. If you're not a horror fan, there might not be any reason to play it. That's the downfall here, right? Because it's so good at the horror element, but like, yeah, as far as the game goes, it's all right.
I'm gonna flip-flop my Blair Witch vote to a yes, and I'm gonna vote no to Paranormal Activity.
Okay.
Because
All right.
I think of the two, I think Blair Witch was much better. I definitely Paranormal Activity. I loved a lot of things about it. Definitely, like I said, the graphics were amazing. I didn't find it that scary, although I know that you can play it, and it's kind of like procedurally generated. And I've had more scary experiences with it sometimes than others.
Yep.
But for the majority, I didn't find it scary at all, which basically leaves you just wandering around a house trying to find secrets to progress the story, and it's a little underwhelming. There's not really, I don't know. I didn't find other than a few parts, I didn't really find it too amazing at all. But Blair Witch impressed me on many levels, so I'm going to vote no to Paranormal, and yes, I'm changing my vote to a yes for Blair Witch.
Okay, that's interesting. And I think as we go through this list, there'll be a lot of us thinking about games in the context against others. So, yeah. So, is that, who here feels strongly about Paranormal Activity?
I do.
I mean, it was on my list, but I don't feel like super strongly about it. I feel like it could just as easily have been The Exorcist Legion VR here for me. I think the structure of the game is kind of what made me give it the nod over The Exorcist, where The Exorcist has that episodic format. I felt like that kind of hurt the overall package a little bit.
Yeah.
But definitely, I like the graphics in this game. I really like that there is some, surrealism at play. Sometimes you kind of go into the upside down in this game, and I feel like that those were the high points of the game. But it's a classic narrative-driven horror game. Surprisingly, there aren't a whole lot of this type of game in VR, and that's why I put it on my list. But it's not like Blair Witch where I feel like super strongly about it. So I'm not going to fight if we can't sway anyone here.
Okay, Ace.
Yeah, I'm on a pretty staunch no as far as it making the top 50 list. I mean, I think it fits perfect between 50 and 70. You know what I mean, 50 and 60. I'm shocked.
Listen, I'm going to remember this. I'm going to remember this for when we do our top 100 list. I'm like, you
Don't
said
let him
between
intimidate
50 and
you.
70. I'm going to hold you to that.
That's fine.
By the way,
I do think it's a good game, but yeah, it still doesn't even.
Apparently, I won't be on that show anyway, so that's totally fine by me.
I saved my full 110 list too, just so when we revisit this in a longer format, I've already got that step out of the way.
Yeah,
I'm shocked to hear Bryan say it's one of the scariest games on the platform. That's never given me that. I'm not Mr. Horror, obviously. But I mean, it seems solid, very solid game. That's the most I can say about it. Great experience. If you're looking for it, it's like little monster closet thing. But
I'm gonna remove it then. Pushing on to the next one. Oh man, I feel bad about this. This wasn't on my list, and I know Anna very well. Pixel Ripped 1989. I absolutely love this game, and I think it's amazing. It was just one of those things of when you keep benchmarking it between other games, it didn't cut it for me. I would also like to vote for it in this case, but compared to these other games, just because we're gonna have to be so clear cut. Oh man, I don't know. Does anyone else feel strongly about Pixel Rip 1989?
Definitely. I am definitely a strong vote for this game. Talk about a unique game.
That's true.
Games can be unique all they want, but they also have to be fun to play.
Yeah.
And this is an extremely original idea. It's gameception. I'm also a big Mega Man fan and platformer fan, and I thought it was great from that aspect. I really like 1989 more than 1995.
True.
Even though 1995 is a little bit more polished, it's also a little bit more safe. And I love how just reckless and chaotic this game is. And it's just super fun, super stylish. It has some wow moments in it. I mean, when your gear kid first comes alive on your desk in front of you, that was a really amazing moment. It's also got an amazing soundtrack. This game has great gameplay, great ideas, great design, and is super fun. As a big, strong vote for me, yes.
I love that, AJ. And actually, interestingly enough, 1995 was the game that I identified more with because of my experience growing up. And yet, this one in particular was definitely what I felt was the strongest. So yeah, this is what I love about these conversations. I'm going to give this a vote then as well. So that's 2. Ace, you said you were going to give this a vote, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much about it. AJ stole everything I would say about this. So
he did say a lot on that, though. I agree. Yeah. Wes and Bryan.
It doesn't get a vote from me. I absolutely love this game. I think it's fantastic at what it does. As AJ says, it does things. This is far more to me like the game that shows its uniqueness and shows and can diversify the top 50 far more than something like Paper Beast, who's like, hey, this is something that's never been done before. Cool, because this is very, very cool. However, it's definitely and I feel like I'm the target audience for this game. I love VR, I love retro games, and this mashes those two things together perfectly. However, it always felt the controls always felt a little bit janky to me, especially the stuff that's not the platforming stuff, the stuff that where you're actually controlling the Gear Kid with your DualShock 4. It definitely does control better on other platforms, and as great of a concept as it is, I feel like the execution does fall a little bit flat. It's one of those games that we absolutely blown away by, and everyone's going to try it, but does it belong in a top 50 list? Maybe. But then I look at these other games, like you said, Myles. It's like only when I start comparing it to other games and realizing that if I put Pixel Ripped in, it's going to knock other games that might be a little bit more worthy of the top 50 off the list. And that's why I'd vote no on this. It's because I think there's other ones that are that are in competition for these slots, I would just really need to see before I see this one. This is a perfect 50 to 70 title, Aceville.
This is a disclaimer we do on every one of these chart ones, but we're going to just make it again here based on what you said, which is games that don't make the top 50, it's not a negative reflection on them. There's going to be, there's a lot of great games. And so that's why I kind of feel into, because I was thinking, if I don't vote for this, am I saying it's not worthy? It's like, no, this is definitely a worthy contender, but I struggled just when I kept matching it against other games. So, yeah. Wes, what was your thoughts on this?
Look, man, I like this game. I agree with most of what Bryan just said about it. I think it's a great game. I think it's a must play for everyone that came from my generation. With that said, I think that there's a lot of novelty here, a lot of nostalgia. The game's a bit of a gimmick, and I think that it's maybe a little bit more gimmick than gameplay. But with that said, I do love it. I thought 95 was better. Like, I thought 95 was a better game. It was funner to play. I just enjoyed 95 more. So, like, interesting. I can see why it's so popular. But yeah, I don't think there's enough here for me to say yes on it. So,
but the funny thing is, I agree. I think 95 is more fun to play. I think it's more well designed. But I've always said that that the original was. It felt more rebellious. It felt you felt it felt less family friendly. Felt like there was a truant aspect to it, where you're like this rebellious kid, like doing what you're not supposed to do. Much more than I'm staying up past my bedtime. It's like you're fucking with shit in the classroom. It's like you're like messing with your teacher. Like you feel like this punk little elementary school kid. And I enjoyed that far more than the family friendly aspect of the sequel. But yeah, the sequel is a much better designed game, much more fun game to play. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I agree. It is tough.
So that's free votes?
Yes, free votes on that. Okay. Next up, PlayStation VR Worlds.
Come on.
I'll say my piece very quickly because this was on my list. I don't think all the games within PlayStation VR Worlds are necessarily amazing, and I know that this is only one factor of the reason you put stuff on this list, but whenever I have people who are experiencing VR for the first time, it is the go-to. Firstly, the ocean descent with the shark. That's a great first one because it's like you just have to move your head, you don't have to play anything. And then the I don't know what the Pong game is with using your head. That's really
Danger
great.
Ball.
Danger Ball. I've still not completed it. Like I find that really hard trying to get through all the opponents with their own characteristics. And then of course the Heist, London Heist, which is something I identify with being a Londoner. I was like, yeah, this just feels like home. Yeah, mate. But yeah, no, it's just even the intro when that light comes into the hall, like every time it blows my mind of just like the way it lights everything up and the music, and it encapsulates what we always say about like PSVR 2 and like when the game starts up, like the magic of it. It's such a well polished experience overall, and I do think that anyone that jumps into PSVR, this is a must play. That doesn't necessarily mean it has to be on the top 50. But that was kind of the case of why it does get my vote.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Well, I think Scavenger's Odyssey is actually one of the less well-regarded titles on that. It made a lot of people motion sick when we first jumped into VR, but then we all got our VR legs and we were like, oh, fucking look at this. And they're really, out of all the games on there, I'm certainly glad they made Blood and Truth out of the London Heist, but where the fuck is our full-blown version of Scavenger's Odyssey? Like, where the hell is that? Right? And so there are some really, really great experiences on that disc. Sadly, as I saw Steve IRE in the chat say, he said, nope, Worlds is a demo disc. And to a certain extent, he's right. Yes, it's short experiences. There's 5 of them, which is great. And some of them certainly last longer than others. So Scavenger's Odyssey took me an hour the last time I played it, which is pretty decent for something we might consider a demo disc. I love what Worlds does. Overpriced at launch at $40, but I think you get it now for like $15. So it's very cool. Very happy that it exists. Really want everyone to play it. Not a top 50.
Definitely, when it comes to the top games that you show people first, this could be considered number one.
Yeah.
I mean, or like top 3 even. I totally agree. The presentation of the main menu is something, even when just the game loads, is something that I really hope every VR game does in the future. Like really blows you away just from the startup menu. It's also a little interactive. I really, really, really love Ocean Descent and London Heist. But as a top 50 game, it's not there for me. It's absolutely a top, show everybody this game. Yeah. Everybody needs to play it and see it. But it's not necessarily a top 50 game overall.
Agreed. Put your friends and family in. Show it off to your friends and family.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's one of the best for that.
I didn't have this on my list, but this was one of the very last titles that I actually eliminated to get it down to 50. Is this a collection of tech demos? Yeah, it absolutely is. What it also is AAA. This is AAA VR, and I kind of feel like this embodies why PlayStation VR is the best catalog, because there's stuff that has this level of quality all throughout the catalog. So even though this didn't make my 50, I'm going to vote yes on this one. I love Ocean Descent. The London Heist gave birth to Blood and Truth, and the Scavenger's Odyssey is one of the most underrated titles on the platform. I love the Scavenger's Odyssey. Even the damn Street Luge is fun in this. Everything on it's good.
I will 100% disagree with Street Luge. Street Luge is it's probably the one I was most excited for when I saw the teaser for this before I got my PSVR headset, and then I tried Street Luge and I was like, this just didn't feel immersive, and you're just like ricocheting off the sides of the roads. I just didn't like it. I was like, this is
fun. I thought it was fun. But with that said, I probably haven't done the Street Luge since 2017, 2018.
It's actually aged pretty well, but it definitely is not a good first impression. It just doesn't cut it for me.
I think there's so many type of gamers. We get so used to being in the gaming verse. But if I have the PlayStation VR Worlds and I have my man over, I'm like, yo, try London Heist, and I'm gonna have my wife, and I'm like, hey, try Ocean's Descent, and I have my kid, and I'm like, try Street Luge. He will be blown away. He will be like, this is amazing. You know what I mean? So certain things are for certain people. PlayStation VR Worlds made number 50 on my list. I put it at 50 for a reason, because it really shouldn't be on the list. But if you have a PlayStation VR and you have 50 titles, PlayStation VR Worlds needs to be one of those titles. Like, that's how I looked at it. There were many different reasons why certain games made my list. Yeah. That's the reason why this is on my 50. It should be in your library, and there's not really much of an argument for me from there. If it's not on the list, if it doesn't make the list, I'm cool with that. But actually, I'm not cool with that. I take it back.
This is why I love these conversations, because literally during this whole conversation, I've been swinging of, okay, I'll let it go. Oh, actually, that's a really good point. No, I actually really do want to fight for this. So look, I'm going to put it for 3 votes, and we'll come back to this when we go through it again. Sorrento.
This is such a tough one.
I love the song.
Because on one hand, it could be high up on the list. I could see if you said Sorrento was in the 20s, I wouldn't argue with you. And if you said it doesn't make your list, I could kind of see that too. It's so weird. So weird. It's made top 25s. It might not make the top 50. That's so odd,
Just have to. I'm going to put all these games that we're debating over here on the screen. This is the right-hand side was reserved for our final list, but people need to see the list of games that we're discussing here, and there's still quite a few in contention. Have we not eliminated anything from this list permanently?
Oh yeah,
we have.
Brian, I'll put in Discord how it's currently standing with eliminations.
Well, just help me out because I just posted it for everyone to see.
Oh, okay, cool.
We got rid of we got rid of Paranormal Activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
We did.
Hotel R&R.
We got rid of Hotel R&R.
We got rid of
Paper Beast. Did that stay or go?
Five Nights at Freddy's we got rid of.
I think Paper Beast got ousted.
Paper Beast is gone. Yeah, at the top it should read Brian, Blair Witch, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally, Killing Floor Incursion. So get rid of Five Nights at Freddy's and Hotel R&R.
It did. You see?
Okay, so I'm watching it on a delay. Yeah. So yes, ignore me. So Killing Floor Incursion, then Pixel Ripped,
Pixel Ripped stays.
and then PlayStation VR
So
Worlds.
So what happens with Worlds? Are we keeping Worlds up right now?
That's on there as well. Yeah.
Okay,
with 3.
so now we're on
Yeah.
now we're on to Sirento. Listen, I'm going to lead off this discussion with Sirento and say that I got to give a lot of love to Sirento's locomotion system. Never in VR have I been able to Devil May Cry a game while running and double and triple, quadruple jumping, back flips, side flips. I mean, and switching, going into slow motion bullet time, by firing at one enemy, and as I come down upside down, grabbing a sword from behind my back and slicing another enemy when I hit the ground, and then sliding in my way into another. Dude, one of the greatest locomotion systems, one of the greatest movement systems in any VR game ever. However, the gameplay doesn't match it. The campaign might as well not exist. Everything feels like a little battle arena, and it's just and the graphics look like really, on PSVR at least, a pretty rough PS2 game. It's
been updated to look a little better, but go on.
Everything feels amazing, but I just there's not for me, I was like, there's just not a lot going on here outside of the amazing combat. Loved unlocking weapons, loved creating a build before I go into different, but to me it felt like a tech demo, despite the fact that they implemented so much. It just feels like there was still so much missing. I was like, where's the game? And it felt like there was no game.
There's a severe lack of cohesion with that game. And it's like, while you're playing it, you're like, yeah, this works, this is awesome. But when you're not playing it, you're not really thinking about playing it. You're not like, I gotta jump back to Sorrento. And I always thought I would. And for years, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get back into Sorrento. And I just never do, So it's all the parts are there. It just doesn't marry very well.
I thought I would love Sorrento, and I agree with everything Bryan said about the movement. Absolutely groundbreaking, revolutionary stuff, and we're going to see it, come to its full fruition and full potential. I feel like when Hellsweeper comes out, very soon.
Yeah. Well, let's hope so. They kind of say, hey, I know this is totally irrelevant, but didn't they kind of say, hey, we realize we're not great at making campaigns, so we didn't do a campaign this time? It's like, what? Wait, what? Why didn't you work on getting better at making campaigns?
I don't know. I don't know what the structure of the game is going to be. I know I played an early version of it, like a very early version of it, and it was amazing. The gameplay's awesome.
Yeah, it's got, like you said, man, it's got some of the best, if not the best, locomotion design. Really intuitive controls, really, really fun gameplay. But what's left standing that's really good in the game is really the amount of like a tech demo amount of content, where it's like, and then there's other sandbox arena games that are just kind of better because their focus was focusing on being a sandbox arena fighter. And there's just games that just do it better. And it's a little sad because we've always said before, if Arashi had, if Sirento had like Arashi's campaign, like we'd be talking about one of the best games in VR, period. But yeah, I love so much about the game. Being able to do a backflip in VR and shoot somebody's head off with a bow and arrow while you're upside down is an amazing feeling, but I just don't know if it's enough to call it like an amazing game. It doesn't stand the test of time for me, is the problem.
Agreed.
It's super fun.
We're blown away at launch.
It just doesn't withstand the test of time.
One of the worst things about Sorrento is AJ's gameplays. Because I'm watching him play, and then I play, and I'm like, "Oh shoot, I'm not AJ. I can't."
Whoa, shade, man, shade.
AJ's too good at the game is the problem.
He's just too good. He's just too good. And then I get in there, and I'm like, slice. This isn't. How do you backflip? It's not working.
It sucks. I wouldn't feel right including it just because it has like the best locomotion system. Like a game has to be more than just do one good thing for me. It's why left off some of these other ones is it
I
just
know,
has
Paper
to be.
Beast. I
Yeah.
know.
Listen, if it,
I
is it,
didn't say
I will say, if Sirento made the list, I would look and go, yep, I totally understand why it's there, because it does some things really fucking well. It's one of the one of the coolest games we've talked about so far. Is it enough though? I don't know. I'm not going to vote for it, but if you guys do, I'll totally understand why you do.
Well, from what everyone
That's how
said,
we all feel.
yeah, and I've not played it. I've just said this is eliminated from the list because I don't think anyone's strongly voting for it from what everyone's been saying. Should we go? Do we agree with that? So no one's gonna fight.
Yeah. So we're gonna toss it then. I can move it off the.
Yep.
Okay. So
Which
sorry.
then-
So sorry, Donnie.
I love to jump in there and do some backflips and shoot off some robot ninja heads, but it's just that's not a full game experience to me.
Separation next. Again, I've not played it, so I'm out of this combo.
I just like the uniqueness of this campaign. It is a bit slow paced and it takes it a while to get going, but it's a very unique game. And I just enjoy this kind of, story-driven puzzler. I feel like this game has a lot of heart, and I don't know. I just like it.
Look, I just had to get rid of Sirento, and and some other games. I don't think this is a very good VR game. I think it's got a beautiful art style. I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it from start to finish. It's got a beautiful art style. It's got some broken parts in it though, where like the game kind of leads you along, and then there's at one point where I don't know, and then it's just really janky and broken in certain parts. And I think that I wouldn't recommend it to anybody because of it, because of those things. I think it has too many design issues, but what it does get right is the kind of journey that it takes you on, and that the hot air balloon thing I thought was 10 times better than Paper Beast. Sorry, Aceville. It did the hot air balloon 10 times better than Paper Beast because
oh my god,
there are a lot of things that I really liked about this game, but I just feel like it's got too many broken, janky mechanics and not very good VR implementation.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you about the VR implementation. If I had two hands in this game, if I could have turned those cranks with my hands myself, would have been even higher on my list, I think. But the fact is that it tells a story without saying a fucking word for 6 hours straight, without even knowing the backstory, I could tell that this was a story about love and loss, and the whole thing was made by one person. Not that this plays into our decision here, but the fact that you could tell every aspect of it came from the same direction, that there was no fighting on the team, because it was one person saying, this is what this game is about, this is why the soundtrack sounds like this. He made the music to it as well, and the puzzles actually make sense in the world. Has like this kind of team eco aesthetic to it, which I absolutely love. It's an open world, and the further you get into it, the more the game allows you to explore it. First you're just walking around trying to turn cranks to allow you access to bridges or whatever, and then you're able to get on a boat, and you're like, whoa, I couldn't even cross water before. Now I'm on a boat. I can go all through this map, and then you find a hot air balloon at the end that just allows you to go, and now, dude. So that being gradually opening the world more and more with every step. And on top of that being such an emotional journey that this is, in my book, makes it better than Zing the Land Beyond, by a long shot, better than Paper Beast by an even longer shot. Probably one of my favorite games I've ever played, favorite adventures I've ever had in VR, despite the fact that the mechanics aren't VR AF. That said, this is the only way I've been able to play the game so far, and so it doesn't matter whether it's VRAF or not, like I just need to give this game all the recognition it deserves.
Yeah, great use of scale too. I mean, some really massive structures in this game.
I'm in Miles's camp. Don't have much experience with this title, so if it makes it, it's on. So it's up to you guys. Very simply. For me, if I have to vote, I'm on no, but that's mostly out of lack of experience.
Yeah,
I'm getting the feeling this is going to be chucked.
Yeah, looks that way.
With regret.
Okay.
With regret.
As with all the
With
all the
lots
stuff.
with lots of regret, I have to vote no. It's not. It's just too. It has too many issues.
Yeah, I didn't have any of the jank you had. That's. I mean, I did before it got patched, before it launched, but we played it a week before it came out, and then I
played it after, and it sucks because it does so many things right, but I think the issues that it has are just like I would never recommend it to like anybody really. I don't think I'd recommend this to anybody, and that makes it hard for me to want to put it on this list.
Actually, to AJ's point just there, something I want to say to the Game Cats is what I found when making this list is there are some games that might be between 40 and 50 that do things way better than some of the games that are in the top 10.
Agreed.
But it's about the amalgamation of everything as well, and there are some things in the top 10 that do things way worse. It works both ways. And so with that said, it's not to say that things that are low on the list therefore don't do things better than things higher up. It's just you have to take all these elements into account. Yeah. But that takes us therefore to Shadow Legend.
Also, I just want to say real quick, Marcusor in the chat says you got Stride up there, but Sirento is off. We haven't made it through this entire list yet.
Stride is coming up.
We'll get to the Stride conversation soon, and I have a very bad feeling it's going to be eliminated quickly. Okay, so Separation comes off, and that brings us to Shadow Legend.
Yep.
Well, fuck Shadow Legend. If Separation's not there, then I can't vote for this game. And it was on my list, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I say fuck Shadow Legend as well.
Whoa.
It's an incomplete game.
It does feels incomplete. It needed to be a lot. It's a great experience, but because of the length of the game, I mean, I don't know. There's a couple things. It's the length of it. It's the yeah. No, let me just not make this any more complicated. Yes, it feels like an incomplete experience.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of judging games for what they aren't. Obviously, there's a gray area there. I'm shocked Shadow Legend is even down here. That blows my mind. So my answer is yes. It should be on the list. It should be pretty like in the 30s to me, if not higher. It's some of the combat is a little mediocre, but talk about an adventure. It's a short adventure, but that world is fleshed out. It's VRAF. You're feeding horses and you're climbing ladders and there's skeletons and there's a graveyard and it's just this massive. Okay, mediocre boss fight, but he's huge. And when you first see him, you're like, oh, I gotta fight this guy. I didn't expect that. So I'm shocked it's even down.
Yeah. Okay, then. Right. We say goodbye to Shadow Legend.
We're saying goodbye to Shadow Legend, and regretfully, and that's one that's on my list that I still didn't vote for because looking at what we have here, there's only room for 7.
Mainstream gamers,
right? We got to work with what we've got, and that brings us to Shooty Fruity.
Shooty Fruity. I mean, my inkling on this is that it's not gonna go through compared to these other titles that we've got in this list. So.
It's a wave shooter. It's a great wave shooter. It adds so much VR AF-ness to the wave shooter genre. Right? It asks you to do silly multitasking where it asks you to operate a grocery store while defending it from Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. That said, it's when it comes to this top 50, as great as it is, it might still be one of the best wave shooters on PlayStation VR. Apparently, in my book, there's apparently not room for a wave shooter on the top 50 because even the best one doesn't seem to have a place for me. So I'm voting no.
That's wild.
I'm voting yes on this. It is easily the best wave shooter, and it's super polished, and it's really, really fun and challenging, and it's got a lot of content to it. It's not even like, I don't even think it's necessarily like one of my personal favorite games ever, but I think it's one of the biggest hidden gems on the platform. And so I'm just going to vote for it out of principle, really.
So that's 2 votes.
No,
Look at this guy voting on
a
principle.
No for me. Like,
I
if
got
Blasters
some
of the
principles for
Universe
you.
isn't,
Sorry.
if Blasters of the Universe isn't on this list and Space Pirate Trainer isn't on this list, then I can't say that Shooty Fruity should be on this list.
Yeah.
No.
Ace.
I'm not going to be heartbroken over this one, but I just had to vote yes because I think it is.
What's the score right now?
It's 2, so you're deciding whether it stays or not.
Oh my gosh, because I thought everybody loved Shooty Fruity. I'm totally shocked it's down here. I thought everybody loved that game. So damn.
You can love it and
Hey,
still
man.
think it doesn't deserve to go through.
Right. You're here.
Yeah.
This is why you're here, is to make the tough decisions.
Oh, man.
Don't go with your heart on it, man. What you think, yes or no. Go with your heart. Don't worry about what anyone's going to think. I already said if it doesn't make it, I'm not going to be heartbroken, but I did vote for it.
And also, I'd say
you should be concerned what I think, though. I think.
Yeah.
If you want
to be invited back on again.
What did I do? Somebody said that you were gunning for me now. When did this happen? What happened?
Who's gunning for who?
No, somebody said that you've got like a target on me now.
Who? Me?
Because of something. Yeah. What did I do?
Oh, I don't know. I'm out of the loop
It
completely,
sounded like
man.
you just fucking threatened me.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you threaten me all the time.
I threatened Aceville. You. Not everything's about you, AJ. Get over it.
Oh, okay. Good.
Whoa.
Okay. Good.
Hey,
No,
Ace,
I'm fine with that. I don't want
Ace,
anything to be about me.
the thing I would say about this is, how many slots are we going to have? 7, right, Brian?
Right.
So at the moment, we've got 6, which have crossed the threshold of 3 or more. So I just say, think about it with this game compared to Dirt Rally, Killing Floor, Blair Witch VR, Catch and Release, Pixel Rip, 1989, PlayStation VR Worlds. Does Shooty Fruity belong along in that tier?
No.
In your
Well,
opinion?
I'm looking at what's left, and
Don't worry about what's left yet. We'll get to that.
I know, but all right.
Yeah, well, we might have to do one more vote once we're done.
Oh yeah, for sure. We will have to
keep cleaning it up.
Oh, this is so tough. This is so tough. Shooty Fruity is on the list.
It's on the list.
On the
All right.
list. It's on the list.
So, Miles, you voted for Shooty Fruity?
I didn't. No,
then that's 2 then.
That's 3, I thought. Oh, maybe I thought I had 3.
No, basically the people who originally voted for it. Did you vote for it, Brian?
Nope.
No, right? Yeah.
Oh, my bad
me.
then.
Oh, so that is 2.
I
put you
through all that pressure.
Yeah, I put you
Fuzzy
through all
math,
that
guys.
agony. I
Fuzzy
put you
math.
through all that agony, and it wasn't worth
Voices
it.
cracking.
Unnecessary trauma. I apologize.
So it's off the list.
You can sue me for that. It's off.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
list.
that was off.
All right, guys, let's talk about
Sorry,
Stride. Obviously, great parkour game, or great parkour mechanics. I think, as Marcus Sorar pointed out, if Sirento's not on this list, does Stride get to make the list? And let's open the conversation up just a little bit further, knowing full well that it's unlikely we're getting all the updates from the other versions, and the price went from $15 to $20 for apparently no reason whatsoever. We may not get the campaign. We may not get the multiplayer. With what's there currently at the current price, does it belong on this list?
Absolutely, because unlike Sirento, this game has amazing, I think, really, really intuitive controls, designs. It is really, really fun and fluid gameplay. And then on top of that, there are fun game loops to it. There are fun game modes to it that are really, really well crafted. The endless mode, the arena, the even the little challenge mode that you can complete, get all the stars. There's also leaderboards. This game has both fun gameplay and it's got 3 good, well-designed modes around it. Absolutely strong yes vote for me. Big strong yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no.
In a hush falls over the crowd.
I don't really like Stride all that well. I think it's a tech demo. I don't think the controls are all that great. And it was fun for a little while, but not for very long. And yeah, I don't like it. I don't think it's very good, honestly.
I think Stride is very good, but not good enough for this list. I think it's very streamlined experience. If you're the type of person who loves Stride, then you will love Stride and you will think it'll be on this list. But for people who that's not who it's for, I can't see it being like, oh, you totally changed my mind. I love this game. So I really like Stride. Hopefully they take it all in stride. I'm sorry. I know. We're getting there. But yes, no, not on the list is my vote.
Okay, and I will just also say a lot of the previous games we've discussed in this section, there was a lot of reaction in the chat going, well, if this hasn't made it, there's no way Stride should either. That, you know.
And so, and that's true. And that's true, right? Like, I mean, like, I totally understand when people say that, but that's them comparing one game to another game.
That's also true.
And honestly, when it comes down to Sirento or Stride, right? Like, they both have great gameplay mechanics. Both are missing huge parts of a complete game, you might say. But when I play Stride, in my head I'm like, yeah, a campaign would be really cool. But the fact is like I find myself doing the endless mode over and over and over and just like, oh, one more time. Whereas in Sirento, I play it, I'm like, yeah, that was fun. I don't really have a desire to play another level.
Yeah.
Stride to me, even though it's not the full version or whatever else, even though the graphics are kind of blurry and it's got this weird jump mechanic, there's all these little dings against it that certainly should add up. But when I'm like, man, I had so much fun playing it, and when it comes down to it, that's what games are about. It's fun. I can't back down from this one. I got to vote for it, even though I'm like, I see everyone else's reasoning. I've still got to vote for it because I'm like, it's so much fun. I vote yes.
I agree. Totally agree with you there. It's like I said, it's got these great mechanics, or at least I think the mechanics are great. It feels like you're running, jumping, climbing, sliding, swinging, and stuff. It makes you physically do these motions, and it's kind of it's tough to master it, but then you master it and you feel like a badass. There is a rewarding feeling. The endless mode and that it has, like, it feels satisfying to like go in there and play rounds, a few rounds of it. Unlike Sirento, which you kind of just don't know the point, other than like you get the satisfaction in Sirento from just the gameplay, but there's no like, oh, I accomplished this or anything. There's just a couple cool moves you pull off. This is like, okay, well, that was badass, and I also, had this really great run in the game as well.
Yeah,
I like Sirento more than Stride, but by a fair margin, and I voted no on Sirento.
So what is
only 2 votes?
Is it just me and AJ voting yes for that then?
I think so.
All right.
Yep.
Then I guess it's coming out then.
Democracy.
Well,
it's
a democracy for the time being. Eventually, we're going to burn this fucking place down, right?
Yeah.
All right.
The next one's going to be an interesting one. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, before we get to that, I just want to make sure we give a shout out to the people who have been keeping the lights on in the last... Oops, here it is. We got GC13, the Diet Pepsi Cat with a $20 tip, says, how many games are in your top 20 list that hasn't made it into the color section? Can I get a Synth Riders poll? No? Then I'll just throw shapes. Synth Riders is our next one, but Belramio, the Game Cat with the €5 says, Vertigo Home should have made the list. Everything else is a toy.
It's a toy.
Yep.
It's not a toy.
So that does bring us to Synth Riders, though. And I will say real quick, I will understand if people want it on the list. I loved it for the week that I played it when I reviewed it, and I immediately went back to Beat Saber after that was over. Beat Saber has remained my rhythm game of choice. Synth Riders, very fun, very cool. I don't like experiences like you get. A lot of people absolutely love the different experiences. Like, oh, it's so trippy, and I was like, yeah, well, welcome to 2016. When VR was really impressive just by putting on the headset. Experiences don't do it for me in Synth Riders. But so again, I understand why people love it. For me, it's a no though.
This is kind of like when Pistol Whip came out, Brian, and I was like, this is really great. It's like one of those things. It may not be for you, but you can see why other people really
Absolutely.
like it. And this is one of those things. I mean, for a lot of people that play a rhythm game, they want to have music that they enjoy. That's what makes rhythm games fun. I literally just played this game last night. There's a new pack for it, and it made me remember why I love this game so much, because for a while I'm starting to get a little bit salty about the no multiplayer ever coming. But I've still found that despite not having the multiplayer, which it desperately needs, it's still, while Beat Saber is like, I love the technical gameplay of it, the precision technical gameplay of it. I love the creative element of this game. This game does have fantastic mapping. It's got tons of different modes. The music, I think, is really, really good overall. And they've just added some more music that's really cool, a new experience as well that's visually amazing. This game, when you see somebody playing this, it may not always look amazing, but to me, the game, like playing it myself, is usually a really, really fun time. And this game is pretty awesome. A big yes from me.
I'd just like to simp ride off of AJ's comments and say, "Oh man," and just say that. Look, Beat Saber is my number one on this entire list for me personally, but I do think Synth Riders gets an absolute yes as well. One of the distinctions that AJ already touched upon is, Beat Saber, it is the precision, you're cutting blocks, there's that skill base to it that just gives you that drive to keep improving. Synth Riders, it's the feeling, like you flow with the music, and as someone who has not a dancing bone in my body, at least I feel like I'm dancing when I'm playing Synth Riders. Like, it makes you go with the flow of it. There are tracks on it that just feel kinetic in ways that Beat Saber doesn't. Again, Beat Saber is far superior in my opinion, and I am still annoyed it lacks the multiplayer aspect, because Synth Riders I do keep going back to, like when this pack came out yesterday. But that's the only time I come back to it. I want it to have that multiplayer or some social aspect or some competitive thing that makes me want to keep feeling a sense of progression with it, like a progression system. I think it needs more of it. So for me, there are many things about it that I feel are missing. But in a top 50, I think, yes, Synth Riders is brilliant, and it gets my vote.
Fucking Beat Saber. I am not a fan of Beat Saber. I'm tired of Beat Saber. It's on my list. It's high up on my list, mostly because of cultural impact. Beat Saber itself has done so much for VR on many platforms. Mm-hmm. But come on, with the Beat Saber. Synth Riders, Audica, super fun to play.
Yeah,
Agree.
I love Audica.
But since Beat Saber is not coming off the top 50, I'm not sure if I could put. I can't vote for Synth Riders. I got Thumper over all of them. That's my favorite VR rhythm game.
Brilliant.
You better save your vote then, because that's coming up.
Right. So I cannot, in good conscience, vote for Synth Riders, even though that's Beat Saber. Jesus, some games. Yes, that's a no for me.
You don't have to vote for. You don't have to vote for Synth Riders out of spite of Beat Saber. It's okay.
if I could, but it wouldn't fly. I know you guys in there. I know you guys in the chat. If I could, I would. If I could.
I hate Beat Saber's music, but it's still really fun to play.
Can we have a Beat Saber conversation? Can I take Beat Saber off my? You know what? I'm taking Beat Saber off my top 50.
Take it
I'm
off.
putting Borderlands 2 back on. I'm tired of being swayed. Matter of fact, Mortal Blitz on my top 50.
Yeah, now we're talking, baby.
Let's go.
Now let's go.
If I'm not mistaken, this means, Wes, you do have the deciding vote on this, because it's currently at 2 votes.
Yeah, this is tough, man. This is tough. I do think Synth Riders is head and shoulders a better game than Beat Saber is. The soundtrack is better. I like the fact that you're moving through the environment on a rail as opposed to being stationary. It's a lot more artistic. I love the experiences. That might be my favorite thing about it.
Yeah, those are really good.
But The PSVR version of this game does not have multiplayer on it. And like Aceville said, this is the second best rhythm game on this list. So as much as I like Synth Riders, I think I'm going to have to go no on this.
I find that interesting that I'm voting for it despite thinking Beat Saber is superior, and we'll get to that later. And you think it's superior to Beat Saber, and yet you're not voting for it.
Yeah.
So that so it's off.
It's off.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, I'm also ending the poll, which ended with 57% of the people saying that Synth Riders is in fact better than these other options that we have. Close, you know what I'm saying? Mad Max Gaming Channel with $2 tip says moment of silence for Sirento. I think he's behind on the stream a little bit, pouring one out. You're going to have a lot of moments of silence, Mad Max, so don't pour too much out. You have a lot to go.
Well, this is my
I think if Synth Riders would have added the multiplayer they promised, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Agreed.
I agree with that.
I think this is a clear case of them shooting themselves in the foot right here.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm shocked, but we're gonna have many more shocks.
All right, that leads us to The Room VR: A Dark Matter. Listen, there's a lot of puzzle games that will be in discussion later on. There's some escape room games that maybe should have made the list that didn't make the list. I think the puzzles in The Room VR are so well designed that is just, even though I 100% feel like The Room VR Dark Matter is a one and done, right? Like the intro level is like whatever, and the last level is like whatever, right? They're just sort of to cap the game. Everything in the middle is amazing. There's no alternate ways to play it. You've seen everything when you play it through one time. Doesn't matter. It's one of those games that all you need to do is play it through one time, and you'll remember it forever. This is a easy vote for me. Easy vote. Probably when looking at this list of games we have left, the one I would vote for over the rest of these.
Yeah, I agree. This is the second best game on this entire list. The 2-vote list. I love it. It's a good nuts and bolts puzzle game, but where it kind of differentiates itself is there are cryptic clues hidden in plain sight all over the place in this game, and you have to be very perceptive to pick them out. And the puzzle diversity is awesome. I just think this is a very highly polished and very good puzzle game. And yeah, obviously it's on my list. I voted for it already. So
I don't know why I thought it was so funny, but I saw Josh Shosky say a moment of Sirento, please, or something. Sirento.
Moment of Sirento is right. He's going to go play it in protest after the stream, and you should.
So here we go. This game was not even on my top 50, but there's no way I can not vote a yes for this. It is such a quality game. It's really, really good. So I do not dare vote against this. This game is too good. Gets a yes from me, easy.
Of all the games that I should have played that I haven't played because I'm a big scaredy cat, or whatever the case may be, there are two games that I wish I could speak more about. This is one of them. The other is Golem, and I can't speak much to this game. I haven't played it. I know it's awesome. Everyone speaks highly of it. I almost have to. I have to vote yes because it's awesome. Other than the fact that I haven't actually played it, so I don't know what to do with it.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because this was actually one of the games on my list to play this week, which I didn't get a chance to, and as in like it's a top 50 contender without doubt, top 20 contender.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I would say between you and me, we could probably, despite having not played it, us put a vote towards this. So. Because the rest of you have all voted yes, right?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice that you trust our opinion that much to say, well, if you guys are voting for it, then it's
not yours,
right?
Not yours. Everyone else's.
Everyone
not
else.
yours.
Not mine. If you trust Wes and AJ enough to, it's nice, but also, we invited everybody onto the show knowing full well that there was going to be a slew of games that were going to be discussed that not everybody had a chance to play, right? So we'll keep that in mind. And right. but it stays because we've got enough votes anyway. So
yeah, we'll keep it at 3 then. All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, which brings us to Thumper, and I've got to say right off the bat, as much as I love Thumper and think it's really, really, really cool, I don't get the top 50 love for this. When there were only 20 games on PSVR, I was like, yeah, absolutely, this belongs in a top 10 list. I get it. It is awesome. I love that you're on this track, like basically racing through hell. It's an aesthetic that speaks to me personally, right? I don't get top 50
What's it called? Rhythm violence. It's called rhythm violence.
Rhythm
isn't it?
violence.
Yeah.
Come on, that's top 50 right there. Rhythm violence.
Yeah. Not top 50 for me. Again, it's awesome. Somebody defend this game because I can't.
Thumper is an easy yes for me.
Easy.
Because not only is the gameplay like, again, that when it comes to rhythm games, one of the things I look for is like precision gameplay, precise gameplay. And this game goes hard on that. And visually, it's beautiful. It's one of the first VR games I ever played, and I had headphones on, and it melted my mind how amazing it was. It's just great gameplay, great visuals, and it's a big yes from me.
Thumper has 2 stages. The first time you play it, and every time after that. And both of them are different. The first time you play Thumper, it's just, come on. It's drugs. It's visual drugs. It takes you on a ride. It's the best roller coaster game ever made. It has strategy. You gotta stay on point. The intensity of it is insane. It's so unique at what it does. And then when you know what it does and you go back to it with a purpose, it's a brand new game. It just opens up for you.
There's also a new game plus mode that's a little bit different. That's awesome.
There's nothing. That first boss when he rises up over the track, oh my god!
See, and I agree with everything
kind
you guys are saying.
story.
That's the crazy thing, is I totally agree with everything you're saying. But that's the hard part about making a top 50 list, is that even though I love this game, I can't put it there.
This game was good on a base PS4.
Yeah,
it was still good.
Yep,
so good.
First of all, let me say that Until Dawn Rush of Blood is the best roller coaster game ever made.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and
Thank
get that
you.
out of the way. And there's not a close second. But with that said, Thumper was not on my original top 50 list. It was one of the late cuts, one of those last 10 that were tough, and I absolutely love this game. It was great way back then as a launch title. This is a game that I still revisit semi-frequently, and I love it every time. It's an audio-visual assault. It's a rhythm game with a boss fight. I love it. So yes, absolutely yes on Thumper.
Yes.
Is that enough? Does it stay in?
Oh man, this is difficult. Because this was on my.
We have 2 or 3.
We've got 3. The question is, do we have 4? Myles?
Yeah. So this was on my top 50, and it was one that I did remove. Oh man, this is so difficult. I love it for so many reasons, and it's all the reasons that have been expressed so far. It's just so. I mean, look, Tetris Effect is one of my, I think, top 5, top 10, and it has a very similar thing where, in that VR experience of playing this game, you are sort of absorbed by the experience that it creates. You're in there with the rhythm. You're like in this, rhythm violent machine that's just chugging along, and you're feeling the speed of it. You're feeling the adrenaline of it. There's these really cool boss moments. You get a very quick sense of, oh, what was your score? Well, I want to do that better now. Oh man, this is so difficult.
Donatello says Thumper is better than PSVR Worlds, Killing Floor, Pixel Ripped, and The Room. I actually agree with that. Other than maybe The Room, I totally agree with that.
That's not a bad.
Yeah, I mean, in the context and because it was one that I agonized with getting rid of, I'm going to give it my vote for this. Yeah, it's going to be a yes from me.
Okay. All right, and then we'll take a quick break after we talk about this last game, and then when we come back, we'll at least have most of this list put together.
Ready to start putting together. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost to the halfway point. If the final game on this list that we need to discuss is Windlands 2. I think there were only two of us had it on our list, right? I think it was just me and Wes. I mean, the fact that you can run through this, grappling 4 players, shooting arrows, killing bosses. Yeah, it has problems, but man, had so much fun. So frequently, I would just stop and look down, and my fear of heights would kick in, and I'd be like, I don't care, I'm running, and then just going to jump right off of this cliff. The very few complaints I had about it at launch, like how sometimes you would jump at the very edge of a cliff, and the jump button just didn't seem to register, that was patched. And it plays a lot more cleanly now. It feels like a more precise platformer than ever before. If it wasn't for the multiplayer, it might not make my list, but because the multiplayer is so much fun, it gets a yes for me.
Yeah, the multiplayer is the reason why this is on my list. Windlands 2, in the larger scale of the overall VR catalog, is one of the better games. Now, the PSVR version of it, it's one of the few games that I'll say there's some validity to the argument that the Move controllers just aren't quite enough for the game. There are inputs that this game has on other platforms that there's just not enough buttons for on the Move controllers. With that said, this is amazing co-op adventure. You can bring 3 friends with you through this, and people ask where the original Windlands is at. Well, this has boss fights, man.
Yeah. And
the original Windlands don't.
Enemies,
This
weapons.
is way better than the first one. Way better. Miles ahead of the first one.
Big, giant, open world.
I'll say it's
fun
Aceville better
gameplay.
than the original.
Yeah. So obviously it was already on my list, and it remains there.
Windlands 1 was one of my last cuts off of my top 50. I actually prefer Windlands 1 to Part 2. I like the quietness of it. I like the stillness of it. I think the more they added to make Part 2 actually took away from Windlands 1. So that's just me. I have 2 big holes in my gaming. I need a word here. Zeitgeist? I don't know. Is horror and multiplayer. I am not a big multiplayer guy, so that would never swing me over. So all your arguments are salient and they make perfect sense. It just wouldn't be my argument. I love the stillness of the first Windlands. If we were arguing over Windlands 1, my vote would be yes, but since it's the sequel, my vote is no.
Wow. So
I'm a rebel.
So far 2 yeses.
Oh, man.
And it's going to be down to you, AJ, because this, and I hate to sound repeating, I've got it installed downstairs, and it was another game this week. And for the game cats that don't know, a few weeks ago, I had this all blocked out for doing a lot of catch up, and COVID totally took it out of me that I just wasn't able to put a VR headset on. So I am very gutted that there's a lot of games I wanted to contribute to the conversation of, but this is one of them that I know is beloved. But it's not
no
one I'd be able to wait
excuses
for.
when the top 100 hits. No excuses.
Yes.
Unless you get COVID again 3 times.
Yes. Yeah. I'll agree to that.
Yeah.
COVID too.
Oh, this one is so tough for me because, I mean, I think I would put it above like Killing Floor, PSVR Worlds. I would put it above some of these on the list. And I love so many things it does. I mean, the locomotion is fun. The boss battles are cool. This one is tough, man. I would put it above. I can hear myself.
Yeah, Aceville, we're hearing from you.
Sorry.
Who is that
So
asshole?
scared to open up another window.
Oh, it's me. Shit, guys. I don't know. I'm so split on this one.
Okay, so listen. We've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games for 7 spots, right? Here's how this is gonna work. AJ can't make up his mind because it's not a music game. Yeah, I said it. And so listen, we need to take a break. I think we could all. I think we could all take a minute to go piss, maybe get some food. I'm gonna put the 16-minute video up of all the cats with all their suggestions that we started the show with, and when we come back, each of us will vote for the 7 that we think belong in the list. And
I'm gonna go ahead and say no for Windlands 2. I'm sorry.
That was the decision maker.
Yep.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Well, then no, you're not.
I am.
Okay. Well, then it comes off the list, and so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we'll all have to vote for which one comes off the list when we come back. So stay tuned. Oh, good night, Philosophy. The Squid Positive Talk Cat with the $2 tip says, "Hi guys, should that game video be changing?" It should be, except that's what made the video. That's what made the stream crash last time. Genetic Blasphemy, and so I would much rather just have the same trailer be playing than to keep crashing the stream over and over. OBS sucks. Stupid Donkey with the $2 tip says, "Top 3 Firewall." I mean, at this point, he's paid enough to like fucking get it up there. Wanderer, Blood and Truth. Interesting top 3. I like your top 3. We'll see how it all pans out, though. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's go take a little intermission. Cats will be back in literally 15 and a half minutes. Hold on, we're almost there. And where is it? There it is.
Serial Killer the Game Cat here. My pick for Super Hot VR. You guys barely included it on the last list, and I think with its unique gameplay, the style, it definitely deserves to be on the top 50.
Hey Gamecats and crew, Nick Milo here. Gosh, and you know, as soon as I hit play, I forgot what game I was going to talk about. It's like my favorite game. It's the reason I have VR. Well, you know, Ultra Wings is really good. That one definitely is top 20 in my book. But the other game, gosh, it's like when you finish the campaign, there's all these really fun modes to do, and I feel like it's underappreciated a little bit. Oh well. Enjoy the debate.
Cookie! What are you doing? Oh, you're getting high.
Hey Brian, hey AJ, hey Wes, hey Myles, UK Gamecat. This is Shooty Hootie. I'm with my own Gamecat here. Jess, say hey Jess. Maybe not. So yeah, I just want to put forward 2 games for your top 50. Number 1, got to be in there. Dirt Rally. I'm from the UK, so I'm a bit more familiar with Rally than most of you. Myles hopefully can stick up for me. Dirt Rally has got to be in your top 50. It's got to be in the top 25, top 10, top 5. Absolutely love it. It's an amazing experience. Yeah, it's a real go-to game for me. Got 100 hours in there, and yeah, real winner for me. And number 2, which I'm batting for, and I'm guessing you may be as well, Brian, is Separation. Just an absolutely amazing game, a really amazing experience to play through. I'm a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus, the whole Team Ico, Last Guardian, all that world. And so yeah, Separation was just an awesome experience, some amazing moments. So I'm really batting for that as well. Thanks very much, guys.
Hey everyone, it's Jeremy from New Zealand, the same guy who does the time codes for AJ. I hope I'm not too late, but I wanted to throw my hat in the ring and say Shooty Fruity deserves a spot on the list. Maybe sort of top 40s, but it definitely shouldn't be slept on. Really great gameplay, great wave shooter. So yeah, fingers crossed. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, what's up without Parole? Jubesy here. I just want to say hi to Bryan, AJ, Wes, Myles, and the Gamecats. I'm just here to leave my 2 cents for the top 50 debate. My accomplice and I, Bear, say hi, Bear. We've gone to great lengths to choose a game. Him choosing Conrad's Kittens, which is garbage. Don't put that on the top 25, don't tell him though. And we have actually decided on Stride together, because this game is good. It's cheap. It did get a price increase with no content to show, but nonetheless, the Endless Mode's killer. Hopefully multiplayer on the way, but who knows with these devs. But yeah, Stride's a great game. I think it definitely deserves a spot in the 20 to 25 range. I say we can kick Sniper Elite VR right off the end of the list and banish it to the 9th ring of hell. That game sucks. And the aim support is pretty garbo, but yeah, that's my hot take for the day. Anyways, I'd love to see Stride somewhere in the top 25, if not top 50. And I just want to say thank you guys very much for all the work you do for creating this community, especially over the pandemic. It's really helped me, and I know a lot of other people that it's helped a lot too. And I hope you explode with PSVR 2, and I can't wait to hang out with all of you with the Ords. And have a great day.
Alright, did you get it started? Okay. Hey Bryan, hey Cats. So Ruby and I decided to go ahead and give our recommendation for top 50. I know it's a little bit cliche, we might be kind of biased or whatnot, but we really thought that we had a good idea for a game for top 50, and we think you should really be considering Baby Hands, you know, because Baby Hands, great game, should probably be in the top 50. So anyway, we just wanted to let you know you should consider, you know, Baby Hands.
Hey everyone, this is Darth Vader the Gamecat, and my number one pick would have to be Saints and Sinners. Because who doesn't love zombies? The physics, the animations, the detail in the game, it's really well done, and Saints and Sinners really outdid themselves. So that's my number one pick for PSVR Without Parole's top 50.
Hello, it's Lupo the Gamecat and Marquette Kamush, and we want to nominate The Room VR Dark Matter.
Hello, PSVR 2 Without Parole, and all the Game Cats in Game Cats land. This is Awesome Tatum sliding into the Games Cast, giving you a few games to consider for the PSVR Top 50 games. The first one we're going to talk about is 1976, an awesome retro shooter where you go to 1976, and kill some Nazis in an old school retro shooter fun. Then next up is Table of Tales, where you get to play on an awesome table that quite literally is a table of tales with 4 scoundrels and an awesome RPG adventure, giving you a ton of D&D vibes with an easy card system and a unique story. And then finally, the Grand Poobah itself, Thumper, where you get to pilot a space beetle in a crazy psychedelic land with crazy thumping, bumping music and some crazy bosses and just a hell of a good time. I love it. Great game. Very underrated. That's my games. This is Awesome Tatum. Signing out here. I remain awesome. And now, back to the games.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Nicholas, also known as Nick the Gamecat How. And I would like to talk about my opinion on the top 25 debate. So I want to start out with Pistol Whip. Believes that Pistol Whip deserves to be back in the top 25 for sure. No question about it. Love that game. Such a great workout. I'd like to talk about what I think deserves to be number one. A lot of people believe Resident Evil 7 deserves to be number one, right? And I feel the same way. I think Resident Evil is the quintessential number one PSVR game over Saints and Sinners for sure. And I want to talk about what I think deserves to be in the top 50. And I think is Paper Beast. Paper Beast, wow. That's a very divisive game, isn't it? Yeah, a lot of people loved it. A lot of people hated it. I loved it for sure. I thought that was an amazing Zen experience. Definitely therapeutic as well. I love that game. While I was playing the game, there wasn't a moment that I wasn't thinking anything else but that game. Completely present. I was like really present while playing that. And it was great. I loved it. And I really felt that it was pretty therapeutic. So I definitely believe that deserves to make at least the top 50, you know? All right, thanks guys. Peace.
My favorite PlayStation VR experience. Now, when you introduce someone to VR, Beat Saber is great. Job Simulator, fine. Super hot, fantastic. Games like Blood and Truth, wonderful. But my very, very favorite, if you have a PlayStation VR, you gotta check out Just in Time Incorporated. Just in Time Incorporated, I loved the comedy, I loved the style, I loved how each stage was maybe themed like a different movie, a little bootleg version of it or something like that. I loved the idea of you have to save their life in slow motion and do slow motion-y things to make it happen. It's an experience I come back to every once in a while. I'd love to see a new version of it. I'd love to see it updated, maybe for the PlayStation VR 2. You never know. But Just in Time Inc. Love it.
Hey Gamecats, I'm Sci-Fi Gamecat Henry, and this is Angel. I'm not here to fight for a game that should be number one. I'm here to fight for a game that should just be included in the top 50. And that game is Star Trek Bridge Crew. It may have been delisted, and it may be Ubisoft, but it's got a great Star Trek feel. It's a 4-player co-op game, and there really isn't anything like it on PlayStation VR. And everybody does really need to work as a team in order to succeed, so hopefully you'll consider it. Live long and prosper.
Hey guys, it's Texotron, the Boopable Game Cat here, and I just wanted to give a shout out to two of my most favorite games, which are Puzzling Places and Final Assault. Both excellent games that don't get enough love, and just so there's no debate, we all agree, Resident Evil 7, much better than Saints and Sinners. Both good, but Brian's right. Anyway, love you guys. Bye!
Is one of the greatest VR games, if not the greatest, for jet fighter combat. I'm Mancunian Gamecat, and my choice for top 50 is Star Wars Squadrons.
Hello. My nickname online is Highlight Notes. My name is Noam. I don't have a game cat at the end of my name. I'm so sorry. I love cats, for what that's worth. I have two PSVR games I wanna put forward for the top 50. They're both maybe unconventional, kind of niche picks, but that's how I roll. So the first one is Ghost Giant. The second one is Derustine. These are both games that I think some people really love, and some people, meh. It's kind of just didn't really work for them. But I especially want to put these forward because for me, first of all, there are two of my favorite games, not just on PSVR, but of all time. These are two of my favorite games. They're both games that made me cry, which is very unusual, and I really value that. And in general, I think that games don't get enough love for emotional impact and atmosphere. And I get it's not the top priority for a lot of gamers, which is okay. But it is for some. So I want to be representing that emotional gamer love. They both have amazing soundtracks, beautiful music. They both have amazing atmosphere in totally different ways. Beautiful visuals, crisp. Derustine has some of the best realistic visuals, and especially on the PS4 Pro, where the anti-aliasing is much better. They both have great VR design. Yes, Derustine doesn't have neither of them have full locomotion, but they work very well for what they want to do. Derustine has just great hands, and they feel great. I don't know, the hands in Derustine are when you move close to an object, the hand shifts shape, and the tutorial in Derustine is really amazing. I think. It just works really well. And same in Ghost Giant. You can interact with so much. You can put really cute hats on everything, which is the best thing ever, basically, arguably. So I hope that these games get some love. Maybe get onto the top 50. I know they're not conventional picks for your top 50, but there it is. That's my push. Take care. Good luck. Hope you have fun arguing. I'm in Da Nang, Vietnam, by the way. If anyone wants to be jealous about the speech, it's a wonderful place. I got here a month ago. All right, take care.
Hey there, Game Cats. Me and Cass here thinking. She's thought about Long Haul last night, and And we believe that Song and Smoke definitely need to be in the top 10. And I need to get back to it and finish that game because it's awesome.
Hi, this is Shem Yowza, and this is the newest addition to our family, Trevor. My pick for this list would be Spark if it was a retrospective, but it's not, so I'm going to go with Beat Blaster. It's one of my favourite games of all time for just pure arcade fun. The pumping music that drives you on, it feels so immersive because of the way that you move using your body to move side to side and controlling the speed that you move through these randomly generated levels that are never the same twice. And it's just so addictive, and it gives you that feeling of just one more go. You just can't help yourself. Absolutely love Beat Blaster.
Greetings Gamecats, this is Time to PlayStation VR, formerly known as Time to Play. Woo! My nomination, Alvo. Why? Yeah, the graphics suck, but it's fun. I always enjoy it. I meet a lot of great Gamecats on there. Please consider it. It gets mentioned all the time, but it's just never there. It never makes it. Why? Why? It's got to be one of the most played games that we are. And we all hear about this game, that game, great. And they are great. But which ones do you keep going back to? Alvo, motherfuckers. Alvo. Woo!
Hey Bryan, AJ, Wes, Myles, Aceville and all Gamecats. My name is MJ Fritz. And this is or was my cat Ocelot, because he died 2 years ago. And yes, it's Ocelot like in Revolver Ocelot. For the top 50 debate, I vote Firewall 0 Hour number 1. Because the gameplay is solid, it's immersive and VR AF with the aim. And let's face it, there's no other not formally existing IP that has been one of the few system sellers, and it maintains a strong player base. Have fun with the show. Bye.
Up, gonna put the sound up, and now all the sound should be back up.
Hooray!
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed that. No one gives me a second. No one can. Damn it, Looper! No, thank you guys so much for hanging out and waiting for us to come back. Hopefully you enjoyed that segment, seeing all the cats and all their suggestions, all their ride or dies. We got real close to finishing this off before the break, before getting 50 games on the list. We haven't put them in any real kind of order yet, but we're real close to actually having the 50 games. And so I think the first thing we need to do before we do anything else is figure out which of these 8 games will take up these last 7 spots. So
we got to vote.
We have to vote one off.
Yeah, we have to vote one off. Let's do this the easy way. Let's all just vote one off, and if there's in the most number of votes that any of them get goes off. Is that the don't you think isn't that the easiest way to do this?
It is the easiest way, but it's still difficult.
Easiest way.
We might need to take a moment to agonize over which one we're going to do, but then we should go down the list and see which gets the most votes for getting voted
I'm not agonizing. I'm not agonizing.
Can we do a poll? Can we do a poll as well, just to see what the cats say?
No, we need to move this along.
I just want to see which one they would vote off. Is all. But okay.
By the way, are we saying the 3 ones that got 4 votes? We're not saying necessarily they're automatically through, no?
I would say, I would say the ones that got 4 votes. I mean, that's kind of before. Why do we need to vote on those again? Obviously, people.
Well, that was just to clear it up, though. Really, that wasn't a final. That was more for clarification, right?
Okay, sure.
Wait. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of ties, though. There's There's a lot of ones with 3 votes. So, and some of those were because they hadn't played, they haven't been played. So
right.
By the way, refresh my memory. Who crossed the aisle on Pixel Rip 1989? Who said yes that didn't already have it on their list?
That was me. Yeah.
It was you? Okay.
Okay.
Just so Anna doesn't kill me.
Oh, see how it is. Okay. Your Long Shadows is not going to let this one slide. Okay, so give me 20 minutes to set this poll up. Which of these
okay.
games comes off the list? Okay, give me the options, guys. Help me out, so I don't have to do. Tell me. I'll
What you doing? What you doing a poll for? The one with the threes?
What is it? You guys are having conversations that I don't know anything about. We are trying to figure out the last 7 games on this list.
Yeah.
Give me the last 7 games. Or the last 8 games.
Last 8.
Okay, I'll give you now. So they're Dirt Rally.
Next.
Killing Floor Incursion.
Okay.
Thumper.
Okay.
Blair Witch VR.
Okay. Oh wait,
Catch and
you
Release.
can only ask 4 at a time.
That's why I was asking what you were going for. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make this easy. I'm gonna start my vote. I'm voting off PlayStation VR Worlds.
I'm also voting it off. Nice and easy.
Yep.
Okay.
Who come on, give me more votes.
I'm voting Catch and Release.
I'm voting Catch and Release.
Oh no! So wait,
Was
who hasn't voted then? Myles?
Me, it's just me that's not voted. And oh my.
Okay, well wait. This makes the poll easier.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Makes it much easier.
Which one are
So I
you?
don't get to vote.
Well, which one are you voting off, Myles? This leaves us with
I'm
only
not
3
voting any of
games.
them.
Have you played all of them that are?
I haven't. So
Myles,
the ones I haven't played.
Which one are you voting off? And then we'll put those 3 games up to the chat.
Oh no!
It could be 2 games, Brian.
Oh,
It could
Just
be.
say it. Just say it. It could be. It's gonna be 2 or 3 games that are voted off.
Exactly.
That are up for vote.
No, Myles.
This is so difficult because obviously I'm narrowing it down as well because there's someone there that I've not played, so I can't vote him down. Oh man.
No pressure.
No, lots of pressure.
Man. There's loads of pressure.
And look, man, there's no hard rule that says you can't vote one down because you didn't play it. Obviously,
Sure.
you can't vote for it,
right?
Because you didn't play it. But I mean,
True. But I would
Such a
feel,
hard man.
yeah, but I would feel
Right
bad,
here.
like
Well, I
going
have-
out.
You don't know what you're doing if you vote for it without having played it.
That's what I mean. If I've not played it, I don't feel I have a right to.
I haven't played
take it off
Catch
the
and
list.
Release. I'm very aware of what it is, and I'm sure that's the one that
You
I
thought it
feel
was.
doesn't
You
belong.
thought it was an arcade fishing game.
Okay.
Well, Catch and Release and
Well, guess
PlayStation VR
what?
Worlds
We,
is
we,
why you have
we
to-
talked about it
this is
too
why you
long.
need to
We talked
play
about it
stuff.
too long. I changed my vote. I'm putting Pixel Ripped on the list up for the chopping block.
Oh man.
Wait, what?
Yep.
Okay, so now Catch and Release, PSVR, and Pixel Ripped. Myles, pick one. Hurry.
Myles. No pressure, Myles.
Because it was one I had to take off my initial top 50 list, and Anna's going to kill me. I'm going to vote Pixel Rip 1989.
Okay, so so the vote comes up to these 3. All right, let's do it. I'm asking everybody. Ask the community. Steve Irie says this is going marvelously. No, this is how it's supposed to go, Steve. It's supposed to be chaos. The chaos is finally ensuing. It's going to be amazing.
And while he's
I think I've
topping
got
that,
this in the bag. I think I've got this in the bag here because I went with the people's vote.
Hey, listen. I know that you're all for the people, and that the 3 people who communicated to you prior to the show all have opinions. And trust me, like I think PSVR Worlds will come off the list. I think that will be the one.
Yes, I think it will.
Because it has this reputation of being a demo disc. Because and that's fine. It was my first vote too. So if that's what happens, I'm totally fine. Let's get this thing to 100 votes, guys. Come on, vote.
The Uncultured Swinecast.
If it's an overwhelming one, for one of these games, then that's going to be great. I'll be really annoyed if it's super close between.
If it's, I would love it for it to be close. That would be so perfect.
I just want to say, AJ, I know it's not an arcade fishing game. What I was trying to say, have you played Real Fishing?
I'm gonna give you shit for that for the rest of our lives.
Have you played Real Fishing VR? Have you played Real Fishing VR?
No.
That's the type of fishing game I like. A simulation. Compared to that, this is more arcadey. That's all I was trying.
Have you played Monster of the Deep, AJ? Because that is a fucking simulation.
That is not a simulation. That is very much
Played
arcade.
Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
As somebody that fished in real life, I do not I did not think that catch and release feels like arcadey or anything. I do want to play this. I would love to check out this real fishing game.
I feel like taking points away from you because you fished in real life.
Fortnite's got a good fishing simulator. You just dangle it in, and when it splashes, you just pull it back, and then you got like a sniper rifle. It's wicked.
Yeah, I like Resident Evil 4. The fishing's great in Resident Evil 4.
I don't think PSVR Worlds is going to come back here, guys.
I don't think so either. I think it's about time to knock it off the list. And while we wait for a few more votes to come in, I want to give a quick shout out to Darth Vader, the Gamecat. Says, this is your daily dose of Dead Island 2. Loving the show. $2 tip. Thank you so much. And we also have GC13, the Diet Pepsi Cat, with a $20 tip. Says, this is what I have been waiting for. Chaos, frustration, anger, passion, and finally results. We will all criticize. Why do you do this? Why do you all do this again? Love you before I hate you. And one more before we close to the poll. Genetic Blasphemy, the Squid Positive Talk Cat says, shit.
And I do.
I'm assuming that this cast will be a 4-day event. We're actually making some good time. We're about to have our list and then just organize it. It's going to take another fucking 3 or 4 hours. Alvo's in the chat. Love you, Steve. We are not shitting you. Belrami the Game Cat with the €5 says Monster of the Deep is the #1 PSVR fishing game by a long
No, it is not.
margin.
I like Monsters of the Deep, but no, not even close.
I get 20 hours in
Catch
Monster
and
of the
release.
Deep, and I'm good, man. Like, that game is, it is what it is.
To be fair, it's the #2 best fishing game on PSVR. Out of
By the way,
maybe
2 good ones.
Can I just say that I did in my top 50 have Alvo in there, so if you want to put like me as a skin in the game, like just get in touch. That'd be wicked.
There you go. All right, so that means in the final 7 here, real quick, let's get PSVR Worlds.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a pretty solid.
Okay.
Repudiation.
And hopefully this copies and pastes pretty easily. There we go. All right. Fantastic. Guys, we have 50 games on our top 50 list. And even though they're sort of blocked off to some degree, so we roughly know where the top ones will be and where the middle ones will be and where the lower ones will be, we still have a lot of discussions ahead of us. So, guys, let's start where we already are, right? Because we've just had lengthy discussions about all of these games at the bottom of the list. So it shouldn't take us too much work to put these into some kind of final order. All right. So with Blair Witch VR, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally, Killing Floor Incursion, Pixel Rip 1989, The Room VR, Dark Matter, and Thumper.
Can we do these in like increments of 5? So it doesn't. Well,
this one has 7. So you'd like to separate it into a group of 5 and a group of 2?
No, never mind.
Okay, let's leave this one. Let's leave this one with 7, and then we'll take the next block when we get to it. So I mean I could be wrong, you guys, but I'm pretty sure what I heard when we were all talking about this, we all had a lot of respect for the Room VR Dark Matter, and I would put that at the top of this block, personally.
I don't think I'd put it above Catch and Release or Dirt Rally. No.
I wouldn't put it above Blair Witch, but I would have it second. So I'm kind of with you, Brian.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm hearing what you guys have to say.
Sorry, we're talking about Dirt Rally, yeah?
Which of these games in this final block, in this green block, Blair Witch, Catch and Release, Dirt Rally, Killing Floor Incursion, Pixel Rip 1989, The Room VR, Dark Matter, and Thumper? Which
I vote Dirt Rally.
Dirt Rally to be highest on this block.
That's my vote.
I could stand by
Dirt Rally shouldn't even be.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a full vote in the last round, and I hadn't played it, but I've been a supporter of it, so I'd be happy for Dirt Rally to take the top of this.
Everything he said. Yep.
Listen, I'll give you guys Dirt Rally, if Wes and I can have the next 2 blocks with Blair Witch and The Room VR Dark Matter.
I
second this.
I'll give you Blair Witch. I don't know why you get 2-1.
I'll give you a block to do whatever you want to do with it.
Okay. Let's. So I rephrase the vote then. I rephrase the question. Dirt Rally at 44, Blair Witch at 45.
Yes.
Blair Witch.
I'm okay with this.
I have no skin in that. That's fine. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
happy. I'm happy
You
to
haven't
concede these two.
offended Thumper yet, so
Yeah.
Dirt Rally goes on at 44. Blair Witch goes on at 45. These are, by the way, you guys.
I'm sorry, Aceville, but I'm gonna have to say Killing Floor needs to be number 50.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Aceville.
I gotta figure this out. Why these aren't showing up on the screen? Don't mind me. I'm sorry. What did you just say needs to be number 50?
Okay, now let's just start from the bottom up. He gave me this look, and let's. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Kicked off your world, and now you're coming on. Okay.
Those were my two I was gonna eliminate. I'd eliminate both of them if I could, but I only had one.
I got Catch and Release at 50, so how about that? No.
Word, I'm with you.
Oh.
All right,
Dirt Rally.
so still up for debate is
The Room. I'm cool with The Room. Next.
Second that.
Yeah, I third that.
I'll be up. Yeah, good with that.
See, look at that, Wes. We got what we wanted, even though we changed the deal.
Yeah, no,
and then I'd say Thumper. I'm sorry. Then I'd say, wait, is Catch and Release already solidified?
Catch and Release has not been solidified. We still have Thumper, Pixel Ripped, Killing Floor, and Catch and Release to figure out.
I'd want Catch and Release next.
Yeah,
for me to cast my first
Catch and Release.
strong vote.
I'm sorry. Did you say cast?
Yeah, I did.
Just checking.
I vote.
Did you like it, Brian?
I did.
It was actually an unintentional pun, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm just fishing for compliments.
Listen, Catch and Release didn't even make my top 50, but again, I have voted for it so many times as number 25 on our top 25 list.
Makes it a top 25 list.
Right? That it's really hard for me to say no to Catch and Release being number 47.
Yeah, I thought it was already solidified, so I was premature with the Room VR, but that's okay. Give me Catch and Release at 47. I'll be happy.
Well, I hereby nominate Thumper for 48.
I second that nomination.
I like Thumper for 48.
Whoa! I think I think as long as Myles is okay with all this, I think we just figured out 2 more places.
I think this has just been quite sophisticated.
That's terrible.
Okay, guys. Seriously,
all
though.
right, goodbye.
I'm now taking applications for next Friday's Gamescast.
To be fair, I can see that Brian has haddock up to here with fish puns.
Did you say haddock
Well, when
up
the
to
chip-
here?
Well, when the chips are on the table, you can really come through, Myles.
Wow, that's true. That is very true. Let me scale it back.
We're at 50, guys.
I'm so finished. Oh goddamn. Okay, 49 and 50. That means the only 2 left up for debate are Pixel Ripped 1989 and Killing Floor Incursion. Come on, guys, Killing Floor is better than Pixel Ripped.
Killing Floor is better.
Yeah,
I got Killing Floor.
I think Killing Floor. Is it though?
It is.
Yeah. Everyone else is saying it is. What do you think, AJ?
I don't know. Yeah, sure.
All right. No objections. No objections.
I won't fight too hard. Yeah.
I'm easy going with this.
Nice.
With all this. Yeah.
That wasn't another pun, was it? Because if it was, I missed it.
No.
No. Okay.
The chat has just gone absolutely fish mad. Someone said good cod.
God,
that's a great one. Yeah.
All right, and then Pixel Ripped makes it in at number 50. I gotta say, I did not expect Pixel Ripped 1989 to make it on this list. This was one that probably hasn't hit a top 25 list or a top 10 list since like the month it came out, I think. So good. I love seeing that. All right, so now we got to move up a little bit, and this is when shit starts getting complicated. Now, AJ, You were saying about you're talking about breaking these up a little bit, but I wonder if we're going to have a problem with that because if
you're trying to,
when we look at these and say, well, these are these all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
well,
6,
you made
7,
this
8,
a lot
9, 10, 11,
tougher
12, 13, 14.
than what we're used to.
Actually,
doing it this way,
I will tell
is
you,
much more difficult.
We got here much quicker than we usually do. So you can say I made it more
Okay.
difficult, but I'm gonna tell you right now. When I look at this list right here of this group of titles, a couple of them stand out for me.
I think we need to go by the top one and work our way down to the bottom.
Yeah.
That seemed to work better.
Okay.
So
You're
what's
right.
everybody's best game?
Golem.
That they see here.
Golem.
Well, okay, so
I'm gonna say Hitman 3. Wait, hold on, this is in the way. Sniper Elite's in there.
I want to say something just for context, and it's not to say it's got to get the top spot.
No.
But Rec Room was my number 4 out of the top 50. And so I do want it to score higher in this section. And I could say a piece now of why it is, because I know some people are going to be very confused of like, really, Rec Room? For me, it's like Rec Room has so much diversity in gaming experiences. It's a true social space. It's the closest we've sort of got on PlayStation to a metaverse. It's got Battle Royale. It's got climbing. I think of like all the elements of different games. But I know the big pushback Rec Room gets again and again is it's just full of screaming kids telling you to go F yourself, which it definitely has in there. I've shown it in some of the clips of the week of some of the shenanigans. Yep. But people have recently, since I've sort of gone into it and built the spaces, realized actually when you go into private areas and have your own spaces, it's really good. It's a game that is consistently added to. And then the final thing I would mention, and it was just an experience I had recently during a Pride event, was they had this creation room that they broadcast on their YouTube channel with a camera in game. And it was for the LGBTQ plus community, and they were interviewing people about why they created it. And this was official Rec Room. And when they were interviewing people on it, they were saying, I got bullied in some of the other spaces. And Rec Room weren't like, oh no, shut them down. They were like, no, let's talk about this. And so we have created this here. And the reason I bring that up is when I think of Dreams, which is also high up on my list, I absolutely love Dreams. And I think that if you want to make realistic, or great VR experiences, it's good for that. But the reason I personally enjoyed creating more in Rec Room is because there is that social component. You can share environments and things like that. So the only reason I'm saying a lot about Rec Room this low on the list is because it's so high on my list. And I just want that to be put into consideration. I actually think Rec Room has done a lot through the whole PlayStation cycle. And I still think it leads in many ways. It still has a vibrant community. There is so much you can do, from driving to Battle Royale to rock climbing to bowling. And it's a game that I love to go back to again and again. So, yeah, I just wanted to shout out it for that.
I agree with them. Excuse me, 100%.
But I also know there are people that hate it. And I'm totally cool with that. I know it's a divisive one, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's one of those games that it's easy to hate. It's fun to hate on as a platform. It's still free, right? Rec Room still free?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wonder if it was still free.
I just, as a game, I don't know if I'd put it to me. It's upper in this part section. It's in the upper part of this section.
I think it's disrespectful to have it in this section at all. I think Rec Room is pretty important. I think the flexibility of the platform. It's not even a game. It's a platform. You know what I mean? It's things you could do in there. Ignoring annoying people is super easy. I never talk to anybody in Rec Room. But the flexibility of it is, I think it's wild that it's this low down the list, to be honest.
It's also the fact that when you do paintballing in it or laser tag, even though they have very similar mechanics, the guns are different, and it does feel like you're playing laser tag. It does feel like you're paintballing, and like having those distinctions between those game modes. There's a lot of individual games in Rec Room that I'm like, that.
As a social platform and everything, as a social interactive game, I agree. But as a game itself, I don't really agree that it's going to be top above some of these. Yes, the games are fun and all, but they're not better games than the other thing. As the social thing, I do agree. It is, I think what boosted up is the social platform, that the strength of the social platform that it is. but as a game, even all the little even all the little games, even added up, I don't think they compare to some of these other actual games.
Oh, I agree. Like, there'll be some games on this list that don't, but I think that the last point I was going to make was there are games in Rec Room, individual games, that I think on their own would be brilliant VR games. And actually, there's a lot of VR games out there that have things that don't even come close to what they've managed to do in Rec Room. So, yeah, you know, I feel very strongly about it, obviously. And that's why I wanted to make the case. And it was the game I was most nervous about putting on a top 50 because I know it's never, ever had a shout in previous top 20 conversations for as long as I can remember anyway.
Yeah.
It's
I
made
tend
our
to
list before.
I tend to fall in line with AJ's thinking on this. It is an impressive social platform, and it's fun to hang out in. And even though I didn't make my final cut, I think it fits perfectly fine into this bracket. I don't know that I would put it at the top because honestly, you know, it's a great social platform. But if I'm going to hang out with a group of friends, I'm going to go play Zenith. I'm going to play Minecraft or other things that I would pick over Rec Room. But I recognize what you're saying, and I'm happy that it's here. I just wouldn't put it at the top.
And again, I'm not asking for it to go to the top. I'm just saying that I want it to be.
We'll make sure it gets in the top half of it. I'd say.
I think it deserves to be a bracket higher than this, personally.
But unfortunately, we can't do that.
So what's y'all's vote? Game?
I will say that I feel like these type of conversations can certainly happen, right? If everybody agrees, if we all go look at it and go, Rec Room does belong in a bracket higher than this. If we all agree on it and go, you know what, in retrospect, looking at this the way that it is, like let's have these discussions. I do think it's perfect here, because every time I jump into Rec Room, I always find myself having a lot of fun. It's always cool people doing cool things, and especially when you make your own, when you find your own friends and you're not just walking into a general area with a bunch of kids, then absolutely it's a good time. Still going to bat for Golem.
Yeah, I would say that there's 5 games in this bracket that should probably be in the top bracket. Like Sniper Elite's my number 6. I love that. That's a AAA level full shooter campaign with aim support. I absolutely love that game. Rez, classic, instant classic. Everyone loves Rez. Hitman 3, you know, I think the only thing that kind of hurts Hitman 3 is the control scheme.
Absolutely.
But in terms of like the amount of content and the richness of the world, I mean, it was the game of the year last year. You said Golem, which I agree with. Probably one of the most underrated games on the entire list, Golem. And then I would put Borderlands 2 there for a lot of the same reasons as Hitman and Sniper Elite. A lot of content, aim support, AAA game. Those would be like the ones I would put, for me, toward the top of this bracket.
I can't. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think I can agree with Golem because of the control scheme. I mean, you want to talk about Hitman 3's control scheme? Golem has a horrible control scheme, but it is a great open world game. It does have beautiful graphics. It does have really fun gameplay. It was one of the first games to introduce that really, really good. It was the first game that didn't have waggle, which was great. So I do feel for you there. I do feel for you there.
I have a question. Do we still consider the best version of the game? Because obviously on the PS5 you can't use the nav controller.
Right.
But I think the controls are all right on PS4 Pro if you have a nav controller.
Yeah,
oh, while we do mention the best version of the game, I don't know if does nav controller really count?
Yes.
I've never even played it with nav controller.
It is it's absolutely the best way to play this game, and so
it's a literal game changer.
Yeah, like I mean, so the other thing, you know, obviously holding a DualShock 4 in your hand the entire time, which is like, you know, weird to hold a DualShock with one hand for such a long period of time. It's like off balance and shit, right? Just to move an analog stick. Kind of sucks. You do get used to it. I played a Golem not that long ago, and I played for hours, and after the first hour, kind of forgot that I was doing this silly thing with the DualShock 4. nav controls are totally doable on the PlayStation 4, and we always rate these things by the best way to play them. So 100%, I don't think there's any real control problems in Golem, other than the fact that you can't like really look around all that much when you're walking. Your Golem walks slowly, and you kind of want to just take in the environment. But instead, your Golem slows to a crawl because of head turning, right? Which like developers just haven't fucking figured this shit out yet. So yes, there's still control problems no matter how you look at Golem. But beautiful open world, amazing intense combat. Just, I mean, the cinematics in that are just amazing. And the whole time you're just playing as a little girl in bed. There's two worlds happening simultaneously in Golem at all times. It is sort of mind-blowing how they pulled all of this off, and it's one of the best-looking games on the platform, period. I just loved everything about it, and so, I mean, the fact that it's not higher on this list kind of bugs me, but that's why I think it needs to be one of the highest in this bracket.
I got Borderlands 2 over Golem. I can't speak much to Golem, but I'm just going to say that flatly. Just looking at the list as it stands right now, Borderlands 2 VR is,
Aceville, I'm with you. Listen,
Doom
Borderlands,
VFR
Hitman, and Golem should be the top 3 in this, and then followed by Rec Room for Myles.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the 3 vote or 2 vote bracket?
This is the 3.
You all, 3 of you guys had Doom VFR?
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's the third?
Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, Doom VFR, but I don't see it on the list. Like, I'm looking at the screen here. Is Doom one of these?
It's at the top of the red.
It's
bracket.
very first. Let me point to it.
I don't see it on my screen. Huh. Weird.
All right, I'm gonna go. For me, it's between Sniper Elite and Hitman 3, for what I think gets my top vote.
Oh my god. Sniper Elite's fine, right? Like I think Sniper Elite's fine. I think it was really fun. I think the sniping mechanic was great, but really it was for me it was too fragmented, right? It's like the whole thing is told through memories. Like, oh, we're gonna jump ahead to this time, and now we're gonna be in this location, and there was no cohesiveness to it. Like we're in that again. Not every game has to play exactly the same. It worked well enough, but it definitely felt like these developers like didn't know how to make like one full cohesive game and actually let you go through an entire campaign.
You can say the same thing about Hitman, though, couldn't you?
You can, and I will when we talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, Sniper Elite fell off my list totally because of that. It's such a well-made game that's still a solid game. It's not really doing anything that's making me want to say, you should play Sniper Elite right now. If you're looking for a game to play and you're playing Sniper Elite, you'll have a great time. But that's kind of it, if I could frame it that way. You know what I mean?
I'm really surprised you guys
magical about
voted
it.
Doom VFR over Doom 3. Very surprised by that.
Me too, because I voted for Doom 3 was on my
easy.
list. VFR is a great game, but 3 was just more fun. Aim control. Aim control, more horror.
3 it has scaling problems.
That's true.
It never got a pro patch. Like, it's blurry. And I played Doom 3 on 3 platforms. The other 2 were mods, and they were both better implementation than the official version.
But you know full well that because of the aim support, it was probably the most fun way to play it with the aim, wasn't it? Out of all 3 versions, tell me right now, Wes, didn't the aim make it more fun to play than the other versions?
The aim is the reason to play it on PlayStation. I'll give you that. I love the aim controller, and I'll play as many games as will implement the control scheme. I'll definitely play it. So yeah, I enjoyed it. That's what made it worth playing again. But I still don't think.
Can we trade Doom VFR for Doom 3?
I wish.
No.
Yeah, Doom VFR is a built from the ground up Doom VR game. Doom 3 is not.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it feels like it too. Like they built it from the ground up for VR and didn't make it as good as a Doom game could be. In my book, anyway. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, Doom VFR. It has a lot of issues, obviously. But I had and I know that it's quite split opinion as well. I had an absolute blast with it. And
seems more like a Doom game.
Yeah, for sure.
It seems more like a traditional Doom game. Doom 3 is a bit of a departure from what Doom is.
Which is why it's my favorite Doom game ever made, because Doom games are fine.
Well, there
but
you go.
Doom 3 was like, it's like, wow, we really did something that Bryan wanted this time around. And so,
For sure,
and I understand that makes it less of a Doom game for some people. It makes it a better game to me.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's why I didn't get my vote. Because I thought, would Bryan like this? Yeah,
Fuck
all right.
that guy.
I'm not. But the other thing also about Sniper Elite, I've been really interested in how, why far it is on either end of the spectrum for those of you that voted for it. It was actually on my top 50, and it was like mid-table, and it just kept getting knocked down. And for me, with Sniper Elite, I enjoyed it, but for me, the best way I can explain it was it just felt very one-note for me. Like, I was like, the mechanics are great. I love obviously the slow-mo stuff. I like a lot of the other stuff they've done with the Zombie Army and their other Sniper Elite games. But I didn't even get to the end of the game, and I was already like, yeah, this is fine. I'm ready to play something else.
Dude, I was obsessed. I was obsessed with Sniper Elite from start to finish. The testicle shots, man.
They were a lot of
X-ray
fun.
shots, the X-ray shots where you fly down the bullet, and then you get to watch like a Nazi's head explode in X-ray. That's
Great,
fucking. That's why. Okay, Sniper Elite gets my vote. You get to fucking shoot Nazis' testicles.
And people keep saying this game is like a one note thing. It only does one thing. That's not true, because I mean, in addition to the great campaign that you play through, with all the great shooting mechanics, there's a whole game within a game with regards to the shooting, because there's also arcade style scoring with leaderboards in this game.
Yeah.
And there's a level of difficulty to getting, the most points from each shot, depending on which weapon you use, the distance, and the overall difficulty of the shot. And typically I'm not a leaderboard chaser, but with this game, I enjoyed playing it so much. I found myself replaying levels just so I could get a higher score and go higher on the leaderboard.
And just to clarify, I don't want to play semantics here. Like, I didn't say the game is one note. I just said that the main campaign, it felt to me, I got bored of it quickly. It didn't grab me, and it was a game I was very excited for. But what they do is done very well. Like, it's an excellent game. It's well polished. I actually don't mind the segmentation of it. I like all the different locations you go to and things like that. But just I love the slow-mo stuff. But just after a while, I was like,
game. It's a full, complete.
Yeah.
Felt like a full game to me.
Yeah. But yeah, that was just
typically cross-platform games don't have this level of polish. Typically, it's exclusives that are this good. So the handful of third-party cross-platform games that are this good are they're hard to come by. They're easy to count.
Can we get anywhere if we all just vote for something? I mean.
So have we not actually put something at the top yet, or we have?
No, we
haven't.
not.
Okay,
no, we haven't.
Can we vote for the top bracket, or are we all going to choose different games?
I had a group. I'll narrow it down to like 5 that I feel stand head and shoulders above the rest.
Yeah, same.
Let me just write. I'm going to have to write down.
Okay, so there's 14 in this category, right? So let's break it down by this. What are the 4? No, let's do it this way instead. What are the 5 best games in this category, in this bracket? We'll break it down into 5, and 4 for the 4 worst. So let's take care of the 5 best.
Are we voting like another yes/no thing here?
Just everybody say what they think what the best game in this is,
and then just add them together.
Yeah.
We'll see what we have in common here.
All right.
I said.
Can we start with you, Bryan?
I said Golem.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't agree, Wes. If you agree, then you don't get a set. Then you don't forget, you guys. There's 5 of us here. I'm
gonna make a list of 5, starting from number 30.
So everybody, listen. If we're getting the 5 best games, if we all choose the best one on this list, and we all pick different choices,
Oh, I got it. I
See what I'm
thought
saying?
you were picking 5. I thought you were saying that you thought Golem should be one of the 5.
Right, I think
that's all I was agreeing with.
Yeah. I think Golem, for me, of all of these games, Golem is talk about a complete game, talk about a complete story, talk about it like the full package, polished, everything. For me, it's Golem.
Cool.
If everybody picks their highest one and don't repeat, then we should have the 5 best ones on this list.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I agree.
Bel Ramio in the chat with the €5 says, "Let's vote with our wallets. Highest to super chat wins." Sadly, that won't
I
help
like
you.
that.
I like it, but it won't help you.
We could do something like that for charity one day. Though.
Can't believe you missed out my super chat, Brian. That's the last time I do a super chat.
You did. Miles Dyer with the £2 says, Rec Rally is better than Dirt Rally.
It was just in response to Steve, who was really angry, saying Rec Room top 10, but Dirt near the bottom. The fuck, son? I was just like, Rec Room Rally, by the way, is abysmal.
Oh, I liked Rec Rally. I like all the stuff Rec Room is doing. I've had a blast with it.
Front Runner's cool. I love the quest. This is my favorite thing.
Oh god, the quests are good.
The quest. Yeah.
All right, I picked Golem. Everybody pick keep it coming.
Okay, well, mine I'm sticking with, basically, it would be at the top of my list, is Rec Room.
Perfect. Aceville.
I have Rec Room at the top of my list as well.
But it's already going to make it, Ace, so you can pick
it's
something
already
else.
there, bro.
No, they're worried that if you vote for it, that's
Right.
too.
So I got
gonna be top.
Borderlands. I got Borderlands.
All right, good.
Yeah.
This is going well. AJ?
Am I supposed to give you 5 or just the top one?
Just the one. Thanks for joining us today.
I had the same problem, AJ. I had the same problem, AJ. I'm with you.
So I'm just going to go by what I had ranked highest on my list because that's, why I made it. And that's going to make the top one, I think, Hitman 3.
Okay. This is all coming together. This is all making perfect sense. And I have a feeling Wes is going to say Sniper Elite. Wes, what's your choice?
Oh, you got it.
Yes.
Yeah, you got it, man. That's number 6 for me overall. So, yeah.
Okay. So now we're down to Golem, Rec Room, Borderlands, Hitman, and Sniper Elite for this bracket. So let's take care of this bracket on its own. Listen, as much as I absolutely love Golem for all the reasons I've already said, I really do. When I look at these 5 games, and I look at the polish with Hitman. Yes, it has control issues. DualShock sucks. Should have had move support. The environments are incredible. The level of replayability is incredible. The level design is awesome. Just some of the crazy big worlds. I don't know how they got them to look this good. And the fact, of course, that we should definitely mention that you can also purchase Hitman 1 and 2, import them into Hitman 3, and then play all of those games. It's absolutely worth mentioning. I think of all 5 of these, Hitman belongs on top of this bracket.
Yes. I agree.
I won't argue.
No,
yeah, got no argument for me. Top of the section.
Game of the year, 2021.
Now you're clocking in at number 30. Is Phil, you okay with this? You're the last.
I'm fine with it. I have no love for Hitman at all. But that's how I've always been, even before VR. I've never been a Hitman guy, so it will never speak to me. But it's, highly acclaimed, so I have no problem here, really.
I love the sheer variability and freedom of this game. It puts you in these big worlds, and you can tackle it however you want, man. You can go gung-ho, you can go stealth, or anything in between. It's an impressive feat technically.
Yeah, and I'm actually the same in the same place as you, Aceville. Like, if I didn't have to review Hitman 3, if it hadn't come to VR, there were just so many reasons for me to skip Hitman. I've just never really been interested. But
no, being there from the beginning of the series, I think they turned me off early on. And since they have turned it around in the past, few years, they made great, but they lost me already. So, again, I have no argument here.
Sandboxes in general aren't my thing, but I couldn't. I was reviewing it. I think I gave it a 9, a high 9, and I couldn't deny just how fucking brilliant the design was.
Even watching people gameplay, I'm like, wow, y'all really like this game, huh? Well,
right.
I could be wrong, I'm fine with that.
It's a pretty amazing game.
All
it
right.
has really good stealth, especially if you like stealth.
All right, this leaves us with Golem, Rec Room, Borderlands, Sniper Elite. Listen, I know I just...
I'm going to say Golem for next one. I haven't played it, but from everything that, again, you guys have been saying from the reviews and also just the general community talk in Discord, whenever I've heard about it, it's just... It's a beautiful to look at game. And, yeah.
I'll give it to you here. I'll give you Golem here.
Who am I to argue? Sure, go for it.
Aceville, you okay with us?
Yeah, and the Mez have it, I guess. So sure.
All right. So now we're down to Rec Room, Borderlands, and Sniper Elite for the next 3 slots.
Oh, these are all so good.
Yeah. Honestly, to me, it means these 3 are pretty much equal when I picture them in my head. I think Borderlands might have the edge when I think about them, but really, I'm gonna bow to you guys and let you make this decision because these are all.
I got Rec Room.
This is going to be one of the few moments in this entire live stream where I'm going to sort of do a ride or die or put my foot down. And it's like, for me, it's Rec Room. Like there's 2 games on this list that I think I'm going to really stand firmly by, and this is one of them. And it's not because I think it's, out of this new list, I think it's necessarily one of the best. But I do think, based on the context of my top 50 and that, and everything I've explained already.
Yeah, I'm right there with him. Rec Room is solidly next. I would have it higher personally, but the flexibility of what you could do with it is amazing. I love Borderlands. Borderlands got me through an interesting year about a year or so ago. So I love that game, but I gotta go Rec Room.
Obviously I would go Sniper Elite here if it were up to me. But for what it's worth, I would put Borderlands over Rec Room. Rec Room would probably be the bottom of this 5 for me.
I'm going Sniper Elite here.
I love this mix.
Yes.
I love this.
Okay, so listen, I don't want to. We've already sort of placed these, right? Like we know that these 3 games are going to be in these 3 slots somewhere. And I'm sort of the opinion that when it comes to when we come up with when we look at the final list and we go which ones are in which order, are we happy with this? We're not going to really care too much if something ended up in 32 or 34 instead of the other way around. Am I right on this?
Close. But Myles did put his foot down
exactly.
and stress this would be his ride or die.
So I will definitely concede. I will definitely concede Sniper Elite to Rec Room.
Okay, and I'm happy for Sniper Elite to come right round the back. Because also, actually, when it comes to sniping, I prefer sniping kids in Rec Room than on Sniper Elite.
I'm trying real hard not to throw the my mom jokes in here, but you guys are very difficult.
I'm sure the chat will take care of those for you.
Thank you.
So Wes, even though I know this is sort of you were going hard on Sniper Elite, can we all concede that we say we go Rec Room?
I lost my support. Then the yays have it. AJ moved over to the other side, so Rec Room wins the spot.
And then of course we have to decide which one takes the 33 spot. Is that Borderlands or is it Sniper Elite?
Sniper Elite.
Sniper Elite, definitely. Yeah. Got to give this one to Wes here.
I'm cool with giving it to Wes because he was so gentlemanly in his concession. But Borderlands, I go Borderlands. Sniper Elite starts and it kind of ends in the same place. Like there's no
Borderlands.
I don't know.
Borderlands takes it on like the volume of content. There's more good content in Borderlands, but the gun mechanics and everything about the gameplay I prefer in Sniper Elite. Like
gameplay. The thing about I actually thought the main campaign of Borderlands was actually pretty bad, like boring, bad pacing. What really keeps Borderlands in the fight for me is the DLC, because the DLC for it is 10 times better than the main campaign.
But it does exist, and it was given to us for free. It should definitely be in consideration here.
Yeah, for sure. I considered it all as the total package. I still prefer Sniper Elite.
All right, listen. In an effort to kind of just make some decisions and move along, are we going to be okay if we do Sniper Elite at 33 and Borderlands at 34? Like, obviously,
It bothers my OCD to have similar games right next to each other like that on this list. I love there's such a variety of games here. But I know you don't really care about that kind of thing, Brian, but I do.
I mean, it could.
But sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would. We have these long, lengthy debates, and because games are both involved shooting, you say they shouldn't be next to each other on the list. I would have a hard time if we change something because two games on the list are too similar.
Well, a lot of people are, they wanted Borderlands 2 even higher, it looks like. So,
allow me to suggest a solution here.
Yeah.
I will agree to let Borderlands take this spot and move Sniper Elite down even one more if I can get Res Infinite in.
Res Infinite, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Wes. Let's go. Put Borderlands up there, then put Res Infinite, then put Sniper Elite. I was thinking the same thing, man. My man.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Okay, so
that breaks it up for AJ. That gets Res up where it deserves to be a little closer.
I
anyway.
was really shocked.
I like that.
I was shocked.
Very
we were not
savvy.
talking about Res at all.
Okay, so wait. Just clarify for me. So it goes Hitman 3, Golem, Rec Room. What's number 33?
Borderlands.
3.
Borderlands becomes 33, and then Res.
And then Res.
And then Sniper Elite.
And then Sniper. Okay.
I mean, I'm okay with
Hey,
this.
I win in that because I
sleep tonight. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I had so my top were Hitman 3, Res Infinite, Sniper Elite, Borderlands 2, and Table of Tales. Those were like my top 5 from this section. I didn't even have Rec Room on my list, but I do agree that Rec Room's made our top 25. So it is incredible if you're very involved with it. Like it's easy to kind of see all the stuff going on with it and be like, yeah, it's not for me. But if you are involved with it, it is definitely damn good. So
yeah,
I'm happy to vouch for it.
All right,
this is I'm loving this. We're not drawing blood yet.
Oh, just you wait.
Okay, so I'm kind of looking at this list, and I see a couple of clear games that should fall at the bottom of it. So instead of going, hey, let's continue down this list, I say let's take care of the bracket that should fall at the bottom.
I don't even know how Ghost Giant is in this bracket. I really like that game, but man, it is like bottom of the barrel for me.
Can you read out the ones that are remaining then? So we've got like the ones that we're to choose from. So we got Doom. Yeah, sure.
I keep forgetting about Doom VFR because it's cut off on my screen.
Is it not showing on your screen?
I'm looking at it on YouTube. That's where I'm looking at it, and I don't see it. Like Rocket Fury's the top one. Okay, now I refreshed it.
Okay,
now it's there.
You were like,
I was worried that everybody was seeing something different than we did. Okay.
I had a pause from earlier.
Okay, I've written them all down, Brian. So I'm going to put them in the Discord, the ones remaining for everyone to see.
Okay, so, let me read it off for all the cats out there watching. The ones that are remaining.
I forgot people were watching.
Okay, there's lots of people defending Ghost Giant. So okay, fine.
Listen.
I'm alone in that.
No, you're not alone. You are not alone.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just want to make sure we actually have 7 slots left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where the hell is the missing one? We have Doom VFR, Racket Fury, Arashi.
Yep.
Ghost Giant.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't have Until You Fall on this. Okay, Until You Fall.
Until You Fall, yeah.
Table of Tales, Static, and Swordsman VR.
And Swordsman, yeah.
See, and to me, when I look at this, I see some that are very clearly games that belong at the bottom of this list. Now, I also love Ghost Giant. I'm pretty sure it was on my list. Yes, it was. And but I feel like it belongs at the bottom of this bracket, right? I feel like Swordsman belongs at the bottom of this bracket. I actually can't.
Upper bottom of the bracket. Upper bracket.
I'm actually surprised that Swordsman made it on the list at all. Like Swordsman's fine.
Wow.
Swordsman's not a top 50 game. Period.
So Brian,
apparently it is.
Well,
Ghost Giant was on my list as well, and I would be happy to not happy. I got to start using the word happy. I'd be content with seeing it at the bottom of this bracket. It had 3 votes, didn't it, Ghost Giant, or was it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, everything in this bracket. Everything in this bracket.
Yeah, how do you feel about Ghost Giant then, Wes? Would you?
I'm fine. I had it 39 overall.
Okay.
So this is right where it's right around where it's falling out anyway. So
okay.
So I mean, and so for me, like the bottom 2 here would be Ghost Giant and Swordsman VR.
Swordsman. Okay. I'm just having a look where I actually had Swordsman ranks on mine. Oh yeah, actually that would be higher. Yeah, I had Swordsman at 43. So yeah, I mean, I'd be okay with that.
I mean, I like Swordsman, but it needs it's a work in progress still.
Agreed.
It needs some more polish.
There's a lot of love about Swordsman, and I've always said it just makes me excited to see him do a full-fledged campaign with those mechanics and stuff like that. I mean, I'm going to say something here because I was playing Arashi the last couple of days, and it obviously made it onto my list. Having what I've played of it so far, and this might be really controversial, I might get everyone piling on me, but my initial thoughts of it is I liked the sword play more in Swordsman. It felt more. I know. It felt more substantial. Like
then in what? I missed the comparison.
And in Arashi, I found the sword fight in it just.
It is much better in Swordsman.
Agreed. But unfortunately, that's all there was.
I'm not doing this to say it should go high. I'm just talking generally. It was something I thought about the last couple of days of it with Swordsman and everything they do really well. Even though I have it quite low on the top 50. Again, what they do well is really good, and I can't wait for them to do a full-fledged campaign game, like co-op campaign would be amazing with those mechanics, because the mechanics are phenomenal.
Look, I love Table of Tales. I think I might have had it on my, let's see here. Where did I have Swordsman? I gotta put Swordsman above Table of Tales. I enjoy Swordsman way more than Table of Tales. And I love Table of Tales, but as a game, as a full package, I think Swordsman is definitely above it.
Well,
I'd like to point out if we're
Table of Tales, then Swordsman. No, Ghost Giant, Table of Tales, Arashi, Swordsman is how I would go.
If we're picking out which game has the best sword play between Arashi and Swordsman, I pick Until You Fall. I think it's better than both of those.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused here because we were starting with what goes at the bottom. Are we now?
Right, we're going from
are we
the bottom
working
up.
from the bottom?
I don't. I think we should. I don't think we should go for the bottom. I think we should just keep going from the top and pushing whatever down. That seems to work a little bit better.
Okay, well, we just wasted the last 20 minutes then, because that's all we were talking about.
That's what we were doing. That's what we literally spent like 5 minutes on that.
I was just trying to make
from the bottom.
I was just trying to make an anecdote because Myles was talking about sword play between those two. Yep. I just thought it was funny because Until You Fall is better than both of them.
Agreed. Absolutely.
That being said, Brian.
So Until You Fall would be my vote then for After Sniper Elite VR. If we keep working our way from the top to the bottom in this category, then 36 for me. I think it absolutely needs to be Until You Fall.
Yeah, Until You Fall. I'm just looking at the rest of the list. Until You Fall, I would say definitely near the top, if not very close to top of this. But.
I am okay with Ghost Giant being at the bottom, though. That one I was okay with.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, hold on a second. I thought we're not talking about this. If you want,
that works for that one.
Ghost Giant and Swordsman are the two bottom, as far as I'm concerned for this. I mean, again, we're in a pretty good place here, kind of like getting near the middle of the list. So these are still good games, no matter how you look at it. But the worst in this bracket, I think, is Swordsman by far.
This bracket?
I'm not sure on that, but I'm not saying I disagree necessarily. But
Ghost Giant.
Definitely Ghost Giant.
Definitely Ghost Giant.
Ghost Giant's polished though, man.
Ghost Giant is polished.
Swordsman's not.
Right?
I can say the same thing about Table of Tales too.
Yeah.
Table of Tales is much more polished.
Agreed.
Than
Highlight Notes was in the chat earlier giving me shit about Paper Beast because he was like, but don't you love point and click adventure games? Don't you love? And I was like, yeah, that's why I fucking love Ghost Giant because it does that so well.
Also, Ghost Giant is really blurry.
So overrated.
Really blurry. When you get to the end and you're crying and you can't
I
see.
think I'd like to put, even though I
Really?
don't like, okay, so even though I don't like puzzle games as much, I think I'd go Static and then Until You Fall here for the top.
I mean, I'd be okay with that. Static does something so unique with VR, and
the DualShock
utilize DualShock perfectly. You feel like your hands are trapped in these boxes,
Yeah,
and that you're
I don't
like
think I
fiddling
could
with
put
little
it-
buttons and levers inside of that box. Absolutely,
it's awesome.
I think
Could
I
you
go Static
imagine-
then Until You Fall. I can't put Until You Fall over Static.
I agree with that. And could you imagine a sequel with the new controllers?
Dude, I was just thinking that with the haptics, dude. Like you literally feel the marble if there were marbles in it rolling around in the controller.
Okay.
Stuff, yeah.
So wait, can we put down a number 36 and 37 Static, and then Until You Fall, and then work on the rest of these?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that, but I'm fine with that.
Okay. I have a feeling that you're giving us all these concessions so that later you can say, remember all that shit I said I was fine with? Well,
nope, I'm just.
now it's time for
I'm
you
just
to
a
be fine,
tugboat.
Brian.
I'm
building
just a
up
tugboat.
credit.
Right.
Not at all.
That's exactly it.
Not at all.
Static
Just
and
happy to be here.
Until You Fall. Okay. So that gets rid of, let's see, on this list here, Static, Until You Fall. Okay, so now, hold on a second. Let's take care of a couple tips here from Genetic Blasphemy, the Squid Positive Talk Cat. $5 tips. I'm sorry, is Dream somehow not on this list? I knew it won't be number one spot, but good God, if you're creative, it might be. How is it not here? And then he follows it up very quickly with a $2 tip, says, oh, my error, as you were. GB, I will tell you straight off that if I think if we scroll up here and look at the very top of my list, you will see here it is. Dreams, number one over even Resident Evil 7. So everyone else.
That is goddamn crazy, man.
Oh, I can't wait till we get to this conversation.
That's playing 4D chess.
I am shocked for you, okay?
For sure.
Brian's looking at the big picture. Here.
Long game. He's playing the long game.
My mother's watching, and she just wrote me a text. She's like, "How could you?" So
yeah, get him, mom. You get him, mom.
Like Dreams over Resident Evil, Brian. I thought I knew my own son.
Right.
That wasn't my mom. Okay. Oh my goodness. She does try though. She tries to keep up. Okay. So now we're left with, how the fuck, now listen to me. How did we get Racket Fury? And no offense to Racket Fury, because it's so good, Myles. But how did Racket Fury make it on this list? That's insane to me. I'm happy that it's here. I'm happy. I'm yelling because I'm happy. But like how this is like some weird fucking witchcraft that went on today when I wasn't paying attention.
Yes.
Can I just say that when as soon as we were getting onto this bit, I was like, I want to quickly say something about Racket Fury. Racket Fury was one of the most mind-blowing surprises for me. I was way late to it in VR. I think it was when it was like it was free for like an hour on the PlayStation Store.
It already
and
had
as I played it, I was
at that point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Did it not? It didn't initially. No. Wow.
They promised it, and it took them a year to implement multiplayer. So we were like, this is never going to happen. Yeah.
Racket Fury is. It blows my mind how good that game feels. Like in terms of in the hands, like like you can play arcade or like simulation, isn't it? That's like, but the amount again when I've shown people that are not VR players, I'm like, let me just the best, and again, this is just one factor. It's not the whole story, but when you show people VR, one of the best things you can do is show them an experience they've had in real life, but that's simulated. And during lockdown, during the pandemic, I remember it was really hot. So it was like last summer or maybe the summer before. What is time anymore? But I had the back door open because it was so hot, and I was playing online with like I think a guy in Russia who all I could tell was he was screaming at me when I was getting a point. And like the reality is, I was in my living room where I could not physically put a table tennis table. There'd just not be enough space, and yet here I am in my living room playing with the full table. Someone is at the other side, like in real time. We're talking to each other, we're egging each other on, even if we're speaking different languages. And sometimes there was a couple of times where when I went for the edge, I put my other hand on the table to hold myself, and I still fell over because there wasn't a fucking table physically there. Like the immersion of it, and
it's crazy.
And people will laugh because they're like, but it's table tennis. What above all these other games? Right. But I'm like, there are going to be some sports games in this, and I've never had more fun. Since then, I have played actual table tennis, wondering if it's made me better. No. No, it hasn't. It's made me worse.
What are we doing? The top 50 quest games now? We're going to put casual multiplayer games above these awesome story-driven adventure games? Come on, man.
Wow. Personal attacks.
So
the immersion of
wait.
The longer you're in there, it just disappears. It's like it becomes a real place. You're like,
yeah.
Wait,
you
Wes,
forget.
Wes,
you forget you're in VR. It's just
did you not
crazy.
have Racket Fury on your list, Wes?
No. Racket Fury's not on my
So
top.
AJ, Myles, and Aceville all had Racket Fury on their list.
Apparently.
That's right.
Holy
the dark
shit.
horses. Let's go, baby.
Wow.
Where was it on everyone's list? Because on mine, it was on.
No, please don't ask
You had it on 36.
I was on 36.
Aceville had
yeah.
it 29. And AJ had it 38.
38.
So I'll write roughly around this area.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But since Wes and I didn't have it on our list at all, let's push it down a little bit. We're gonna push it down a little bit. It still stays right in the general vicinity.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But it goes down.
Yeah. I'm just happy to see it on a top 50. Like, I think that's awesome.
Also, how does the chat know I'm not wearing underwear? It's like, what do you guys see that? All right, just checking. I don't know. I didn't know what the camera was showing that I was unaware of. Yeah, I say as great as it is, I do agree that it is. It's still table tennis. It's great table tennis. It's awesome, and I'm so glad that it's making this list. But it's I feel like
table tennis.
I feel like we got to push it down.
Sorry, can I just quickly read a comment in the chat? Zom just said, in solidarity with me, he was saying to someone else, Andrew, I have literally just set/dropped a soda directly on the floor thinking I was setting it on a table, playing Racket Fury. That's amazing. That's immersion.
So listen,
that's immersion.
Swordsman, Table of Tales, Ghost Giant, Arashi, Racket Fury, Doom VFR. What's the best game on that list? It's easy, right? Come on, everybody. What is it?
Racket Fury.
Arashi.
Not that easy.
I would say this.
Arashi makes a great first impression, but when you really look at it, it's like, this is a little shaky.
It's not one of those games that you can sit there. See, that's what makes a lot of these games great in VR is the ones where, yes, it's got a full campaign, but then but the great ones, as you see, that have this effect on a lot of people are the ones where people can't even get past the first level because they're sitting there just fiddling with all the shit because it's so interesting and so well done and polished. And yes, Arashi is very fun if you play it like straight. But yeah, it's not one that you can really like sit there and play with things, and there's no like games within the game.
There's no physics. There's no physics. This game has technical problems. Like you can pass your hands through just about anything, and I mean, if you stand more than 15 feet away from some things, it's hard to tell what they even are because of the blur and the aliasing. I love Arashi. I'm not trying to trash it. It's a fun game. I played it this week.
It's neat.
But it has problems, man. It has problems.
Yeah,
I mean, I still would put it above. I would put it above Racket Fury, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's
for sure.
No, definitely.
Yeah,
Racket Fury is not the best game in this list that has a table in it. By the way,
Arashi.
But and wait, and Wes, it looks like it's a nice looking table.
It's not as nice as the Table of Tales table, though, man. That's magical.
Oh, dude, Table of Tales, I love. Like, that's an absolute joy to play, and the fact that you can replay it with different stories, and I love it with the little bird narrator.
Yeah, I think Table of Tales is probably one of the best games we have left on this list. I would put Doom VFR and Table of Tales as like the two best ones that we have left in this.
Agree.
Totally
agree.
Table of Tales is for me for me it's one of the top ones on this bracket. Yeah.
My vote is for Table of Tales.
Mine too.
I don't like how this is going, so let me just jump on the side of the Doom VFR right now. I got Racket Fury over all of these. It does what it's supposed to do better than any of these other games are doing what they're doing, but whatever. But if that's not going to be number one, then it got to be Doom VFR over the rest of the list.
Okay, Aceville, what if we say Doom VFR, Table of Tales, Racket Fury?
I like this. I like this.
like that,
I don't have enough experience with Table of Tales to really
I'm
fight
okay
this.
with that.
You know what I mean?
I'm okay
I agree
because
with
Doom
that.
I like as well a lot. Yeah.
So
Doom is I don't know what Doom gets way more hate than I think it deserves. It's crazy. It's like
I
it has so many
agree.
problems. I'm
I
like,
agree.
so many problems? It has a couple of problems.
I think
But
my
once you
main issue-
adjust,
if they had nailed the
Yeah.
move support and didn't force us
Yeah.
to teleport, if they gave us if they got rid of the 360 flip button and gave us actual turn buttons, the move support was really strangely implemented.
The aim support has a freaking hand sticking out of your cheek.
Dude,
That's
that
not a
blows
big
my
deal.
mind. I cannot believe the whole
You wanna-
grenade
It's
launcher.
annoying.
The grenade
It's
launcher is like
annoying.
here, isn't
bugs
it?
me. It's like
It's
like
shocking.
permanently
It's not that big of a
perma insta perma insta immersion breaker right there.
Yep, agree.
It's not even your main
I
gun. It's
can
just
never
special
be
gun
immersed
anyway.
with the aim controller ever because
You
there's a
wanna-
hand sticking out of my face.
You want to hear a weird thing about Doom VFR?
Children.
Is even on PC, where you had controllers with thumbsticks, you still didn't have full locomotion. It was still
Wow.
this weird teleport and strafe thing that they've got going on PlayStation. Crazy.
I did like how they did tailor the teleportation into the story. Not making
Oh
a
yeah.
complete excuse
Oh,
for
I
it. But that
love,
was
I
cool.
love
Yeah,
that mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, only 3 games left in this bracket, and then we can get
Which
on to the
are?
top 30, and that is Arashi, Ghost Giant, Swordsman.
Oh,
I say you
Swordsman,
just nailed. I say
Arashi,
you just
Ghost Giant.
you just nailed the order for
The
me.
order.
I
Arashi, Swordsman,
think
Ghost
for me
Giant,
too.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Wow, we're leaving Aceville super disappointed today.
That's just my general vibe. It's just how I am. I'm just generally disappointed.
He's just vibing over there.
Right, this is normal.
So we
Hey, you want something to eat? I guess.
all right. So we're,
It's another
I
bracket
agree,
down.
Aldarth.
all
I
right,
agree.
Let's get this. Let's get this in the books then. Arashi, Ghost Giant, Swordsman.
We did it, guys.
Sort of.
Let's not pat ourselves on the back quite yet. We still have a long ways to go. We got Alberto Mopam at Game Gato with the 50 Mexican pesos. Says, "Sup, cats? Been a while. Just for fun. Have all 5 of you ever hit a wall or something playing hard in real life while playing? Still happens? Any fun stories? Saludos. Saludos. Sal.
I destroyed my television playing Vacation Simulator of all games.
I love Vacation Simulator.
Where's it on your list?
It's not on my list because I forgot. Oh, because I played it on another platform with hand tracking, and that's why I loved it so much. It's different on the PSVR.
Interesting.
So that's why it's not on my list.
Yeah.
So I'm.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Alberto, I'll say that I have a designated spot to play my PlayStation VR, because there's a camera and everything else, and obviously I'm usually recording footage when I do it, and so I have a dedicated space. When I'm playing Quest or PC VR, no dedicated space, and I'm playing in this kind of tiny area with bookshelves and all sorts of things just kind of piled up around me, and so when it came to playing, you guys remember when I covered the Undead Citadel demo, right, the Horde mode. I punched these Master System games right here in this bookshelf about as hard as you possibly can. I thought I'd broken my hand. I'm very, very fortunate. Not only was it not bleeding, but I really hurt myself.
Man.
Jeez.
So any game that only only one of us voted for, I mean, doesn't even get like a chance for an argument. I guess it's too late for that. But
I mean, so there were conversations in the chat earlier, right? When it came to, so what about Ride or Dies? Are they just ignoring Ride or Dies? But we spent so much time debating those final 7.
Those bottom 7, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And
yeah, because I had like Ace Combat 7 and
Yeah, sure.
some
I had
Final Assault, some stuff I wanted to like.
There's ones I loved that were high up on mine that were down there as well.
Yeah, they were like really high up on my list. So,
But we should
Oblivious,
definitely read through them again at the end if we get a chance, just to
we'll
give them a shout.
we'll give the list a final chance to be altered and say, hey, listen, like, what about this game? Why isn't it on the list? And like, let's look and see, and let's make sure that all of these games we really believe these other games are better than the one that we bring up. We'll give it a once over. We'll give it another chance. I love the idea of doing a Ride or Die, but with 5 of us, that really changes. The bottom.
Oh, Kingdom of Blades, baby.
I knew it.
No,
like,
knew it.
yeah, it's gonna hurt my soul to not have Ace Combat 7 over some of these.
Dude, I had Separation at 31, and I was ready to have that be my ride or die. But it's that is the problem. We got 5 people here. We got 5 opinions. We got 167 cats in the chat right now. So we're unfortunately our list is not going to be our list. It's going to be.
Well, we'll
our
revisit it. Yeah, we'll revisit it then.
Okay. So that brings us to the next bracket. Well, I'm kind of scared to bring up the next bracket. Oh, this is actually an easy bracket because it's one of the smaller ones. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games in this bracket. Moss, Red Matter, Minecraft, Beat Saber, Wipeout, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, Trover, and Tetris Effect. I'm actually really irritated, Wes, that Beat Saber, because you didn't vote for it, can't place any higher than 21. And
it's not. That's not. It's not only that I didn't. It's not on my list. It's not in my top 50. Exactly. It wasn't on my top 100.
I can't believe that. Yeah.
Like it's not. It's not my second favorite rhythm game. It's not my third favorite rhythm game. I get it. It's popular, but it is extremely basic. The multiplayer sucks. The soundtrack's not all that great. It's just not good. Just because it's popular doesn't mean that it's good. It's just not.
Okay, that's not why I like. Okay, I'll give my reasons because Beat Saber was my number 1 game of this entire list, and I'll make the case for that. But not for being number 1, but why it should rank high.
Listen.
It is ranking. It's ranking high. It is high. It's in a high bracket.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yep.
Listen,
that's my fault.
Right now, before we even continue this conversation, I'm looking at this right, and I would like Wes to do the rest of us and the list itself a solid.
I'll do you all.
I did not expect that.
I mean,
all right.
I didn't hear any objections. That's the interesting part, right? It was like, here we go. I want to ask you. So, is there anything we could do to get Beat Saber into the top bracket? Is there any game?
No.
Is there any game from the top bracket that could come down to this bracket in order for Beat Saber to find a reasonable home?
Well, here's the thing. That doesn't make sense because obviously every game in the top bracket is a game I had on my list.
I know.
So like that doesn't offer you anything. It's like,
yeah.
Is there any way that we could offer you the ability to take one of your games down and put one up there that you didn't even have on your top 50?
Exactly. I mean, that's the beginning of the conversation. What do you get in return is the question, right?
That is the question.
That's the question because placement we all agree that the top 19 or 20 games should all be in that bracket. Like they should definitely be here. But what about the placement of those 20 games? If we move one of your favorites closer to the top and give it is kind of start solidifying a spot for it, could you make room for Beat Saber somewhere?
Let me see if there's anything that I see. This is the weird thing about it, is because I don't know how the chips are going to fall on that top bracket. You guys might all agree with me, like the way I think that should be ranked. So I don't know, man. I think maybe, I mean, since you guys feel so strongly about it, maybe we should go ahead and put Beat Saber at the top of this bracket. And then if you want to move it up some more after we get everything else lined out, maybe we talk about that then.
Aceville, you got something to say.
Point of order. I have 2 very embarrassing marks on my list. One is that I left off Borderlands because I put it on, I took it off, but I don't know what I was doing. It was late. And the other is Beat Saber because I let invisible peer pressure me into putting it on the list. I do not like that game. I'm tired of Beat Saber. Shout out to Rye Pop.
Wow.
It should not be on my list.
Wow.
I felt like my list was looking too weird with my own personal esoteric choices. So I was like, come on, everybody loves Beat Saber. It's one of the best games, whether you like it or not. But now we're having this conversation, and if I had the courage of my conviction, it would not be on my list at all. So Wes, I don't know if they're going to allow me to make adjustments here, but Wes, I'm with you, brother. I dropped the ball. I apologize.
This is what you guys.
It's overrated. I'm tired of it.
This is the part.
It's simpleton.
This is the part of the part of the debate that we need to clip out And so when anybody says, how did Beat Saber not make this, then we can go, well, listen, two fifths of the people in this debate said, it shouldn't even be on the list.
Shouldn't even be on
I've already had my heart ripped out a few times. I mean, Doom VFR over Doom 3. Stride got kicked off. Synth Riders got kicked off.
No separation.
Ace Combat 7 got kicked off. I took it on the chin. You guys,
Dude, I have as well, man. Like 3 of my top 10s are like in this and below. Like, you know, two of my top 6 are in this bracket. One of them being Beat Saber. But yeah.
All right, real quick, we got GC13 and Die Pepsi Cat. The $20 tip says, here's money for the auditor who needs to fix your list and put Synth Riders back on, who has the most games missing from their top 10 and from the final 50 list. I bet it's Aceville. Yeah. So Looper the Underground Gamecat with the €5 says, it's not the fault of Wes, it's the new system's fault. Now, I'm going to agree, right? However, when we look at all the different games that luckily we don't have to consider too greatly, the new system has saved us from a lot of conversations that we don't need to have.
How do you do this with 5 people and not have a system, man? I mean, when it's 2 or 3, it's you can kind of just duke it out.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about 250 entries here that we have to boil down and order, there has to be some kind of framework to that.
Yeah, we had to even if it resulted in some skewed results, like or results that some of us think are skewed, but other ones don't at all. Then hey, like we saved ourselves from being here for 15 hours. So I think every system that we've ever used to do this has some serious faults. And this might be a fault, or this might not be. It depends how many people out there agree with Wes and Aceville. Looper the Underground Gamecat with another €2 says, same with Hitman dropping from 10 to 30, which I'm kind of okay with. that is right. That's something I can deal with. All right, moving on, you guys. Let's can we? We now we're fighting against 2 of you guys on Beat Saber. This is going to be
more of a
interesting.
It does act like it's unanimous because it's the most popular or has the most sales. It's not unanimous. Like there are people like us out there who don't like this.
Of us.
It's certainly not unanimous today. That's for sure. In other debates, it has been unanimous, but that's because the people were different. And it's okay. This is going to make
Yelling
this
at
list.
my television. That's what I've been doing.
There you go. There you go. Now you don't have to yell at television anymore. Now the television can yell at you. All of them out there yelling at you guys, and that's totally fine. Okay, let's take care of this. Our new list or our new bracket consists of. Let me make sure they're all on the screen before we continue on. Here we go. Moss, Red Matter, Minecraft, Beat Saber, Wipeout, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, Trover, and Tetris Effect. How did Tetris Effect make it on?
Well, that was my number 6. And yeah, I'll make a case for it as well. Especially because it's Tetris Effect connected with the multiplayer component.
It helps.
Yep.
It's intense, man. If you play through journey mode, when you get through those last legs of it, like it literally gets my pulse up.
Yeah.
And not a lot of VR do that these days. So, and plus, I mean, artistically, just beautiful. From a visual, the sound, it all works together. The haptics, everything is so cohesive in that game. It's literally a work of art. I love it.
The immersion is like is very different to immersion in other games because of the experience of it. And an example I'll give is, and I often talk about people that I'm showing VR to because they often reflect on things that are a lot less analytical like we do in commentary. We delve into VR games maybe from a much more critical perspective. But I was showing someone who'd never experienced VR before, and one of the games I showed him was Tetris Effect. And they were completely engrossed in it. And when they took the headset off, the way they worded it, I thought was perfect. And they said, that was so immersive, it felt as though I didn't exist anymore. Like they were so in the moment with the music. And, every time you rotate the block, you're actually playing a note in the music. So you're actually sort of conducting the music as it's going along. And yeah, for me, I've played it flat screen as well, and it's okay. But when you're in it, the Tetris effect of like you just experience the game, which is obviously an age-old game, unlike anything before. And for me, with exception for is it Tetris 99?
Yes.
I don't have a Switch.
Yes,
so
Tetris 99 is that's the problem with Tetris Effect is that Tetris 99 exists, and Tetris 99 is so fucking good. And it's like that is an addiction. That is like you just want to play it over and over and over. They killed the multiplayer in that, and that's what I always had a problem with Tetris Effect before Connected. Is that it didn't have multiplayer, and then Tetris 99 swooped in, and then by the time Connected rolled in, I was like, oh, I don't get to play with 99 other people. Well, that's fucking lame.
Yeah. So although it's my number 6, I'm not going to make the case that it should be the top of this rung, but I'd like it to be in the top half, preferably.
Listen,
I'd like it to be
top of the rung.
high up.
Top of the rung needs to be Beat Saber, right? It's okay that we knocked it down so far. It's okay. It hurts my heart a little bit, but it really needs to be as high up in this rung as possible. It was Myles' number 1. I think it was in my top 5. I don't know. AJ probably put Synth Rider somewhere.
Are we just trying to figure out if Beat Saber should be the top of this bracket?
Yes.
We're trying to figure out a few things.
I would absolutely say it's the top of this bracket, yes.
I would absolutely say it's the top of this bracket.
Easily.
That's 3 of you. I mean, I'm not going to... I think it should be at the bottom, but, you know, I'm outnumbered, so it doesn't matter what I think.
Well, look. Wait. I want to be very clear. It does matter what you think, and it does matter what Aceville thinks. That's why it's in this bracket, is because it matters what you guys think. However, now that it is in this bracket, I'm going to have to say majority rules, and it needs to be the top of this bracket because it needs to be as high as it can be.
No problem with that. Yeah, I have no problem. I'm surprised it's in this bracket, which is fine. I think that's a little bit of one of the little bit. It's maybe not the best time to bring this up, but
good.
This exposes a little bit of the flaw in the system. Is that despite a game being way low on the list, if we all included it, it's getting into a higher bracket because we all had it somewhere on our list, even though it could have been really low. I think it's a little bit of an issue, but
what I would say to that, AJ, though, is I think it's kind of one of those chicken or egg things where I think next time this is done, if this is the system, we will choose our top 50 with the sense of the way it's going to have, because obviously we didn't know necessarily this was the way we were going to do it until after doing our list. So, I mean, I take your point. But...
Listen, you can call it a flaw in the system, but 2 people didn't have it on, or one person didn't have it on his list.
Agreed.
And Aceville is certainly not going to bat for it. So is it a flaw in the system, or is it representative of exactly what just happened here? And so maybe this list, there's going to be people in the chat right now who are not happy. There's also people in the chat right now who are happy, because I think a lot of people are thinking that Beat Saber got too much love for too long. And so maybe this will be the first time that some of those people actually feel like Beat Saber ended up where it should have been.
Yeah.
And so flaw in the system, or more accurate than it's ever been?
I'm totally with you. And again, as someone who chose it as my number 1, I'm like, you know, it's here, and I'm cool with that. Like,
I say we put it. I think it's got to be in the top bracket here because I definitely would put it above a lot of games in the first bracket. But I am definitely let's just say a vote. If I just a simple vote, yes, top of this bracket.
Right.
And I would point out that there is a way to kind of give weight to things that are ranked higher on people's lists versus the ranked lower, but what that would be is a point system, and the whole episode would just be math.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah,
there would be no debate.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a flaw in that system. There's no such thing as a flawless system. I'm fine with it. I would not put Beat Saber. Beat Saber would be disappeared off the list if I was, a stronger person.
Right. So maybe it does. Maybe it does actually.
Yeah.
I will say I am thrilled that Beat Saber and Ghost Giant are as low as they are. I didn't expect that today. That's a win. Aceville with the W. I'm going home.
Awesome Tatum with the $2 tip says down with Beat Saber along with Synth Riders. I don't see Synth Riders on this list. Sorry, Tatum.
This is the ghost. This is the ghost of Synth Riders coming back to haunt Beat Saber.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. Synth Riders has all this support in chat, and it's all from people who like to play multiplayer.
Sure,
Right.
good point. Looper the Underground Gamecat with the €2 says,
diagram.
"Thank you, AJ, you for exposing the flaw in the system," which I think we quickly
A potential
dismissed.
flaw. I don't think it's really a. Yeah, I think you corrected that.
Belrami of the Gamecat. I mean, and
Lost.
let's be fair here, guys. We're certainly not going to end this debate today without going. How do we adjust for the next time we do this? Right? It's a learning curve. The whole thing is a learning process, not a learning curve.
Well,
and every single time we do one of these, we made adjustments to the last process 100 times until we finally felt like we got it right. And now with 5 of us here, we had to come up with a new process, and we'll make adjustments to this one until we get it right as well.
I'm here now. That's part of proving your point.
Everything is better with Aceville. Belrami of the Gamecat with the €5 says, "I think your problem is your lists have no weight. If 3 people put a game at number 1 and 4 people put a game at 50, doesn't make the second game better, kinda." Yeah, absolutely. Again, we will.
That actually didn't. Luckily, that wasn't as bad as it could have been. You know what I mean? Like that could have ended up much worse than how it ended up.
Yeah,
it just goes to show you the strength of the games that did make the top of the list. Most of them we agreed on in the top 10, top 15.
Right.
There's just a few sticking points. Yeah.
And what's going to happen? What's going to happen? We will take a close look at this list once we've completed it. Still here, live in front of you guys, and
Make
go,
some final adjustments.
Yeah, like what doesn't make sense here? What does make sense here? Can we all agree that this shouldn't have belonged in this bracket? Let's switch these things around. We'll talk about it. And we'll make it happen. Belrami of the Gamecat with the €2 says, "People who hate Beat Saber kill baby kittens."
Well,
Not
that's what it
true.
takes, man.
Sweet.
Okay. I mean, look, there's been a lot of discussion about Beat Saber and the fact it should be much lower and stuff. Yeah. Just to sort of counter that with like my reasoning of why I put it so high. For me, it's a game I do keep coming back to my own surprise. It's one of these things that when I look back, I'm like, I can't believe I've sunk this many hours into the game. Mm-hmm. During the pandemic, it was like it carried me with my fitness routine. Like I can't believe how many calories I was burning today when I had an Apple Watch. When the multiplayer came, it's great, and it's the only way I really like to play the game now. But I do think the multiplayer is insanely limited. Mm-hmm. I want there to be a progression system, which is coming. I wish there was an in-game voice chat, so you could do more than just go, and that was it, to other people. And so, yeah, I think, look, the fact that Beat Saber is getting knocked down a bit means there's now a more room for growth with it. And I hope that in the next year with new features and stuff. But I also know people are divided, and this is kind of the conversation with Synth Rider as well about the music. I love the music of Synth Rider, but I also like the music on Beat Saber. Yeah. For me, 2 of the best, most recent packs have been their latest one, which was the electronic music that I know people don't like. But the story behind it was they literally spoke to their mappers and said, "What is the music you most love?" And they said, "These are our songs." They're like, "Right, we'll get the rights and let you map them." And the mapping is amazing on them. And then also their original soundtrack 5, which had all the new mechanics on it. And I love, which I know is not PSVR, but like the Beat Saber community generally is phenomenal. And so I have a real affinity with it as well. So yeah, Beat Saber's a game that I'm always questioning myself of like, is it really as good as it is? And it's why I was surprised it ended up as number 1 for me. But I just kept thinking about all those different facets that I judge games on. Like, is it a game I'd show people? Yeah, it's always one of the first. It's the game that when I show people VR, it's the one they don't want to stop playing. Is it a game that I spend a lot of time playing? Yes, it is. And is it a game that I feel that shows what VR is capable of? Absolutely as well, because with a lot of rhythm games, like whether it's the drumming ones and stuff like that, it's quite hard to have it where you're not physically hitting something. Whereas Beat Saber, the fact you're cutting through something and you follow through the other end, that fills that issue as well. And so for all those reasons, that's why, despite knowing the criticisms and totally accepting them and thinking they're legit, that's why for me, it's one of the best VR games out there.
Well, you're wrong. So, sorry.
Awesome Tatum says, "My biggest problem with Beat Saber, it's a game that's fun for short bursts, but is it sustainable over time? Does it keep you in the game for anything other than a fitness reason?" I don't play Beat Saber for fitness, but Beat Saber is probably the game I've got more hours in than any other game on PSVR. Yeah, I mean, it keeps me coming back. That DLC works for me. However, Listen, we got to move on from the Beat Saber talk, right? We talked about how it affected everything that we're talking about right now. Let's move on and figure out what other games, how these games in this bracket should work. We got Moss, Red Matter, Minecraft, Wipeout, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, Trover, Tetris Effect.
I think Wipeout's probably the clear
Wipeout for
clear
me.
winner of that group.
Clear winner.
Look, Wipeout, I know has always been I think a top 10. This didn't even make my top 50 list, which I know people are going to think is absolute savagery. And it's and I'm willing to accept that. I played it a lot when I first got my VR, and I got quite motion sickness. I did all the comfort settings, and I thought it's a good game. It's just not one that I ever felt compelled to go back to. And when I do, I enjoy it. It's just that in the grand scheme of things, so it's one of those things of like, I'm happy for this to rank high in this category.
I'm fine with Wipeout ranking high. I think I've always thought Wipeout is great, but not as great as people are saying it is, personally. But I can't argue with it being high in the. I would have Tetris Effect over Wipeout, me. But
same.
Yeah, Tetris Effect is way more of a PS. Well, I can't even say that because Wipeout's amazing. I'm not going to sit here and disparage Wipeout just to get Tetris higher. Wipeout is great. Yeah. I think people over-congratulate it a little bit for what it does. I didn't have any motion sickness. I just think it's awesome at what it does, but not much more than that. Whereas Tetris, and we're not going to do the Tetris thing. So yeah, but I'm cool with it being high up. Where y'all put it is, on you guys. I'm not fighting on that.
Where does the love fall for Tetris after like if we said Wipeout then Tetris?
Yeah, that's what
I like Tetris. Just based on its production value. I probably wouldn't put it next, but I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight about it.
I'd probably, looking at what the choices are, I'd probably put Wipeout then Tetris.
I would be happy with that.
Stop saying happy.
As long as Tetris doesn't. Stop saying happy.
I can say happy when it's about putting stuff up. It's about kicking stuff off. You can't be happy about.
Happy about killing kittens. You can't say it that way. Is what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
You're happy about.
All right.
Actually, yeah. How do you say that?
I don't know. You shouldn't be happy about killing kittens. You should be terrified. Okay. Yeah. Wipeout for me is just. 3 games in one. I love the roller coaster racing vibe. I thought futuristic racing games lost their edge and their appeal generations of consoles ago. Right? I thought they were amazing on PS1. PS2, I was already like, ugh. And PS3, I was like, okay, I'm fucking really done with this. Then I was like, oh man, VR brought all of that initial awesomeness back, especially doing it in first person, hovering above the track, taking off. It feels really, really great.
Oh shit! I totally missed that. Moss is right there. God damn it.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the only reason Moss isn't in the top bracket is because I had the sequel and you guys had the first one. So Moss should be. It should be above Tetris Effect.
Yeah, can we put Moss above? Can we vote? I undo my Tetris Effect.
Hey Wes. Hey Wes.
I missed it.
Hey Wes.
Yeah.
So you're saying that maybe Moss should be even in a higher bracket, is what you're saying?
No, that's not Moss Book 2 should be for sure.
Yeah,
but I'll make a concession here for this one, just because they are similar.
Are you guys? Can we do Moss and then Tetris Effect? Are you guys? Do you vote? Are you for that?
I'm gonna. I said earlier that there were 2 games I was going to put my foot down on, and Tetris Effect is the second one. So, but it's going to be a vote still. So if it loses out to Moss, then fair. But Tetris Effect is just it's high for me.
Can we just do a simple vote?
I love Tetris Effect, but man, it is Tetris,
I knew you were going to say that.
Listen,
everyone always says that about Tetris.
Come on, man.
Tetris Effect wasn't even on my list, right? So if putting Moss above Tetris Effect, just it changes the placement of one game, one slot, doesn't make a difference to me. And then of course the game that I actually put on my list gets to slide right in there. So, but
like I said, just vote.
I could literally flip that the other way, Brian. Actually, no, Moss was on my list as well. Let's do it.
I mean, I can ask the chat which one should be higher, Moss or Tetris Effect?
No.
There's five of us. Why aren't we voting on this?
No. Put Moss and Tetris, and let's keep them. It's not that big of a
All right.
It's close enough. It's nice.
Moss,
They're all
then
great
Tetris.
games, guys. They're all great games. It's fine.
Moss, then Tetris. I hereby nominate Trover Saves the Universe, the funniest game I've ever played.
I'm gonna look at this list. Yes, I second the nomination.
I'm gonna vote Immortal Legacy.
Oh, this guy with laundry to do or something. This guy. Always with the
dude.
What's that game about, AJ? By the way, what's it
Immortal
about?
Legacy.
Here we go,
dude.
Yeah.
I don't ask me because I actually know the story behind it, and I can go way into it.
Didn't you watch Why We Live? He went way into it.
I was watching a lot of movie reviews around that time, and so like my brain was in like movie review mode. And yeah,
Where'd that lady go? Where'd that lady go? The one that just kind of showed up, like right after the first level.
This is constantly the kind of criticism that gets lobbied at Immortal Legacy. It's like it's never like, oh man, the gunplay sucks, or oh man, the VRF mechanics suck, or
how does everybody miss this, Brian? How does everybody miss? How do they always go to the story when it comes to Immortal Legacy?
Right.
I mean,
but
it's on my list. It's on my list. I did vote for it. I'm not the one that didn't vote for it.
What's wrong with Trover? Okay, there are things that people don't like about Immortal. What's wrong with Trover? Other than if you just don't like it.
there's two main things come to mind with Trover. I like Trover a lot, by the way, even though it wasn't on my 50. There's two things that come to mind. Number one, it's not like a great platformer. Like it falls into that 3D adventure kind of category, and I think the gameplay is not the greatest. Like it's okay. It's a little above average gameplay, but it's a little bit too easy and a little bit too short for me overall. I think.
Are you talking about Trover?
Is the main problem. Yeah, Trover.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely on the easy side for sure. I was fine with the length. I thought, especially since it's a game that focuses so much on comedy, it's easy to overstay your welcome when it comes to comedy. And they didn't. I was laughing the whole time, and I fucking hate comedy. Right? I was laughing the whole time. I was like Immortal Legacy better. It's a very personal pick.
That's kind of all it is really for me.
But they are neck and neck. I could go Immortal Legacy, then Trover.
Yeah.
Shit. Donatello has a great point.
He does. We're all wrong.
Red Matter, man. Red Matter is definitely the next best one, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
I disagree. I think
I got Trover over Red Matter, but Red Matter is amazing, and I'm not going to fight on that one. I got Trover though. I mean, it's so
okay.
unique.
Can we just? I mean, should we just vote again? I mean, that's why we're here, right?
Real quick, let me take care of these tips before they get away from me. Belrami, the Gamecat with the €2 says Immortal Legacy is like top 10 material. Interesting. Wow. On my personal list,
by the way,
can
I just say in response to that, Brian, the most common things in the chat have been X game should be top 10, and what the hell is X doing this low down? Like, and that's the frustrating thing of how is it so low, or why is it not this high? And it's like there's going to be a lot of that. Unfortunately,
it's the problem with making these lists. I'm just, and really, when I was making my list, I said I'll just be happy if this game gets on the list. I don't care where it ranks, because we're just trying to give a lot of love to games that haven't gotten a lot of love in the past. Donatello the Scientist Gamecat with $2 says, how are you guys not thinking Red Matter? Come on, I'm kind of with him. But you said who?
I didn't forget. I didn't miss it. I did miss it.
I missed it.
I missed it.
Okay,
but
so
Trover speak. I'm not a fan of I don't like Rick and Morty. I'm not a fan of that type of comedy.
Yeah.
And Trover spoke right to me. I love that game. I had the best time.
Same as it was what you and Brian have said. I've never. It's not that I hate those shows. I've watched a bit of Rick and Morty and I like it, but I just haven't delved into it. This game, I was like, all right, I'll see how it is, because I played because was it Accounting Plus? Was it by them?
Yeah. Yes.
Sponge Games.
And
also on my list.
Was it on your list? Yeah, I was like, that's cool. But Trover, I was like, as a full-fledged game, I was like, all right, no, this is awesome. I played it all the way through, went for the plat, really enjoyed it. So yeah.
Let's vote. What?
Trover.
Trover.
Trover for me.
Majority rules. Trover it is.
Okay.
That was easy.
Red matter. See, this is why I'm like, why aren't we voting more? Like, it's so much easier.
Yeah, but again, we don't just want to blast through these games without talking about them and explain why they're on the list.
It's a celebration.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so then we got Red Matter, Minecraft, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy. I mean, are we just going to vote?
We can do that. I would like to talk a little bit about Here They Lie, which is the most unique game that I've ever played. A game that, despite being a walking simulator, has so much going on so many different levels, and would be a top 10, maybe even top 5 game for me if it didn't have the technical problems that it has. Like, it's not the most crisp game in the world visually. The controls are terrible. It will make you sick if you don't play it a certain way. But I still love it. It's one of my favorite games, and I just wanted to say that.
Paris K in the chat with 2 quid says, Beat Saber stale, Synth Riders evolves. Well, Paradise Decay.
Well, it doesn't evolve quick enough because I want it to have multiplayer.
Yeah, you'll be happy to see Beat Saber falling down the list, but you will not be happy to see Synth Riders not appearing on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gutted it's not on it.
I'm with you on Here They Lie. I think Here They Lie is really just a super underrated game. Whenever I jump back into it, I go, how is this not on our top 25 list? Unfortunately, I say that with so many games that I jump back in and play and go, how is this game just not? However, I do think it's artistically stunning. I do wish that, again, just like so many other games, that it had move support, that it had 2 hands in the game. I wish that there were better comfort options. They could turn them all off. And I do wish that it was a little less blurry. I do think it's better than it was at some point. Did it get pro support or something? Because it does. Anytime I play it, I'm always like, this looks better than I remember it. But there's a lot going on in these worlds.
It takes a minute for your eyes to adjust, but by the time you get out of the tunnels and out into the first city area, it starts to look really good. But I love it. Not only is it artistically beautiful, but I mean, if you really understand what the game is, it's a commentary on human nature, both the positive and negative aspects of it. I mean, there's a lot of classic literary reference in the way the game is put together. I mean, I could talk for an hour about this, but I've done that many times before. Subscribe to Virtual Strangers.
So it's between.
Love it.
So it's between Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy, and
Minecraft and Red Matter.
Okay.
I mean, Red Matter's next, right? You gotta go Red Matter.
So can we simplify this? As much as I love Minecraft, and I don't love Minecraft. I think it's just I think there's so much going on in it that it had to be on the list. Unfortunately, the VR implementation I think could have been so much better. And we don't need to talk much about Minecraft. I think Minecraft should be at the bottom of this.
Yeah, I didn't even vote. It wasn't even on my top 50.
It was on my top 50, and it was like mid tier.
Mine too.
It's cool for it to go at the bottom here.
I don't like Minecraft. I've never liked Minecraft. I won't go back to playing Minecraft. But when I went into Minecraft, for other reasons we're not going to get into, I went into the Minecraft-verse, and I was like, this is astounding. It's easy to discount, but the people who know, if you know, you know. And it's amazing what that one app can do. It's crazy. It's really crazy. It humbles me. I wish I was it made me wish I was into Minecraft.
I had
amazing.
I had Minecraft when it was alpha, when it was like $10, and and then I'd keep coming back to it every year. And even now, I haven't probably done it for a couple of years now, but every year you come back, the amount of stuff they keep adding to it, you're like, what else could they add? And it's just
it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it really is. I'm not really going. Like, everybody has personal favorites. Red Matter is like the most quality. Here They Lie is Wes's favorite, and y'all guys like Immortal Legacy. I don't play enough Minecraft to really force it up the list, but I just want to have this little piece to say: if you don't know, you should get familiar, because Minecraft VR is crazy.
Yeah, I've seen enough other people play Minecraft. I played it for 12 hours at launch. I still didn't learn all the basic mechanics because I ended up playing multiplayer and everybody was just handing me shit, and I didn't get to learn the fundamentals even in 12 hours. That doesn't mean I'm not interested. I think from what I've seen, it's amazing. You can do all sorts of crazy shit. belongs on the list, obviously,
God, okay.
but the VR implementation, I think, pushes it down in this bracket.
3 quick things. First thing is, it's a shame that the pickaxe you can't use with a Move controller. Okay. Number 2, I'd love for the 5 of us to have a server and actually start a new game and go to the Ender Dragon and like just live stream it and work together on building it. That'd be cool. And number 3 was one of the coolest things about when going into Minecraft VR, despite all its issues, is when you load in, you start off in a Minecraft house and your game is on a TV, and then you press a button and you go into the TV, into the VR, and that was a really cool,
that was crazy.
Whoa moment. Yeah,
that I was like, whoa. It's been a while. I've been in PSVR for so long that it's hard to really like. I'm a season 1 PSVR guy, so it's hard to really give me a whoa moment. But when it zoomed in and you were just in the world, I was like, oh my God. So real quick, my son and I, we linked our accounts together. We built this house, carved it into a mountain, put a farm down there, got the water. We got corn going. We got a whole base over there. And he wasn't in VR, but I'm in VR.
Right.
I just walked down my hallway out of my bedroom and looked at my farm. And I was like, this is amazing. I wasn't even playing the game proper. It was just this little thing. And it's still one of my best video game memories of all time. It was mind-blowing how much that world just like sucked me in and held me there. It was crazy, super crazy.
Did you say mind blowing?
Oh my God, yes, I did. Oh my, I don't even know. We need to edit button. I'll fully go to bat for Minecraft. With that being said, though, actually, I have no follow up to that. I'm just like saying. With that being said,
I say put it down at the bottom. I mean, I put it on this list not because I enjoy playing it. I put it on here because it's Minecraft. I needed to make some concessions. Again, it's not all about what's my favorite game, right? We need some. I needed some casual multiplayer games where groups can play together. Right. And Minecraft made it, and Rec Room didn't for me. So that should tell you what I think about Minecraft. At least something about what I think about Minecraft.
Or what you think about Rec Room, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So we are all in agreement that we can put it at the bottom of this bracket.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
I think it's yeah.
Okay. Even though you breathe heavy, I'm not gonna ask.
I'm uncomfortable with it because it's really kind of an amazing thing, but
Well, AJ's going to hate this because Red Matter, Here They Lie, and Immortal Legacy are all similar type games, and they all are going to be boom, 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 right down the list, right near each other. But the question now is which of these 3?
They're not that.
Yeah, whatever. They're all
Red Matter's got to be the top one here. It's Red Matter has fallen far too far.
I think I actually think they're in the perfect order. I think Red Matter, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy is the perfect order for them. I'm glad Immortal Legacy gets to be here. I understand it's not perfect, not quite as polished as maybe Here They Lie and Red Matter. So for me, boom, 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 Red Matter, Here They Lie, Immortal Legacy. Who disagrees?
Yeah, I don't think these are actually that similar. This isn't Borderlands Sniper Elite similar.
We're doing a good thing then, right? Yeah. I'll subscribe to that. Obviously, it's not the order I would put them in, but it's close enough. I understand why the more polished and popular game, Red Matter, would go over my favorite. So I'm not going to argue that.
That looks good.
Wes, can I ask you and I have both? I haven't checked back in with you since we did our Gamescast episode on Red Matter 2. How have you finished the game or gotten further into the game?
Oh yeah. And let me just say, anyone who is fighting for Red Matter right now, you're gonna love Red Matter 2.
Nice.
It's my leading candidate right now for Game of the Year, over Wanderer, over Moss Book 2.
Wow.
Red Matter 2 is fucking amazing. It's really good.
See, that's what I'm very happy to hear that, because I will say that the first hour of Red Matter 2, I was like, wow, the gameplay mechanics have been improved on, but I don't like this so far better than Red Matter 1. So I'm really, really happy to hear that.
Oh, you're just getting started, brother. You're
Nice.
just getting started.
All right, putting it down. Red Matter. Here They Lie. Immortal Legacy. Here we go. Another bracket taken care of, you guys. We're down to the final 20.
Oh man.
I know, it's craziness.
Whoa.
It's craziness. I'd love to say we're nearing the end, but we know how this goes. The last 10% takes 90% of the time.
And I've got a friend's wedding to get to.
He's sick. I'm their best man. They're not going forward without me.
Yeah. They're actually in the church right now. They've been there 4 hours. He's actually watching while next to his to-be wife on a TV on a computer. So, hey, if you guys are watching,
that's
awesome. Should we tackle? We should probably tackle 10 through 20 first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so.
Start with number 10.
Yeah, 10. We can go 10 through 20. But that does mean we have 20. We have 20 games. We have to break this down to two separate brackets, basically.
Yeah.
If we're doing the back end, then we have to start at 20 and work up. If we're doing the top end, we have to start at the top and move down.
Yeah.
Like we can't start at 10. We can't start in the middle. Like how would we go about that?
Right.
Because we have a group of 20 here.
Listen, let me read off the list of games that we're working with here. We've got Dreams, Resident Evil 7, Saints and Sinners, Astrobot, Wanderer, Firewall, Song in the Smoke, Zenith, Farpoint, No Man's Sky, Superhot VR, Skyrim, Blood and Truth, Persistence, Rush of Blood, Star Wars Squadrons, Fract, Iron Man, Pistol Whip to the top. Now listen, I think some of these games are clearly top 10 games, and some of these games are clearly below that. Well, since I want to go with what Wes was saying, and let's tackle 20, 19, 18, 17.
We might need to do that for here.
What do you guys think of every game of the 20 games on this list? What ones do we think belong on the bottom? Again, great games,
man.
But there's a clear distinction here in my book.
Either To the Top or Squadrons. Or To the Top and Squadrons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with that. I think Zenith needs to be kind of down there a little bit. I think I love Fract, but man, is it short.
Yep.
It's really short.
Yeah.
Fract and Iron Man for me are two of the ones that belong at the bottom of this because great games. Fract is super short. Iron Man, whenever you're not in the suit, is just like, man, can we just get back in the suit, please?
Yeah.
I played a lot of Iron Man
so
this week
accessible.
in preparation for this. I actually think you guys underrate it, but that's just me. I think Pistol Whip, if you're talking about my personal taste, I think Pistol Whip should be down toward the bottom.
Should we all vote on one and just see if something aligns?
What
for number 20?
One to be in the bottom half. Is that what we're doing?
One to be at number 20.
At number 20.
Yeah, number 20.
Yep.
Would it work to vote for number 20? And just everybody pick one and see if it adds up, or
I think we all kind of agreed that maybe Fract's a little bit high here, so
I think Fract's a little bit high. I'd be very happy pushing that down.
Fract is higher than where I ranked it on my top 50, and I love Fract.
Yeah, same.
And again, great game. It's just that there are other games on here that.
Yeah, I had Fract at 34.
Yeah, for me it was at 28 or 27. It was for me. Yeah,
I'm gonna start referencing my own list that I have 25. Here.
No, it's good. It's good to say that, like to get a sense of the weight behind stuff. Are we all saying
Fract was 40
Fract is at 20? Are we saying Fract at 20 then?
Yeah, I'm good with
that.
Yep. Look at that. Pretty good.
Okay. By the way, guys, in Discord, I've put the full list there if it's easier for you to see.
Nice.
And then
I'm just, like I said, if I'm not sure about something, I'm just looking at my own list that I made and saying, oh, I had this one above this, so this is what I think.
Okay. All right, well, Fract can come off of that list then. Boom. I'm interested to hear, Wes, you had said that you thought that we are underrating Iron Man. I think I'd given it like an 8.3 or something like that when I reviewed it. Are we giving the faults of Iron Man too much shit?
I think I had a lot of the same criticisms that you guys had about it initially. And basically, I think what gets the most criticism is kind of when you're indoors, kind of the when you're in the node base parts of the game where you're kind of just hopping around from node to node. It really annoyed me at first that I couldn't just explore this beautiful manor But I really think that section of the game is just misunderstood. It's a hub. It's a place for you to kind of do your upgrades and kick off into the game.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you're in the chapters, when you're playing the game, that it's the best superhero game I've played in VR.
It does stand the test of time too. When you go back and play it, it's a lot of fun. Like
Better now.
Really, yeah, it is better. And you go back into it and you're like, man, it's one of those where it's like, I forgot how fun this is kind of deals.
Yeah, we're also playing on PlayStation 5s now, and they've patched the loading. So even though on PlayStation 4 the loading still sucks, the patch helps a little bit. And on PlayStation 5 the SSD helps. And they gave us shit to shoot while we're waiting for.
And there was reprojection. Even on the Pro, there was reprojection when you would turn. Even in like the node-based still scenes, when you would turn, sometimes you would get this choppiness to it. None of that anymore. Not on PS5.
Huh. That's weird. Interesting, because I went in and actually compared the PlayStation 5 version. It was one of the first games I loaded up and compared, did a video comparing. And I still saw the choppiness when I was turning, which is very interesting. I may need to check back in.
I played it. I played it 2 nights ago and looked for it and didn't see it.
I'll check back in, man. That's really good to hear.
I think at 19, my vote is going to have to go for To the Top.
Oh, no, I got To the Top over Iron Man. Kind of clearly, Iron Man didn't have much. It wasn't paced well for me. It was floating.
It did have a pacing problem.
Yeah.
I have experiences of the old Iron Man. I haven't played it on my PS5 or anything like that. So everything you're saying sounds great. So obviously we go with the better version of the game. But To the Top is it's mostly like Hotel R&R to me. It's like, wow, there's more stuff in here. Every time I saw something totally different, I was like, this is crazy. I didn't know these levels got this insane at the end of it. So I got To the Top over Iron Man. Clear.
I'm pretty close to the same on those two. Like, I'm not going to argue too much about the placement of them. I would say, for me, the next couple that should be on the bottom are Pistol Whip and Zenith. Pistol Whip, I love the direction they went with it. I love the story DLCs. The original gameplay though got pretty old for me fairly quickly. And then Zenith, I think will eventually be a really good open world MMO, but it's still a work in progress. It's very one dimensional. It's very samey and repetitive. I love hanging out with people in that big world. Again, that's why this is here, not Rec Room. But I don't think it's where it needs to be.
I think Zenith just needs more time for more polish and.
I agree.
Things.
I agree with
that.
that.
I think if it has like one big thing, I've got 200 hours in the game, but if there's one thing it needs is like some more polish. I don't know if I could put it below To the Top and stuff, but.
The thing about Pistol Whip is I've always really liked it. I think it's a really exciting game. I love the mechanics. I like what they keep adding to it. The campaigns, as Wes said. For some reason, though, Pistol Whip is a game that I only go back to when they've got new DLC to check it out.
Yeah.
It's not a game that I feel like I'm ready to do that again. Like, I don't know. It just it's never clicked with me like that. And I don't know why it is. But, yeah.
Same here. It's the same way I'm with Synth Riders. Like, whenever there's Synth Riders DLC, I'll go play it once. I don't pick it back up until there's another one.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing about this show is that, we get so used to arguing about this, what's right, who's right. Everything Wes says lets me know how big of a gaming spectrum there are between people. Like, we are very different gamers.
Yeah.
You can see that in the chat too.
Yeah, for sure.
I love getting up. I love being active. And this is a VR platform. What's one of the best VR games? Pistol Whip I have super high on my list. When you're in there, it's what we always thought. You're gonna hear me say this about super hot, if I have to say anything at all. But it's what we always thought VR was gonna be. In this world, totally different than the world you live in, and you're firing guns and you're active and I have it very high up over a lot of things on this list. I'm not gonna fight for it high up on this list. Yeah, I got it high. I love Pistol Whip. I think everyone. Plus, I get active. Like when you want to talk about things that VR can do, when you talk about fitness, when you talk about all those things, Pistol Whip is right up there with the best of them. You know what I mean? You're sweaty. You'll feel it. It's not sprint vector. You're not gonna be laid up for 8 days, but you will feel it in your legs. You're squatting. You're up. It's for that side. it's for that side of gamer, you know, and I'm on that side of gamer. So yeah, I have it at 10, and I stand by it very high up on the list. You know.
Yeah, we've talked about Pistol Whip for 5 minutes, and my legs hurt.
I love that game. I love it. I'll put anyone in it. Like, whoa, like it's amazing.
If you don't want to exercise, don't play.
Sonically, yeah. If you don't want to exercise, don't play Pistol Whip.
Right.
But the sounds and with the DLC they dropped, and you know,
it's sprint vector to me. It's a fun, great concept that I don't want to do anymore.
Yeah, I do wish if there was one thing about Pistol Whip, because I love everything about it. If there's one thing, it's kind of what I think Myles mentioned, which is I play it when there's new DLC, but it's missing something that makes me want to go back and keep playing it constantly. I think, yeah.
Even with the new weekly and daily challenges, I thought, oh, this could be it, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
you know?
I thought the same thing. I was like, here we go. No.
Yeah, it's like, you know, Beat Saber Synth Riders, I love to go back and increase my score and stuff. I feel like it's there is something to that I enjoy. And with that one, with Pistol Whip, of the three, it's just the replay value that I think is just doesn't grab me, but everything else about it's great.
I also think that shows sort of a sense of maturity that's happening with the VR world, because a lot of these games came in when they are the first of their kind to do things where the reason you keep going back is to experience that VR experience doing that particular thing. But because there are so many games now, the sort of the craving for progression systems and, you know, what are the reasons that you dedicate your attention to grinding this particular game over others, which is why actually with Zenith I spent over 100 hours in it because there was something to grind for. And then other games I'm like, you know, unless there's DLC or, you know, there has to be reasons for you going back and spending time literally in those worlds, because that's what VR's about. And I think Pistol Whip's a great example of that. When it first came out, yeah, it still is great, but for longevity it needs to have some kind of progression system or something that keeps getting you to come back. And also, actually, the last thing I say about Pistol Whip, it's really interesting how everyone's ranked it, because, Aceville, you're at 10. Bryan, you had it at 42. I had it at 21. AJ had it at 20. And Wes had it at 36. So it's like literally right across the board.
Right across the board, right. So
yeah.
It's like me. I don't play horror games, but I can't say, you know, like the Persistence I would put at the bottom of this list. But I can't really, you know, that's just because I don't play horror games. Does that mean it's a bad game or it's not a good game? No. So a lot of people don't like getting up and being active every day or whatever. But that doesn't mean that the games that are suited for you to do that should be, you know, knocked down for that. You know, someone like me who loves flying around my room like I'm a half a superhero or whatever, you know, it's perfect. That's who they're talking to. I'm their fan base. So, I mean, and they nail what they're doing.
And, you know, now that I think about it, I've got Pistol Whip higher on my list than Star Wars Squadrons, which is also in this block. And, you know, I love the amount of polish on it. It's a great game. It might be the best Star Wars campaign in VR, but that said, it's a cockpit flyer, you know. It's pretty one-dimensional in that aspect.
Of all the decisions we're making here today, the most important decisions is who Bryan chooses to host, because that determines the list, because that's how gamers are. We're all different, you know. Sure. You know, I see Donatello's tip here, and it's like, yeah, that's because, you know, me and Myles are here. If you know, if Jeremy was here, it'd be a different list. So
yeah, that's a great point, because I don't know about you guys, but Bryan said, Myles, do you want to do this? But you have to have these games on the list. Yeah,
sounds like Bryan.
Man, it's like there's not enough shit thrown at me already online. Since you brought it up, Aceville, let's make sure we get all these tips. Just one tip: Donatello signed his Gamecat $2 tip. Says Fracked Iron Man Super Hot above Hitman 3. Just wow, that'll teach you IO Interactive for not including move support.
There you go.
There you go. Dude, the more we talk about some of these games, the more I'm like, I kind of think about all the great things that Fracked does, right? We're so quick to be like, oh, we're putting it at number 20, right? But like, but man, like the cover-based system is something we'd only seen in one other game, the Planet of the Apes game, which was not
right.
which was not good outside of the cover system. And here they are, and Dream's like implementing it perfectly into a beautiful world, like painted looking world, just amazing dynamic resolutions on the PlayStation 5. It's just it's like through the roof, like just looks beautiful. And
You get chased by an avalanche, Bryan.
You ski.
An avalanche.
You ski.
You can look
You
behind
shoot
you
while
and
you're
it's there.
skiing. I mean, it feels kind of Time Crisis,
a
but
great
like
game.
off rails. And there's just enough story that's well acted to keep you moving, even if you don't care about the story. I didn't care about the story, but I was like, let's just keep moving, dude. Zip lines. You get to climb, you get to shoot, you get to do all sorts of shit. That is just very arcadey VR. Climbing, was it the train that's like hanging off of the rails, basically?
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
that was-
such a memorable moment. And so, like, as I'm looking at it right now, going, man, I kind of want to put Pistol Whip at number 20 and move Fracked up one notch.
Word. I'm down for it. And you know,
I put Squadrons at 20 and move Fracked up one notch.
how about Zenith at 20 and move Fracked up one notch?
You know what? Zenith at 20.
I don't wait.
and move
What?
everything else up.
I don't like where this is going. What just happened?
This is all wrong.
I love
This
it.
is all
Right?
wrong.
It's going downhill
New
fast.
West
Save us,
Frack
AJ.
Stays
Save
right
us.
where it is.
Right.
Fract is staying right where it is. We're figuring out the number 19 spot. Because as Donatello Scientist Game Cast, it's a 2-hour game. Yes, it does
It
all
is 2
these
hours.
things.
Yes.
But
That's
it is
true.
2 hours long.
All right.
And that's too short.
Can I put Pistol Whip
It's not.
above Fracked, and that's our number 19?
I can put Pistol Whip above Fract any day. Yes.
Dude, Cerebral Frost,
Sure,
the
I
Boop
think
Cat,
so.
in the chat. I don't think it's coincidence. He just tipped $30. He writes, "I need coffee. Y'all need coffee. Let's get coffee." Just before the conversation to the top comes up.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's a good point.
we know Dan. You're playing mind games with us, Dan. But thanks for the tip, guys. I gotta grab some coffee real quick. I've been empty
Sure.
for a little bit. Do you guys want to get up and stretch your legs? We want to take a quick little break.
Yes. Quick little
Absolutely.
break. I think we need to regroup.
All right.
Dun, dun,
Cool.
dun, dun.
Guys, yeah, I thought we were going to get away with doing this in 2 segments, but holy crap, absolutely not. Let's play that for anyone who's just tuning in. We can play the Gamecat video submissions while we're away. Probably won't play the whole thing. I don't know about you guys. I just need like 5 or 6 minutes. Is that all good to you guys?
Yeah.
Let's go play Pistol Whip real quick. Be right back.
To refresh my memory.
Good.
Nice.
So good.
All right, man.
All right. See y'all in a bit.
All right. Nope, that's the cat. No, clip of the week. There it is.
Serial Killer the Game Cat here. My pick for Super Hot VR. You guys barely included it on the last list, and I think with its unique gameplay, the style, it definitely deserves to be on the top 50.
Hey Gamecats and crew, Nick Milo here. Gosh, and as soon as I hit play, I forgot what game I was going to talk about. It's like my favorite game. It's the reason I have VR. Ultra Wings is really good. That one definitely is top 20 in my book. But the other game, gosh, it's like when you finish the campaign, there's all these really fun modes to do, and I feel like it's underappreciated a little bit. Oh well. Enjoy the debate.
Cookie! What are you doing? Oh, you're getting high.
Hey Brian, hey AJ, hey Wes, hey Myles, UK Gamecat. This is Shooty Hootie. I'm with my own Gamecat here. Jess, say hey Jess. Maybe not. So yeah, I just want to put forward 2 games for your top 50. Number 1, got to be in there. Dirt Rally. I'm from the UK, so I'm a bit more familiar with Rally than most of you. Myles, hopefully can stick up for me. Dirt Rally has got to be in your top 50. It's got to be in the top 25, top 10, top 5. Absolutely love it. It's an amazing experience. It's a real go-to game for me. 100 hours in there, and real winner for me. And number 2, which I'm batting for, and I'm guessing you may be as well, Brian, is Separation. Just an absolutely amazing game, a really amazing experience to play through. I'm a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus, the whole Team Ico, Last Guardian, all that world. And so Separation was just an awesome experience, some amazing moments. So I'm really batting for that as well. Thanks very much, guys.
Hey everyone, it's Jeremy from New Zealand, the same guy who does the time codes for AJ. I hope I'm not too late, but I wanted to throw my hat in the ring and say Shooty Fruity deserves a spot on the list. Maybe sort of top 40s, but it definitely shouldn't be slept on. Really great gameplay, great wave shooter. So yeah, fingers crossed. Cheers. Bye.
Hey, what's up without Parole? Jubesy here. I just want to say hi to Bryan, AJ, Wes, Myles, and the Gamecats. I'm just here to leave my 2 cents for the top 50 debate. My accomplice and I, Bear, say hi, Bear. We've gone to great lengths to choose a game. Him choosing Conrad's Kittens, which is garbage. Don't put that on the top 25, don't tell him though. And we have actually decided on Stride together, because this game is good. It's cheap. It did get a price increase with no content to show, but nonetheless, the Endless Mode's killer. Hopefully multiplayer on the way, but who knows with these devs. But yeah, Stride's a great game. I think it definitely deserves a spot in the 20 to 25 range. I say we can kick Sniper Elite VR right off the end of the list and banish it to the 9th ring of hell. That game sucks. And the aim support is pretty garbo, but yeah, that's my hot take for the day. Anyways, I'd love to see Stride somewhere in the top 25, if not top 50. And I just want to say thank you guys very much for all the work you do for creating this community, especially over the pandemic. It's really helped me, and I know a lot of other people that it's helped a lot too. And I hope you explode with PSVR 2, and I can't wait to hang out with all of you with the Orbs. And have a great day.
Alright, did you get it started? Okay. Hey Bryan, hey Cats. So Ruby and I decided to go ahead and give our recommendation for top 50. I know it's a little bit cliche, we might be kind of biased or whatnot, but we really thought that we had a good idea for a game for top 50, and we think you should really be considering Baby Hands, you know, because Baby Hands, great game, should probably be in the top 50. So anyway, we just wanted to let you know you should consider, you know, Baby Hands.
Hey everyone, this is Darth Vader the Gamecat, and my number one pick would have to be Saints and Sinners. Because who doesn't love zombies? The physics, the animations, the detail in the game, it's really well done, and Saints and Sinners really outdid themselves. So that's my number one pick for PSVR Without Parole's top 50.
Hello, it's Lupo the Gamecat and my cat Kamish, and we want to nominate The Room VR a Dark Matter.
Hello, PSVR 2 Without Parole, and all the Game Cats in Game Cats land. This is Awesome Tatum sliding into the Games Cast, giving you a few games to consider for the PSVR Top 50 games. The first one we're going to talk about is 1976, an awesome retro shooter where you go to 1976, and kill some Nazis in an old school retro shooter fun. Then next up is Table of Tales, where you get to play on an awesome table that quite literally is a table of tales, with 4 scoundrels and an awesome RPG adventure, giving you a ton of D&D vibes with an easy card system and a unique story. And then finally, the Grand Poobah itself, Thumper, where you get to pilot a space beetle in a crazy psychedelic land with crazy thumping, bumping music and some crazy bosses and just a hell of a good time. I love it. Great game. Very underrated. That's my games. This is Awesome Tatum. Signing out here. I remain awesome. And now, back to the games.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Nicholas, also known as Nick the Gamecat How. And I would like to talk about my opinion on the top 25 debate. So I want to start out with Pistol Whip. Believes that Pistol Whip deserves to be back in the top 25 for sure. No question about it. Love that game. Such a great workout. Now I'd like to talk about what I think deserves to be number one. A lot of people believe Resident Evil 7 deserves to be number one, right? And I feel the same way. I think Resident Evil is the quintessential number one PSVR game. over Saints and Sinners for sure. They can't hear us. Hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
There we go.
That was such a great story, guys.
It was a
That
great story
long-
about Coca-Cola. You
long-
missed
you
so
missed it.
much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Long story short, after COVID, Coke now tastes like Pepsi.
To
the full story on Patreon.
to Pepsi
Crystal
fans,
Pepsi
delight
at that.
everywhere. Yep. No, absolutely. Okay, guys. So we are back, and we got to knock out this top 20 now. We've got Fracked at number 20, number 19. I feel like we were just about to put Pistol Whip down before we stepped away. Can we put Pistol Whip down? I feel like we've talked about it enough. Is that a good place for it?
At 19.
Yeah.
I say yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Got to turn me into Eeyore, but all right.
All right. So let's see. What's the next? What else we have here? We
still quit.
So what?
Squadrons, Zenith.
To the top.
To the top. You guys say to the top. I think to the top doesn't get the love it deserves. Although it being here, I think is a victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
To the
I think
top
it's redemption, but okay.
has an awesome selection of levels of all varying difficulties. It has maybe the best soundtrack in VR.
It's a great soundtrack.
Certainly has the best parkour in VR, and you can play it with your friends. It's still fun. It's just as fun today as it was when it launched, and it's one of the most replayable games in the whole catalog.
I like all of your points.
Thank you.
For me, it's either to the top or Squadrons.
What about Iron Man?
I think I'd put Iron Man above to the top at least.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, this is tough. We're dealing with a pretty big wall of games here. So this, I think the decision making factor is going to be tougher as we get going here.
Yeah.
Of course.
I think to the top should be closer to the middle of this bracket, actually. I got Zenith under it.
Yes, Zenith should be next. That game
Zenith
is
should
not
be
finished.
19.
It's not finished. Now maybe it gets higher the next time we do one of these. But I mean, the missions in that game are literally go climb and do this. You know, kill a bunch of.
I mean,
That's
yes,
not
it
true.
is.
No, that is not true, dude.
That's
that is not true.
some of the
I've done that.
simple.
I've done that in every area of the game.
No,
but that's not a mission, though.
That's not. You may be doing a side mission or something. There's some scouting missions. Yeah, that's like phase one of some things.
do that.
But there are tons of. There is a big variety of missions in that game. Absolutely. There's flying stuff. There's ziplining stuff. There's a huge upgrade system. There's dungeons. There's what are those called? There's what is it? The dungeons, the raids, and all that stuff. All that stuff is
Was there like
sweet.
10 enemies in the whole thing? Big giant world with 10 enemies in it.
I love the synopsis of it. Can someone clip that? That was so
That
good.
game blew my mind, man. That
Listen, the mechanics of Zenith are so much deeper than you're giving it credit for. The fact that you can climb anything, the fact that you've got servers that can hold 50 people, that you can jump off of anything and glide everywhere. The upgrades feel great every time you find. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm like, I 100% agree with you that, like, you know, it needs more content, but it was so funny to hear the people who are like, it needs more content.
the same people who were like, I spent 100 hours with it in the last week, and I only spent $30 on it, and it needs more content. I'm like, okay, well that's all true, but man, those 100 hours are really good.
I haven't played it in 4 months. I get tired of spamming the same attacks. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm saying out of this list, it's the worst game.
I highly disagree.
Have you tried cooking, Wes?
People keep dude, I play Oculus Quest, man. I'm tired of playing cooking games. I don't want to cook in this game, okay?
No, like not even the cooking. I don't know what went wrong for you, Wes, but man, I hate to say it, but I think you're doing it wrong when you're playing it.
Fair enough.
Your army as you're going
I like the climbing.
Army, that's so good.
I love the climbing and the flying. That's great. I love the size of the world. I love how the difficulty does ratchet up as you go through these areas, although the enemies are very samey.
They're different.
I mean,
there's
things
a
I
lot
like
of
about it.
different enemies in different areas, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I think there's something you're missing here.
Yeah,
Personally. I agree.
I definitely,
agree.
I definitely have to disagree pretty strongly on this one. Like to me, Zenith is, I mean, top 12 minimum.
It's an early access game. That's what it is.
I'm with, yeah. It's weird because Zenith reads very well on paper, or when you're telling someone about it, all the things you could do, and you're not lying. That's all true. I don't have much of an argument against it, other than I feel it should be 19. All these other choices here ring more like higher up on the. They just sound better where they are. Zenith. Right. I said Zenith and Zenith. You guys are confusing me.
I say both.
I'm all over the place. Yeah. But these arguments for Zenith are not wrong at all. I'm not going.
I think the biggest flaws that it has
lazy argument, but
I think it could use a little polish around some edges, for sure, and I think it needs more. There's a lot of stuff in Zenith for hardcore like gamers and stuff, but there's not a lot of stuff for like if you just want to jump in and kind of just casually hang out in one area for a really long time. Like there's stuff there, but it's a little limited in that regard. It's more about, it's structured like any MMO. I mean, like most MMOs are. And of all the MMOs that I've seen in VR, like it's, well, actually there's not many, but it was definitely for me. I mean, being the first MMO experience, VR MMO experience, it was pretty massive for what it came with. Yes, it is kind of like early access and stuff, but that's an early access that gives you like 200 hours of content. Is
Right.
hard to argue with that.
For what though? I mean, what level are you?
What level am I in Zenith?
Yeah,
level.
I don't. Does it stop? I think. Oh, I'm maxed out. Yeah, I got to level 40 and I'm maxed out.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
not
level
even there.
40.
I'm level 40. I've got legendary gear, legendary armor, legendary weapons.
Right.
I've done the raids. I've done the dungeons.
Did you beat the boss, the big boss, and finish the game?
I've beaten the boss and finished the game. Yes.
No, there's no. So there is a boss now. And
There is a boss at the end of
There's
the
a
game.
massive boss, yeah.
There was and it takes like 50 people to take him down.
It kept crashing the servers because so many people were trying to fight. It was amazing.
Yeah, there
well,
is
not the crashing. The crashing was terrible, but
there is an end. There is an end game, and then there's end game content. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. I have not played that much of it. I think I'm closer to what Brian's done in it. But when I hear people criticize this game, people that are MMO guys, I'm not an MMO guy. They keep going back to there's no end game here. You're just leveling the level.
That was like a year ago.
Yeah.
I mean, that was true maybe a year ago, but or something. Well, obviously not a year ago because it came out earlier this year.
Right.
So that was true around launch. That is no longer true. There's definitely stuff to do afterward.
Well, I'm glad to hear that at least.
Looper the Underground Gamecat with the €2 says, how many of you have played the raids?
I have.
There we go.
I haven't. You're talking about the stuff they put in
But
this
again-
last update. I haven't tried.
But
it since
again,
then.
the raids and stuff are really high level. That's what I think the problem is that the content they've added so far are for the people that did beat the game already and did max out everything. And they, like most MMOs, they added more content to the end game. So people that haven't, gotten up to that part, they're kind of SOL because you have a lot more to do first before you're ready for that.
They've also made a lot of adjustments for the game itself too. Like they added more side quests and everything else to make leveling a little bit more natural, right? Because you find yourself like just kind of hitting a wall every so often, being like, I'm ready to go to the next area. Oh, I haven't, but you haven't leveled up to where you're supposed to. They've added a lot more side quests, so level progression feels a lot better than it used to. So
maybe it's better than it, because I played it for like a month. And maybe 6 weeks, and it didn't hold me after that. After that, I would just go in when I had friends going in. But even like after a couple of months, my friends stopped going in. Like it just lost me and my whole group pretty much.
Yeah, most of us. I mean, we built our guild up to 150. we had 150 game cats in our guild. And that's all like community members here that you see in the chat, people that just watch the channel that I got to meet for the first time in person and stuff. So 150, and we coordinated stuff. We played for about only 2 months or something as well, but that was like 200 hours. And then we waited for the end game content to drop, which it did, and then we jumped back in for a little while.
I'm still waiting on the Cyber Ninja.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll say the Celestial Palace, is that what the Myles and I jumped in to play some of the DLC
Throne update.
Celestial Throne, and dude, oh my god, it was like suddenly it became a platformer, right? And it's just like one of the hardest 3D VR platformers I've ever played.
That sounds cool.
I mean, it's like I was literally looking at like 30 polygons on screen, and I couldn't convince myself that I wasn't 400 feet up in the air.
I was terrified.
I
was actually terrified.
Yeah, because I've got a fear of heights in real life, and it was totally kicking in when I'm just like grabbing onto something. We go, please don't fall, please don't fall, please don't fall.
Well, see, that's something specifically that I feel like To the Top is probably the best at, is that use of heights and making you weaken the knees from vertigo. Another reason why I like To the Top.
This might be a bit of a spanner in the works, but and by the way, Zenith is the British pronunciation, Zenith is the American pronunciation.
I like the British way.
Yeah, British.
Yeah. So I actually think, for me personally, Iron Man is underneath both Zenith and To the Top. I
agree.
I mean, Iron Man I had at 47. The caveat I will put, though, was I never played it on the PS5 because there were a few issues I had with the game. There was a lot I loved about it. One of them being that for move controllers that have to keep in sight when you want to put your hands behind you, you have to still keep them within view, which they had done very well with mitigating that issue. But the loading times and sort of the lack of interaction in a lot of the sort of walking around the mansion and stuff, like it was all teleporting and stuff like that. There were issues I had with it, but there was a lot I loved about it. But yeah, for me, definitely in the top 20. That's great, but I would have that as maybe below Zenith and potentially below To the Top as well.
Yeah,
Squadrons it is.
Squadrons it is.
Looper the Underground Gamecat is going to round out this Zenith discussion with a €5. Says the NeoWare events added a couple weeks ago are for everyone and contain some elements from raids.
Cool.
Yeah, I really feel like we need to hold off a little bit before we find a home for Zenith on this list. And if we can get a vote on Iron Man being number 18, I would really appreciate that, so we can make a little bit of progress, move along a little bit, because I do agree with everything.
Yes.
But Iron Man feels
I'm sorry.
great. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to say Squadrons. Squadrons is my vote for 18. It doesn't have enough depth. I think what Squadrons has is almost perfect, but depth it lacks, and and that's kind of reflective of the player base for it, which is kind of non-existent right now. So you're stuck with just the single player campaign. And yeah, I think they didn't continue adding levels. They didn't continue, like, they added some stuff to it, but it was mostly just like little dashboard stuff. If it had more depth to the multiplayer, then I think I would have liked it a lot more. But it was really, really shallow, and unfortunately, I think that's why it's kind of lower on my list. It was like 22 on my own list.
See,
Yeah, you go.
I mean, I agree that the multiplayer was pretty shallow, but there was, I mean, there was a great campaign, and you get to play through it a couple times, depending on which side you wanted to play for, and
I don't know if I call it a great campaign because I didn't even finish it. Like, I got far in it. I'm sure I'm really far in it, but I don't know if I call it a great campaign.
I mean, it had a full
really
it had a full campaign,
slow.
and you know, when it comes to space combat, I actually thought the mechanics of the way you controlled your ship were deeper than most space flight games, because just, I mean, there was a lot of system management to be doing. It almost felt like you were playing Bridge Crew, but like all by yourself in one ship. The way you were switching energy to different systems in the ship, the way you, like, you know, if I hit the brakes, let somebody fly past you. I mean, like, there was just, it just felt like there was, once you got all those mechanics down, it felt like you had more control of your ship than really any space combat game had ever given you prior. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, yes, I understand, like, that we're still talking about, like, is it going to be 17 or 18, like, this general area. But, I mean, compared to something like Iron Man, I feel like everything Squadrons does is really, really good. Like, it nails the genre and delivers on almost all counts. Whereas, like, Iron Man does not nail the genre and has so many glaring flaws.
It's the best. It's the best superhero game I've ever played in VR.
I have always rated Squadrons a lot lower than most people do.
Wait, time out, Myles. Put a pin in that. What's the competition, Wes? When it the best superhero.
Marvel Powers United VR.
Megaton Rainfall.
Megaton Rainfall. Yeah,
right?
That's another
Batman
one.
VR.
What?
Batman Arkham? Yeah, exactly. Batman Arkham VR.
But that's like but these are experiences or really poorly. There's not a lot of competition. I agree with you. It's the best superhero game I've ever played in VR. But it's because there's so few, and the other ones that came out haven't even really delivered any competition.
I still think Iron Man is pretty great, man.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're talking about it at number 18 on a top 50 list of all time. We all agree. Whatever. We all agree it's great. That's why we're talking about it right now.
The reason I struggle with which way round it goes is I think Squadrons overall is a much more polished, all-encompassing game. However, Iron Man, despite a lot of issues I have with it, is the more innovative and more like I felt more like embedded in that world of, like, I literally feel like Iron Man. Like, it's so amazing, and so, like, those are the pros I see for both of them.
Are these the two games we're kind of considering? These are the two games, Iron Man and Squadrons?
These are the 17, 18, yeah.
I personally would, and I keep switching as I hear you guys talking about it. I think I might put now Iron Man above Squadrons in terms of 18 would be Squadrons, and then 17.
Listen, I'm totally fine with that. I feel like we've talked about both of these games, and if we can find a home at 17 and 18 for them in that order, Iron Man, Squadrons, I'm totally fine with that. You guys okay with it?
Yeah, and you can go ahead and pencil into the top next if you want.
Yep.
Is that how that's gonna work? All right, let's see here. So 18 was Squadrons.
Unless you want to put Zenith there, I mean, I'd be all for that.
Yeah.
Star Wars Squadrons, and then 17 we said Iron Man VR.
I don't think I could put to the top above Zenith, as much as I'd want to.
I'm the same. I could not. I think To the Top's a great game. I think Zenith is a better game.
Okay.
I just agree.
But props to the Top for sneaking up all the way up here.
I remember when I first joined this channel and we started talking about doing this very episode. I brought up To the Top, and you said, "We'll see. Let's see you bring To the Top into the top 20."
Congratulations!
I did
it. Nothing but respect.
We did it.
Nothing but respect
together.
From this guy. Yep. To the Top fell off the top 25 list and never came back. It was time. And not even close to number 25 either. Like, we're.
That being said, I might be ready to put, if To the Top is next, I might actually be ready to put Zenith after that, though.
For sure.
I mean, look at the
what's
games.
left.
Yeah, Dreams, Resident Evil
Yeah.
7, Saints and Sinners, Astrobot, Wanderer, Firewall, Song in the Smoke,
Yeah.
Zenith, Farpoint, which can probably fall down quite a bit. No Man's Sky is Super Hot VR, which can fall down quite a bit. Skyrim,
Yeah.
Blood and Truth, Persistence. I mean, honestly, I'm really glad we ended up with such an amazing top 16.
Yeah, we got kind of lucky there.
I mean,
one of these things is not like the
re-
other.
I really think we got lucky.
I think so. Do we? Is number 16? I mean, is To the Top obviously 16?
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
Yeah, I think
I say
so.
so.
I think we're looking at right now. I think we're looking at To the Top, Zenith, The Persistence, Super Hot.
whoa.
Getting ahead of myself. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's good. Though. It's good. But no, I think those two are definitely. I mean, I agree with that.
I was talking like the 10 through 15. Or
No, that's
whatever.
cool. That's cool, man. I'm just messing.
We got to get this indie
I like
stuff
it.
out of the way. Man.
Whoa.
Put the foot on the brake.
Slow you.
Yeah. I love it if you actually did it all the way to number 1, and then we all go, sure.
All right, that's it. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
Donatello Science Gamecat says To the Top or Super Hot, and I really do feel like the next 3 games.
Super Hot's better. I like To the Top more, but Super Hot's better.
I still think Super Hot VR, although I don't really go back to it as much anymore, it's just one of those VR games of this generation that really did something interesting with the platform. Like, it was a game of like, yeah, you can play the flat screen version, but in VR, it was just like, yeah.
Like,
you can blast.
We can all go right now and play To the Top.
You can blast through Super Hot and be like, or you can really take your time and experiment with it, and then you really see what it's about.
Oh, I love Super Hot, man. It's good.
Me too, and that's why I'm really happy that it's gonna fall right around this area, isn't it?
Okay. So we've got what now? We've got Squadrons.
No.
Then Iron Man.
Yep.
Squadrons, Iron Man, and then
I'm just
To
going
the
to put
Top, and then Zenith. Do we agree that Zenith's after To the Top?
Wait! What just happened?
Brian,
What just happened?
Brian, we're like 5 steps ahead of you, man. Where are you at?
Yeah, you are 5 steps ahead of me. What just happened? Here's where I'm at.
I'm just recapping.
I didn't even. I don't think Zenith belongs on this list yet.
At 15. Oh, wow, interesting. Okay.
Right. In fact,
On this list yet?
in fact, yeah, it belongs further up.
Okay.
So you think it belongs with? You think that it belongs with all of these big budget, highly polished AAA games that we have remaining?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Song in the Smoke is on that list, and that is certainly not a big budget game.
Well, you know what I mean. It has the level of polish of a big budget game. I mean, it's in a different league than Zenith for sure. Zenith is just not on the level of these other games. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yet.
So
Maybe it will.
am I in the minority here? Are we considering Zenith as one of the next few games to make it on the list?
I've already said I'm with To the Top 16, Zenith 15.
Okay. So hold on a second. What if you guys? What if we create a mini bracket? Okay.
Okay.
Stick with me here. Stick with me, right? Just so we can we consider a small group of games at once.
I've got an idea.
Yeah.
And I'll just you guys take a minute and think about this. I would be willing to put Zenith at 21.
Swap it with Beat Saber.
If you can put Beat Saber at 16.
Whoa, Brian, that's a good power move for Brian.
Listen. If you bump if you bump that to like 12 for Beat Saber, I would take that deal right now.
Whoa,
getting greedy, Brian. Getting greedy. Tell him no, Wes. Tell him no.
Yeah,
tell him he asked for too much.
Rough, man.
No take backsies.
Because we haven't even made it up that far yet. I can't see what even.
There's
I would
also
be
an
bumping.
Aceville here. You gotta. That was,
Well, that's true. It wasn't just me. He came around to my side of thinking on this. It's not just me.
That's contagious.
The art of persuasion.
All right. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay. I put 5 games in a group, and let me know if you guys think that any other games belong in this group.
Oh my god!
Sure. Okay, I'm just trying to create little brackets here, make it easier to digest.
Get to the
right?
swap.
I know what you're trying to do.
Right.
I know what you're trying to do. But go.
Oh,
please continue.
What am I trying to do?
I'm going to edit this on the Discord list so we can visualize it.
Let me rephrase this.
What is it,
I don't know
Bryan?
exactly what you're trying to do, but I know
What's
you're
the
trying to do
bracket?
something.
Oh, see, you're going to be unhappy because Super Hot's in this list. Is that what it is? Is that what the deal is?
Oh, I'm
Okay.
shocked.
Okay.
I might be unhappy.
So because
but I'm not shocked.
because of Wes,
$5
because
says far points there too.
because of Wes. Wow, you guys are just the worst. Just the worst.
Well,
but we're
we're,
correct.
we're on to you.
We're
man.
correct.
We're on
Okay.
to you. Yeah.
Because
are we worse? Are we the worst? Or are we correct?
The mini bracket, which is five games, which would be 16, 15, 14, 13, and 12, that I'd put up for consideration: Zenith, Super Hot, The Persistence, Rush of Blood, and To the Top. Do you guys think that there are any games that should have been included in that, in like this lower bracket tier?
Skyrim.
Oh,
I think
thank you.
I think Skyrim on
Skyrim.
PlayStation is it's dated at best. I mean, not that it's not amazing to have such a big open world with such deep gameplay loops. I think Skyrim's kind of overrated at this point, and I would definitely.
Skyrim was overrated when it was on flat screen. I
agree with the flat
Methuselah
screen. I disagree once it got
Come on, with the Skyrim, it had a great run. I mean, retire the Sky, get it out. Come on, it had a good run.
So the Persistence for me on my listing was 13 and Super Hot was 14 and Zenith was 12. So actually already I'm like, okay, I'm in the ballpark there. Until Dawn Rush of Blood was number 7 for me, which I know is probably
It's
a lot
number
higher.
5 for me.
Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
like-
I like Rush of Blood is just
It's the most replayable game in the whole catalog. Like I probably beat that game more than any other one.
yeah.
Hyperbolic, but I see what you're saying.
I don't think this worked, Brian. I think we.
I was just trying to help move things along, but apparently I need to back the fuck up.
You slowed it down.
Yeah.
You slowed it down.
Yep.
Do we not agree that 16 should be To the Top and 15 should be Zenith? Are we not?
I mean, that's what I thought it should
Listen,
be. Like, I agree with that.
I'm totally fine doing that.
I thought
If
we
that-
figured that out. Aceville?
I'm fine with it. I don't agree with it though.
I don't.
What would you rather have?
I would
like-
have To the Top over Zenith.
Oh, I see.
I
But
agree
those
with
two in
that.
that
Zenith
order,
is in
like-
his proto
Is it
stage.
just that? Is it just that little order thing though? Is your biggest
I
problem
mean,
with it?
I'm just answering the question again. If Zenith, if the Z game ended up over
Z
the
game.
T game, then I could live with that. But I don't agree with it. I think To the Top is so clean, and I mean, we're not going to go into this.
But we have Wes, Myles, myself have agreed with that. Brian, what's your stance on it?
I mean, it's fine. Again, I think Zenith should be higher on
fine.
it should be higher on the list. It should be closer to number 1.
I think
than number
Zenith is fine where it is.
But
it should not be.
But again, in order to,
I had Zenith at 17, and so I
yeah,
feel like
I had it at number 9. But again, like this is fine in order to move things along and get things closer to like where they need to be. I'm totally fine. We can put To the Top at 16. Right.
Mm-hmm.
We put 15 Zenith.
I think this is
14
good. This feels
Skyrim.
right. This feels right.
Uh,
Okay, so now we're at 14, right?
Skyrim.
Right.
Yes, you can say it. Skyrim.
I don't know if I can say it just
Skyrim.
yet. I got to see what all's out there first.
Come on, look at this list. I
Right.
mean,
We still have Dreams, Resident Evil 7, Saints and Sinners, Astrobot, Wanderer, Firewall, Song in the Smoke, Farpoint, No Man's Sky, Skyrim, Blood and Truth, Super Hot VR, Persistence, Rush of Blood. See, I just keep looking at this going Super Hot, Persistence, and Rush of Blood all seem like the next 3 for me, but.
Yes.
that's not true. They seem that way. I see why you see it that way, but it's not exactly true.
I'm actually with you on the Persistence and Rush of Blood. I'm kind of getting into that territory a little bit.
I would be okay kind of putting Super Hot around here. I do think
I'm okay
Skyrim
with
should
that
go
too.
first. But now we're getting to the part where I'm starting to look at Dreams and I'm starting to look at No Man's Sky.
No. Hey, You back up there, Quest player.
Yeah, I mean,
Call
look,
it like I see it, man.
in terms of if we're doing this 2 at a time, and we went round and like ask everyone what are the 2 that you'd be considering next to put on this list. For me, I am thinking Super Hot and Skyrim as the 2 games I can see coming next.
Mm-hmm.
What does everyone else feel in terms of the 2 that they're looking at?
I feel nobody asked you. Oh, sorry. Skyrim, Persistence, and then on from there. That's how I see it.
I love Persistence, man.
For me, it's between the Persistence, Skyrim, Super Hot, and Rush of Blood. Those are kind of the ones I'm looking at. Just looking at.
Yeah, I mean, Super Hot, Rush of Blood, Persistence. Yeah, I mean, these ones in consider. I'm thinking that I should be in consideration.
Persistence as well. I'm like fine with that being here. Rush of Blood, I would fight for just being a bit higher in this list.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I don't like Persistence falling down this far, but like I'm sorry, Rush of Blood needs to be a little bit higher here. Like that game's so good.
I agree.
I love Rush. Yeah, it's the reason I bought a PSVR.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not trying to get, for the record, I'm not trying to get Super Hot to number 1 or anything. Like that, but I'm really calling it as I see it. And the fact that we still waffling on Skyrim is kind of irritating me a little bit. Right, it's limping around. It's taped up.
It's beautiful.
I mean, it's
though.
on hospice.
It looks so good in the headset. Like, I mean, it's just you can spend hundreds of hours.
All of these are great games.
I know.
All of these are great games, guys.
I
Come
know.
on. Skyrim is like it actually came out before GTA 5. Like, come on.
Skyrim's
okay. Well, let me ask it like this to everyone: like, is Skyrim a top 10 game?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I mean, is it a top 10 game in history? Is it a top 10 PSVR game?
Where did I have Skyrim?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about for this list. Like, for me, it's not top 10 out of all these great things. It's a great game. It's not top 10 out of all these.
I had Skyrim at 13 on my list, so it is right around somewhere here where I would think it would be personally.
28.
Yeah,
it was 16 for me.
I put 16 as well.
Come on.
And so, like, I mean, you know, I guess just the order's a little bit different, but yeah, I mean, I could put Skyrim right around here just because, yeah, I mean, I put it even slightly lower.
And I would be fine conceding with Persistence being next or Super Hot. Like,
yeah, it's kind of between these 3 right now for me.
I mean, I would put Dreams down here, but
no, get out of here. That ain't happening, Chief.
Cut it out.
Just saying.
I will, dude. I will defend Dreams to the death.
It's good. It's good,
that's
man.
Top
It
10 for me.
Wouldn't be here if it wasn't good. It's good.
Listen, I don't mind holding off on
It's
Rush
incredible.
of Blood. I fucking love Rush of Blood. I love light gun shooters. I love horror games. It's everything I want. Right? I don't mind holding off on Rush of Blood. We can talk about that later. I do think we need to talk about Super Hot at this point. Yep.
You picked it on Super Hot. Come on, don't let me do this, man.
Yep.
I've been nice and quiet.
Listen,
I've been a great guest.
Such a great game.
Your time has come, Aceville. Your time has come.
Yep. Such a great game. However, fairly limited.
However, there's no period. It is a good. It's okay. Is it limited? No. I was going to go for yes there, but actually I don't see it at all. Replayability.
It's not limited. You have a pistol. You have a Uzi, shotgun.
Man, people mostly just pay attention to the main campaign and it's short. There's so much more. Where's my man?
There's over 3 colors in that game.
That's actually makes the game better. The aesthetic of like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know. I'm just playing with you, but I agree with Bryan here. This is right around the space that it should be. I don't think it's better than the Persistence.
Yeah, I don't see Super Hot getting much further than this, but it needs to be above Skyrim. That's disrespectful. I mean,
I agree with that. But I thought we agreed on Skyrim.
I don't know about disrespectful, but Skyrim's really good. But
okay, well, wait. How about this? How about this? Listen. 14 Skyrim, 14 Skyrim, 13 Super Hot.
Okay.
We don't like Skyrim, Persistence, Super Hot. We don't like that.
Wait, I could get down with that. 14,
No.
14 Skyrim.
I would put.
That sounds good.
I'd put persistence higher up than super hot. So
I
I do
would too.
Skyrim, super hot, persistence.
It is when you. But I mean, come on, replayability. Super hot covers almost all the bases.
No, it's true.
That's why it's up this high. That's why we got it up this high.
Persistence is different every time you play it. The map
Use that argument all the time. Pull that little card out. Well, that's why this. No.
As someone,
nice try.
As
You
someone
tried
who,
it 3 times, went back to the well. No, veto. I say veto.
as someone who struggles with horror, I was blown away by the persistence and the multiplayer feature when I played it with my best friend, and he started turning the lights off and telling the enemies where I am. I was just like, my goodness.
Procedurally generated maps. Deep progression systems.
Dude, I'm so listen. I love the persistence. I love the persistence. I'm so fucking tired of procedural generation. It's never as good as handcrafted levels ever.
No.
That's not true.
What handcrafted like in Super?
That's not true.
I typically agree with you, but I disagree in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely not true.
I just don't like
procedural generation.
Yeah.
When done right, can be better than handcrafted.
Yeah, I mean,
by a mile.
did you play the persistence, the original persistence demo when it was handcrafted, and
Yes,
it was like,
and
this
yes,
looks so
and I
cool.
also
And we get
have-
to the final game, and it was like, it doesn't even look as good as the demo did.
What are you talking about?
There were 2 persistence demos.
I
The
did,
original
yeah, I
one
did play-
was
I
so
did
much
play
more
the original
handcrafted,
demo.
and it was just like it looked so much better. But then they
chat.
obviously realized they couldn't put that much detail into the procedurally generated levels.
But we need to recognize here, though, we are talking about persistence versus super hot.
Yes.
You
That's
know,
one of the greatest. Super hot does what Beat Saber does as far as like
So it
range.
shouldn't be on the list. So
Beat Saber should be number 12 then.
I got me up. You know what I mean? It does what Pistol Whip does. It does what is good for a range of people. It does so many different things.
Dude,
the time it gets really hard when you get into the time stuff in the side stuff. I mean, come on.
I know.
I love Super Hot for all those reasons, man.
It's
For
deeper
sure.
than
And
people give it, and it's just fun. Like, can we make gaming fun again? Like, I like all the lists. I know. I like all your charts. You're real snazzy with your trophies and your platinums. That's all nice. Can we have fun? You know, pure fun. That's why we all play games, is it not?
I mean, that's why I play Beat Saber.
Yeah. Hey chat. When do you think the smiles we've all got are actually fake, and it's us with gritted teeth going?
my face hurts because I've been smiling for so long.
Yeah. This isn't a smile. I'm just gritting my teeth because I'm so overly caffeinated.
This might come to a shock to you, Aceville. I'm very sorry if this hurts, but I actually had more fun in Skyrim than Super Hot.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry.
You know, I could see that.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
My
bro.
problems with Skyrim are technical problems.
We're not talking about Xbox 360 games.
That's true. Good point.
I am personally not like bothered by the order of these 3 games, but in terms of like just if I was to line these 3 games up and the ones I'm going to spend most time in, it's Persistence, Super Hot, and then Skyrim in terms of from top to bottom. But I'm okay with them anyway round.
Persistence, Super Hot, Skyrim.
I'm okay with that. 11, 12,
top to
or
bottom.
12, 13, and 14, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
I lay down my arms. I put the platform.
You gave Super Hot a good fight.
Dude, it's high up
You
on
know,
this list. I
It
wouldn't
is
have
high
guessed.
as shit.
I'm very-
I wouldn't have guessed Super Hot
You
would have
gave
made
it a
this-
nice home.
this long.
Yep.
I'm sorry for the dissension in
I
the
mean,
chat.
It was 15 on my list, so Super Hot is pretty close to what I had it at
Let's
anyways.
see, where did I have
I mean,
Super
haven't we
Hot
had
at?
top 25s where like Super Hot mysteriously disappeared? So like,
Yeah, it
Yes.
has. It has
Yes,
for
you have.
quite a few.
And
Yeah.
Aceville never is he is on this show to make sure that never happens
PlayStation.
again.
and he'll never be on the show again. Just saying.
And for what it's worth, AJ, for what it's worth, when I look at my my top 50, Super Hot 29, 28, Skyrim.
Interesting.
Very interesting. All right.
Ding, 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 ding. We're at 6 hours, everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
All right. So let's see.
It's going exactly as I expected.
Yep.
A lot of swinery going on around here. Okay.
Okay, so
By the way,
Skyrim.
guys, I've edited in the Discord chat the list, so you've got the ones remaining and then where we've ranked the others.
Thank you.
Right. In fact, we've got 11 games left. Dreams, Resident Evil 7, Saints and Sinners, Astrobot, Wanderer, Firewall, Song in the Smoke, Farpoint, No Man's Sky, Blood and Truth, and Rush of Blood. I feel like this is where Rush of Blood belongs.
Rush of Blood and Blood and Truth, I feel like, are coming
Wait a
up.
minute, Skyrim's still on the thing here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me remove that now. Thank you.
I think Rush. I don't know if I could put Rush of Blood above any of those that you mentioned.
I could put it above Firewall. I could put it above Dreams. For sure.
I could put it above Firewall.
Personally, I would put it above No Man's Sky.
Okay. All right.
I cannot do these things.
Wes wins me
I'm
over.
sorry, Wes. I cannot let you do that.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sorry. What do we? I missed. What are we talking about?
We were talking about where Rush of Blood sits because I don't think it is next.
What's next?
I mean, look, the thing about this part of the show is whatever order we put it in, people are going to go, how can you say it's better than that game? And it's like, look, these games are just better than each other in different ways because I'm looking at like how I ranked them.
Well, we've already invalidated the whole list when we didn't get Beat Saber in the top 20. So, I mean...
For sure. But what I'm saying is like my top 10, I had Until Dawn Rush of Blood at 7, which was above Firewall, which was above Song in the Smoke, which was above No Man's Sky. And it's like, I know some people, their minds will explode at that. And it's like, but they're all fucking phenomenal games in different ways. Just for me, especially because it was such an early entry into PSVR, it's still such a well-polished game, minus the pausing on PS5.
It's the best of two genres.
Yeah.
It's the best roller coaster game. It's the best rail shooter. In all of VR, not just PSVR, in all of it.
It's the only rail shooter that made the list.
It feels great. It's like the immersion with like the lights on the flashlights on the guns. The way the tutorial level is really great, where you don't start with real guns, then you go into it. The different themes of each of the worlds. The fact there are high scores and collectibles.
Yep.
I think if I had to knock Rush of Blood for anything, it'd be that it's a little tiny bit blurry, and it's a little tiny bit on the short side.
I'll give you it's short. Yeah.
It's long for. I mean, it's a good length for a rail shooter, although it does feel like it could have kept going. It's a little bit on the short side, and a little bit on the blurry side.
Better than anything I've ever played in Dreams.
Time out.
You haven't played much Dreams, but
so you're saying that there's Dreams that are better than Rush of Blood.
No,
I don't think that's really how you compare it.
No,
that's how.
That's like literally what we did earlier.
Does Rush of Blood allow you to make games?
Yeah, can you make your own text in Rush of Blood?
I don't like making stuff, bro. Like,
that's fine, but
that's fine that you don't like.
But it allows you to do it. All right.
Yes.
How's that horror game coming along, Brian?
2 years in the making, man. I'm almost done. I'm almost started
with the idea.
That was wrong.
Ace, dude.
It's all mapped out. I've got the whole thing ready.
Song in the Smoke, not 10. Just asking.
Before Rush of Blood. Before Rush of Blood, yeah.
I don't think I'm ready for Song in the Smoke just yet.
I mean,
okay, all right. Because I'm comfortable. For the record, when y'all are formulating your arguments, I'm fine with Song in the Smoke at 10.
The last thing I want to just say about Rush of Blood is that for a rail like being the best rail shooter and for how early it became a PSVR entry, normally you get like secondary advantage. Like when a game has been made, you're like, wow, that's worked. We can do better. There's no game has beaten it since it's come out. It's been out for so many years. And you might say that's not an argument for it for doing better, but I'm just like, it stood the test of time all these years later. There's been all these opportunities and there have been lots of rail shooters and they just haven't come close.
Only launch title, I think, right? Only launch title still remaining?
Although I haven't actually heard the full review of Transformers yet, so unless that's going to be better than Until Dawn, what do we think?
I mean, unless the last chapter suddenly gets
It's better
awesome.
than I thought.
Yeah.
It needs a pro patch in a big way.
Right.
But it's fun. It's fun to play. It has better progression than I expected.
I am fine with Until Dawn personally being in the next 3. I think I would put it above Blood and Truth, personally.
I do feel like this is tough. I would say if we're creating another mini bracket and trying to figure out what the bottom 3 are currently, I guess I'd be looking at Song in the Smoke, Blood and Truth, and Rush of Blood.
Mm-hmm. And I would have Song in the Smoke, Rush of Blood, Blood and Truth.
So the same 3 games. Perfect. I don't have an order.
I'm going in that order.
You'd have
Right.
I need the full list. I need the full list of what games are left.
It's in the Discord. Yeah, it's the log post. Yeah. But look, if I know this isn't the only way you'd measure it, but and some people are mentioning it in the chat right now. If I was to think right now, what game would I like to dive into, like just to get a VR hit out of Rush of Blood, Blood and Truth, or Song in the Smoke? For me, Rush of Blood. Okay, but that's fine. Like we're gonna have different votes on that,
right? It's an interesting way to rate something, right? It's like, again, we've talked about these games before, saying some of these are one and dones, right? Some of these games I played for 5 hours, never played again, and just will always cherish the memory and just be like, that was amazing. I don't need to play that again. It was so great. I'm done. I'm not going to get anything more out of playing it again.
Yeah. And Song in the Smoke, like even as you said in when you did the review of it, of like you played for 5 hours, I think, and then you said you couldn't stop thinking about it, and then at 2 a.m. you jump back in. It's just one of those worlds that you just love to live in and explore and see what comes next.
Yeah.
Like it is remarkable with all those qualities.
It's another best of the genre. Like it's the best, the best survival game I played. It's better than The Forest. It's better than Green Hell.
Wow.
By a little bit. By a little
Smoke?
bit. Yeah. But with that said, out of the 3 that you just mentioned, it's the only one I agree with. I would have Dreams down here. I would have No Man's Sky down here before Blood and Truth and Rush of Blood.
Hey, listen,
Donatello, the scientist game cat with $2 tips says, "Is Farpoint a top 10 game?" And
damn it,
actually,
Donnie!
No,
Shut up!
Farpoint is a top 5 game.
So listen. No one wants to hear this about Farpoint. I guess we're going to change the conversation to Farpoint for a minute.
God damn it, man!
No one wants to hear.
I was like sitting here. I wasn't saying anything. I was like, just let them keep going. Let them keep going.
No one wants to hear this about Farpoint's campaign, but the Farpoint campaign isn't very good.
Yeah, that I
Are you
completely
fucking
disagree.
kidding me?
Nope.
I completely disagree.
Nope. It's good. This is one of those occasions where it's like, man,
it's crazy.
It's a good campaign for a VR game.
It's an amazing story.
Yeah, it's got a great story, but it's not just but the story is told to you. You either sit there and watch it play out, or stand there and watch it play out. What do you mean? What am I talking about? That's how the story plays out in Farpoint.
Would you rather be sitting there on a walkie-talkie or something talking? It doesn't seem like you're ever happy with the story.
Yeah, no, I'm very seldom am I. But also every level. What I'm more concerned about is like, I do think the story is really great. Is it well told? I don't know. It could have been delivered better. I don't know. Maybe. But my big complaint about the campaign is that there's 4 main areas, and they all feel like corridors. It's like we're just gonna funnel you down. You walk in a straight line from the back of the game to the end of the game.
I don't know. I don't know the last time you played this, but they're not all.
Did they change the campaign?
There's plenty of areas that are wider than you give them credit for.
No, they're wide, but then they funnel you right back.
It's a first-person shooter. It's a linear first-person shooter.
It's linear. It's wide linear.
It's not open world. Like it's.
I'm aware. I'm aware. I've played hundreds of first-person shooters in my life, and this is about as linear as they get.
So what I love about this conversation is like I would counter quite a lot of what Bryan has said. Like the campaign, I loved. I know the multiplayer is good. I actually really like the campaign, although the sort of you're not really able to. You're going in one direction. Yes, it's wide. I did have a bit of an issue with that, but I love the story. I love the world building. But I actually put this, and I've always not ranked Farpoint as high as a lot of people. I had it at 28. And again, it's not because I think it's a bad game. I think it's a great game. It's just compared to everything else, I've never seen it as a top 10 personally.
It's one of my favorite campaigns, in spite of it being linear. I agree. This is a type of map that I call wide linear. It doesn't feel as linear as it actually is. So you got a point there, but like the storytelling's amazing. The gameplay is awesome, and it's not just the campaign. I've probably put twice as much time in the challenge modes as I have the campaign.
Exactly. The co-op is amazing.
Everything's great.
And so, I will say, to finish off my complaint about the campaign, that as AJ said, the levels get wide, but they give you no fucking reason to go off and explore those. You can go to the farthest reaches of each corner of them, and it's not like there's anything to find. You're not looking for collectibles. There's literally no reason to do anything but go in the straight line. There's no reason to go off and explore, and that's what bothered me the most. Is I would go off and explore.
It's not about exploring. It's about.
You're fucking right. It's not. And so
because it's not an exploration game. It's about when there's 5 giant mechs.
It's not an exploration game because they didn't give you anything to find when you go off and explore.
Right? Why should they? It's about shooting.
Then why even let me go off, man? What's the point? What am I wasting my fucking time for? What are you talking about?
Because the volcano looks awesome.
It does.
The volcano looks
awesome.
fucking amazing.
And so to complete my thought on that, the campaign has major faults in my book. However,
guys, Beat Saber doesn't have exploration or collectibles. Just so you know,
it's true. Maybe we should knock it further down on the list.
Very linear.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to compare a genre that typically involves exploration, gives you things to find, if you want to compare an adventure game, sure, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine if you don't want to look at the facts, right? And you don't want to, and you don't want
to say it doesn't have something that has no business being there.
No business being there. It's in every fucking first-person shooter adventure game.
What?
Yeah.
Dude,
yes. Even in Doom, you go to the far corners of the level to find things that'll replenish your health and extra ammo, more armor. Yes, it gives you reason to go explore. Oh, you know what? There's also hidden secrets in Doom. Every single time you go explore someplace, you find hidden rooms. Nothing in Farpoint. So go ahead, fire another one off at me. Good luck.
I love it.
I don't understand why. I don't understand why a first-person shooter that has a major focus on the story, on the gameplay, the precision gameplay, the best move gameplay. Well, some of the best. Best aim gameplay.
Agreed.
I don't understand how you're shoehorning in that it doesn't have exploration and collectibles. I don't understand this. When it has when it has multiplayer modes, when it has
I didn't even get to. I didn't
to unlock.
I agree with all of this. It's like you're saying fuck you, Brian. You're not allowed to lobby complaints about a game when it has clear faults, and you didn't even give me a chance to say, hey, you know what? This game has all these other great things that you're talking about, and actually makes up for it. But but by all means, don't let me compliment the game. Don't let me get to that point. Say, Brian, you're not allowed to criticize this game because you're in the wrong genre. Go ahead, but by all means.
Shadow Legend has exploration, has collectibles, but if it would have focused on the actual campaign that it had, then it would probably be on this list right now. But yeah, again, Beat Saber doesn't have exploration or collectibles.
Yeah, agreed.
So I didn't knock Beat Saber for not having exploration or collectibles because I don't know. Maybe that's what you want out of it, but that's not why I play first-person shooters, is to explore and find collectibles. I play it to fucking shoot shit, and it does that and tells an amazing story along the way.
It definitely tells an amazing story. I love how they added the weapon progression system. That's amazing. And one of my favorite things about any game genre is progression systems. Guess what? A lot of fucking first-person shooters don't have progression systems either. This one, they added it, and it's amazing. There's a lot of things that make up for the faults that I've been trying to just clearly state that this game has, but a lot of things that make up for it. And I absolutely think Farpoint is one of the best games on PSVR. But I'm not, like, when it comes to deciding if a game is number 11 or number 10, you have to pick apart the things that are good about it and bad about it. And if I'm not allowed to even say the things that are bad about it without getting some fucking dumbass answer, like Beat Saber doesn't have exploration either. What?
And this is why we're banning super chats. Because this was all because of that one super chat.
No,
Was
it's fine.
this worth $2? Was this really worth $2? I don't.
Hope
Yes,
you
it
got your
was.
money's
It was
worth.
worth it for me.
We do have a new super chat.
All right, wait. Let me read up the new super chat before we get too far. Sadukar, 7th Legion with a 5 quid says, great stream, lads. Thank you. Making an impossible list, LOL. Special shout out to that cool shirt, AJ. Maybe choosing top 3 from each genre would have been easier.
Thank
oh,
you.
dude, there's
I'm
so
very
many
sorry.
ways that this could have been easier.
I'm sorry to inform you that this shirt doesn't have exploration or collectibles either.
0 out of 10. All shirts should have that.
By the way, you have to look for the grenades and you have to look for the rockets. So it's not like there's nothing. There's very,
also
very little.
views too. There's like some amazing views if you go. And
I stop
explore.
every time.
You get
Still.
some dropping views, which
We
mean a
agree
lot
that Blood
to me.
and Truth is number 11.
I still think it's between. What were the 3? You said Blood and Truth.
Song in the
Rush of
Smoke
Blood,
should be
Song in
next.
the
and
Smoke.
Song in the Smoke.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna go with Farpoint at number 11. There's not enough exploration.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this right now. If all of us vote for the one we think should be at number 11, the one game. Let's just see where this takes us.
Farpoint.
Rush of Blood.
Rush of Blood for AJ, for Wes.
Song in the Smoke.
Dreams.
Song in the Smoke for Ace. I say Blood and Truth.
Dreams.
We all picked a different game.
All right, I'll go with Blood and
Well,
Truth.
I
I'll go with Blood and
second-
Truth as well.
I second Song in the Smoke.
Oh.
So we got 2 votes for Blood and Truth and 2 votes for Song in the Smoke. And what was the third one? Third game.
Oh, I said Rush of Blood, and AJ said.
I said Rush of Blood.
Oh no, I didn't say Rush of Blood. I said.
You did
sorry,
say
I'm
Rush
getting
of Blood.
confused now.
You can't take it back.
I said Blood and Truth. Sorry, that I was the 2. So we had 2. Yeah, so that was it.
Oh,
Rush of
Blood
Blood.
and Truth, really, guys? Oh, well, I guess it's better than.
Should we do a super quick poll in the chat between Blood and Truth and Song in the Smoke? Just give him 60 seconds just
well,
to see him blast for it.
I feel like I know. I don't know. Yeah, you could do that.
All right, Blood and Truth,
I'm
Song
cool
in the
with that.
Smoke. Let's see here.
Just those 2.
Either one.
Give him 60 seconds.
Yeah,
everyone in the chat, you need to be quick.
That's a decision that hurts my soul to make.
And hit the like button if you haven't already. First time saying it. After 7 hours.
Just so we can be clear, better game. Which is the better game? And then it's Blood and Truth and Song and Smoke.
Yeah, I would say Blood and Truth clearly.
Is it a better game? Yes, Blood and Truth.
All right, let's see what the results are.
I'm not voting on that, by the way.
Coward.
Oh, fine. All right.
Yeah, if we're voting, then I'm voting too.
Oh, fuck. Which one do I want to vote for? That's tough, man.
I've got a timer here, guys. So 60 seconds is.
Okay, I have 60 seconds to decide.
Well, you got a bit less now.
Okay,
You got like
easy.
48.
Okay. I know what I voted for one.
Okay. 41 votes. Let's see how this goes. 48
Oh
votes.
shit! I voted the wrong thing.
Oh wait,
it's the better game. Oh shit!
Sorry, your vote is already in the post. You can't.
Dang it, man. Yeah, I shouldn't have voted. I meant to vote "Song in the Smoke." I thought I was voting for number 11 spot.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Left.
Yeah.
The gap's more than one vote anyway. I wouldn't sweat it too much.
Yeah. Okay. God damn it.
All right, last chance, you guys. Last chance. Any last
It does say
second
on
votes
there,
coming
poll
in?
has been a minute ago, but yeah, here we go. 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 4,
1.
Oh, sorry. All right, so it looks like it looks like "Song in the Smoke." "Song in the Smoke" will be the next one on the list.
Interesting. That's cool.
Damn it.
It was pretty close though.
Well, I'll just point out before we got off on this whole Farpoint thing.
Yeah.
I think 3 or 4 of us had mentioned "Song in the Smoke" in the next little bit. Anyway, it was the only one that we kind of semi agreed on. So
Yeah. I Farpoint wasn't even really in consideration
It was
for
a
the
personal attack. It was a personal attack. Let's call it what it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was all set to like compliment Farpoint and like talk about all of its great merits and get one little thing out of the way, and then it was like, oh no, you're not allowed to say anything bad about Farpoint.
So angry.
I know, right?
No, you're not.
You're,
Nobody is.
You're super angry, man.
Bloodbath.
You got to
We
chill
promised
out
a
a little bit,
bloodbath,
man.
right?
Yeah.
Violence.
All right, and then so that means Blood and Truth is number 10 then, right?
Yes.
No, that doesn't mean that. That just means Blood and Truth is not number 11. That's what that means.
Rush of Blood.
Okay. So
Oh, is that okay?
So wait. So do we have two more games up for discussion? Rush of Blood and.
Well, I thought that was why we've done
Blood and
the
Blood of Truth.
How come we're not? We're just going to let No Man's Sky slide because it's AJ's
Yes.
favorite game.
It's not sliding. It's not
It's
sliding.
not sliding. It absolutely deserves it. If you want me to explain why, I'd be happy to. But
We'll get there.
I
No,
know,
wait,
I know,
hold on. You have 669 hours in the game. I know.
I feel like if we say what should be number 10, because is that what we're doing? Number 10 now? Yeah.
Number 10. Yeah.
That I think I know where it's going to go. But if we were to say what do we think it should be, what would everyone vote for? Because I would vote for Blood and Truth.
Dreams.
For number 10, I'm trying to ask. I'm asking myself, do I think Blood and Truth is better than Rush of Blood? And it's a hard question.
Because I would say Rush of Blood's better than Blood and Truth, but that's my opinion.
Sorry to about 35% of the people who still here watching, but I got Firewall at number.
I'm good with that.
10.
I'm good with that.
I don't think I'm okay with that.
Controversial.
I'm totally
Firewall
good with
is
that.
so niche. It's so great at what it does, but you have to like what it does, and then it's awesome. But if you don't like what it does, it's never going to be awesome.
It's my favorite competitive shooter. Competitive shooting's not my favorite thing. So
I think I'm okay with Blood and Truth here.
Oh, scare them off.
What would you say, Brian?
What was the
After you
question?
finished texting. What would you put as number 10?
Firewall or Resident Evil 7?
Dreams,
number 10.
Firewall,
I would probably put of the last remaining games, Blood and Truth at number 10.
Yeah.
All right.
I like the action movie stuff better in Blood and Truth, but I really hate the cutscenes.
Yes, that's it. That for me is a
really
big.
the only thing that's killing me here with Blood and Truth are the cutscenes.
The cutscenes don't bother me as much as like the node based movement.
Oh.
Like I would rather have free movement in this game. But with that said, the shooting mechanics and the story, I really enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think the node-based stuff really bothers me too much because it's because I do feel like this is like the evolution of kind of like a rail shooter. Is like okay, so
I prefer it over that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So and guess what? Despite the fact that it's a rail shooter, there's plenty of stuff to discover. There's collectibles, exploration. Typically not found in a rail shooter, you guys. But guess what? This game goes above and beyond and it adds
Those
that.
are definitely found in rail shooters, Brian. I'm sorry to inform you. Those are definitely found in health pickups, ammo pickups. When you shoot a barrel.
Wait, health is collectibles now?
There's
God damn
also-
it! I don't know the rules to this game, AJ. You didn't tell me the rules.
There's definitely no exploration, that's for sure. If they're both kind of considered rail shooters, I do think Rush of Blood is kind of a better rail shooter.
I agree.
Again, the story stuff kind of kills me with Blood and Truth.
Yeah.
The action scenes are like really like breathtaking and pretty amazing though. And it's more polished than Rush of Blood is, but I think just the pacing stuff kills me, which is nice that you can skip those later. No teleportation doesn't bother me either. Although it would be better probably with full locomotion if it had it.
Yeah. I'm not saying I had a big problem with the node based because it's pretty seamless. You actually get used to it very, very quickly, and after a minute, you really don't think about it. But I don't. What really does bother me about it though is that it won't let you go backward. Like it's like you can only go forward, and then if you do want to explore and find ammo or whatever, you can't go back and look. You have to just keep moving forward.
Right, guys, moving on to number 9. I'm just mindful I am going to have to shoot off in 20 minutes, so it's going to be an interesting one. Number 9. Okay, let's just do the same thing again. Let's go around. In terms of what game on the remaining list would you think goes for number 9?
I think I got to go Rush of Blood here.
Okay.
Even though I hate kind of two similar games back to back, I don't think I can put Rush of Blood any higher than we've gotten it.
I respect that, going against what feels right. Like, they're too close, but I'm going to do it. It's the right thing. I like that. I respect that. Ace. I mean, you don't have to go next. Whoever.
No, it's fine. Depending on how far you let Firewall go, that will always be my answer going forward. But
I see.
Considering that doesn't really seem to be on the table, then I'll go Rush of Blood.
Speak your mind. Speak your mind, bro.
You'd put Firewall next, yeah?
I got Firewall in next, yes.
I had Firewall on my list at number 8, and then Until Dawn, Rush of Blood as 7. So I would vote for Firewall 0 Hour next for 9.
Shock. Sorry to the chat.
I
apologize.
I have 3. I have 3 here that I feel are not in the league of the rest of them. Dreams, No Man's Sky, Firewall. So
No Man's
I
Sky.
think Firewall. I think the wind's blowing for Firewall right now. That's what it seems like, anyway.
Bryan?
It's a tough one.
I don't think I could. I don't know how Firewall gets placed under Rush of Blood. I mean, as much as I love Rush of Blood,
It does sound weird.
that is like they just seem Firewall seems in its own league, way ahead of Rush of Blood in terms of
I agree with this.
Yeah,
and just in so many ways.
With the games that are left,
It does seem weird.
I do think Rush of Blood has to be the next one for me, at least. And again, these are 2 genres that I absolutely love. Maybe even 3 genres that I absolutely love all shoved together. You're welcome, Mark. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, we're just to the top of the top tier games here, and as great as Rush of Blood is, it's just like it's outclassed by these other ones.
I would be willing, therefore, to if we put those 2 together, I would put them the other way around then. So I would put Rush of Blood, which obviously I've been banging on for a while now. I'd concede and put that at number 9, and then number 8 is Firewall.
I honestly, I know we went off a lot about Farpoint, but I honestly think that Farpoint is number 8.
What? Come on, man. Come on. Now, I'm sitting here and bit my tongue while you guys have read No Man's Sky and Dreams, a collection, an amazing collection of user-created tech demos.
Along with the tools to create said user-created tech demos.
There's also I hate to say it, man, but there's also full games that are better than half this list.
There's some great gamepad stuff in there for sure. Farpoint
There's good move controller stuff too.
Yeah, and aim controlled stuff.
There is a Rush of Blood type game in Dreams.
No.
There's a rock
not as good
climbing
as Rush of
game
Blood.
that we never got.
That's true. I know.
I mean, Wes, we are now past where I had Dreams and I had, what was the other one you mentioned? No Man's Sky. I had No Man's Sky at 10 and Dreams at 15.
I have Farpoint at 3.
Wow.
I have Farpoint at 3. Yeah. I love that game. It's damn near my favorite game.
And actually, Dreams was the game that I actually had notes written on next to it because I wanted to make sure I articulate it because I know Dreams is so beloved. For me, I bang on about Dreams all the time. I've spoken to Media Molecule at events and just praised it again and again. I think it's a really important game for this generation, and I think there's so much more that can be done with it. The bit that it falls short on for me is 2-part. One is the social aspects, which I know isn't for everyone. I can't wait until there's multiplayer. I think the VR implementation is fantastic. Seeing all the stuff that AJ does and all this curation and that is fucking incredible. But the other part of me is I feel it's and you could disagree. I feel it's for dream surfing. It's still like go to a menu and then go into a dream, go back to a menu, go back into a dream. I'd love to see it sort of more connected together, that you're sort of able to not be on a menu, but I don't know, but be in a world that you then access the menus on and things like that. I'd love to see it be brought more together. That's the stuff I look forward to it having, and I have no doubt it will. So dreams I absolutely love, but that is why I have it a bit lower than others may have it.
Yeah, it absolutely should already have been put on this list. Like it should already.
I
it's
think
too high.
I don't think it's too high at all.
Yeah, I mean it's something I put at number one on my list.
I mean, I will gladly again. I understand that like if you haven't experienced like all the best things that it has to offer, I can understand, but that doesn't mean that those things don't exist, because they're definitely there.
I'm not doubting that.
I think I'd be surprised if you weren't overselling how good the best things Dreams has to offer is when we're talking about games like Rush of Blood and Farpoint. By the way, I don't know if I can live in a world where Farpoint is lower on the list than Firewall. I don't think I could accept that.
I mean, the thing is like, I don't know. Like we're talking about the best games list.
Yeah.
Not the favorites games list. This one's tricky for me. I mean, I had Firewall at 6 and Farpoint at 11, even though I think Farpoint had a bigger emotional impact on me.
It does more. It's a more diverse game with all those different modes versus Firewall, and it's one thing with a bunch of maps, admittedly. But Firewall does its
lots
one
of maps,
thing.
Great progression system, really polished, really great gameplay. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I'm kind of, okay, look, y'all can disagree. I'm kind of at like 9 Rush of Blood and 8 Farpoint.
See, it's interesting you say that, because I was just thinking about conceding with others. I would say 9 Farpoint and 8 Rush of Blood, but I know people disagree with that.
Firewall. See, my stuff just keeps getting pushed on down and down and down.
Sure.
I have Rush of Blood at 5, Farpoint at 3.
The thing is, a lot of my top rank, top 10s have been knocked way, so I'm not competing on them anymore, so it's maybe a bit easier for me to swap these around. The other thing I'd also say on Dreams is, for me, Dreams is the most important game on this list. Like, it just is. But in terms of what I'd go to enjoy in that, I do love diving into it. I do love seeing the creations, but it's I don't know. It's I think it's a similar conversation to Rec Room. Like, it's adjacent. It's not the same thing. I think, as I said, I think Dreams does obviously lots of the creation stuff a lot better than Rec Room. Rec Room, I do like the social aspect and the multiplayer. So I think they are very different games to everything
They're not
else.
really the most comparable, because I definitely like Rec Room for the social aspect. But Dreams, like, I like the single player experiences and games all throughout it. And they're not all, contrary to popular belief, they're not all short little tech demo stuff. I mean, there are long games. The Castlevania game that I played the other day was like 3.5 hours long. That's longer than Fracked.
Right, for sure. And so what I mean is, they're just, those two, Rec Room and Dreams are different to the rest of the list, because they serve different kind of purposes to what regular VR games are.
So
I think it's harder.
I'm confused, Miles. Where are you saying that Dreams should be? That it should be here, should be lower, or should be higher? Because you seem to be saying both.
I said a while ago that Dreams was 15 on my list. So but then there's a lot of games that are still on the list that we've gone past now already. So yeah. I mean, as I said, my vote for the next one would have been either, what we at here? I was thinking it was going to be Farpoint or Song in the Smoke.
Song in the Smoke's already down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Song in the Smoke's
it's 11. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, Blood and Truth 10, and now So
it'd be Farpoint or Firewall, but I think Firewall's better than Farpoint.
Aceville?
I easily got Farpoint over Firewall. I mean, it's not, Firewall is for Firewall people and Firewall people alone. No matter how great it is, no matter how great it becomes, there's a wall around Firewall. I didn't do that on purpose. But
what do you think about that? What do you think about Dreams?
Dreams is tricky. Dreams is like the inverse of Firewall. Like, Dreams is tricky. I'm cool. I'm not gonna argue for Dreams. I'm cool wherever Dreams lands, as long it's my argument would be oddly Farpoint over Dreams. That's because that's the type of person I am. I like experiences. I like loving things. I loved Farpoint. If I only played the campaign once, it's still one of my favorite games that I played through.
Right.
The multiplayer added on, exploration or not, Brian.
Yes.
The experience from the beginning to end, I just looked around, stuff jumped at me. Plus, again, we're season 1 PSVR owners. At that time, and I know that's not really the best matrix to weigh stuff in, but we're in the trenches now.
Right.
At that time, we didn't do everything else yet. It was just Farpoint, and it was like, this is where we're going with this. I love everything it's doing. It had a couple of. It doesn't even matter. I just loved it. I don't have a better argument than that. I love playing through that game.
We often talk on the show about our hopes for the next generation, and whenever the next generation aim controller comes up, every now and then we might hear someone say, "I hope there's a Firewall 2," but most of the time, people are talking about how they want another Farpoint. They want the continuation of that. It's just it's a better game. It's a better game.
And what I would call
I think what's making it
difficult.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what's making it difficult is, okay, so Firewall and Farpoint are a little bit easier to compare because they both use the aim controller. They're both first-person shooter. Dreams is a tough one. It's kind of an anomaly because you can literally create any game you want. And, I do think that makes it incredibly special. It's... I wanted a snowboarding game in VR because we just didn't have an option for that. And in a week, I was able to make my own and just make it myself. It was like, hey, I wanted to experience this. I was able to just make it myself with no developer background or anything. Just learn the tools that it gave me and made a thing. And I could share it. I could make other people do stuff with it. Somebody took my snowboard level, made like a rainbow road track. It's really, really incredible what it's capable of. And there's already, now that there's been some time for people to develop it, I mean, my curated list has 68 games on it. Many of those I've spent 5 to 10 hours on.
They're all gamepad games. The vast majority of them are gamepad.
They're not all
games.
gamepad games. They're not
Mostly
all gamepad games.
Mostly.
I just want to say though,
mostly gamepad games. So is Resident Evil 7.
Yeah, I mean,
so is Astrobot.
I relate to a lot of what AJ is saying in terms of the arguments I was making with Rec Room, but again, different games, different sides of the coin. So I totally get it. For me, in terms of what comes next on this list, just being fair with my initial ranking, I would say Dreams comes next, and I think number 9 is still an amazing ranking to have.
And by the way, it has move support and aim support, so you can make a move supported game if you wanted, or an aim supported game. I know that's not your thing or what you want to do, but let's say there was something you wanted to make. I mean, you could make a Ghostbusters game with the aim controller if you wanted.
I get that, and there are some really cool and amazing things in there, but like I haven't played anything in Dreams that's as good as like Scavenger's Odyssey or the London Heist. Those type of demos I prefer.
I think I've played stuff that is much better than those two. Way better than Scavenger's Odyssey.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm torn. I'm torn. I don't feel like it's about the creator's abilities. I think it's about the abilities that the tools give you, and being able to kind of explore and see what everyone else is doing is great, but being able to do your own thing is just kind of out of control cool, right? Who the hell thought that in the same generation that we got console VR, we'd also be able to make VR games for that console? It's really one of the most incredible things ever.
I agree with everything you just said, and that's really cool. But we are talking about the cream of the crop, the tippy top here.
Yeah.
And the way I want to spend my time, and what I would recommend to other people. Most people aren't going to go and make amazing things in Dreams. Most people want to play VR, and when I'm looking at what's the best to play from what's left on the list right now, that Dreams. Dreams should have already been on this list, in my opinion.
Well, Steve CLT with the $2 tip says y'all are out of your fucking minds, and I totally agree with him. If you did this for 6 hours and 40 minutes, Steve, you'd be out of your fucking mind as well.
He also dropped a key for Alvo, North America key.
Nice. And an EU one now just now. Awesome. Thanks, Steve. Just to say, I'm able to push for time. I could probably do another 10 minutes, and then that's going to give me enough time to spend an hour with my friends for their wedding.
Listen, while I kind of agree with what everybody's been saying, right? I get it. I put Dreams number 1 on my list. I'm a different type of person. I'm a different type of gamer. You know, if I wasn't running a VR channel, I absolutely would have made something in Dreams by now, and it would have been amazing. It brought me right back to the point when I was 12 years old, developing games on the arcade game construction kit on my C64, and just being like, this is what I want to do. Like, screw making videos, screw doing everything else. I just want to make games, and that's not a feeling I've had in a long time. I understand that's not for everybody. And so I don't mind putting Dreams someplace around this point, right? And so if that's where this needs to be, then I'm okay.
So how does Rush of Blood, Dreams, Firewall sound?
Are we going 987 or are we going 789?
987. Rush of Blood, Dreams, Firewall.
I'm perfect with
Rush
that.
of Blood above Dreams.
I would put Farpoint. Well, wait a minute. You said Fire. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. One more time. Rush of Blood, Dreams, Firewall. Is that what it was?
Yeah. All right. Let's do that.
That's Rush of Blood at 9, right?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't like that being there, but I'll take that being there.
That's the same as me.
To get
Okay.
Firewall.
Compromise.
Now we need to talk about No Man's Sky.
No, wait, hold on.
Now we have to talk about Wanderer. Now we have to talk about Wanderer.
I mean, I'm ready. If you want me to talk about No Man's Sky, I'll talk about No Man's Sky. But I don't think that's where we're at.
I think it's exactly where we're at.
I could update this as well. Let's see.
No Man's Sky feels like having a sports car that's stuck in the mud, man. Like you're not going anywhere. You're going everywhere, but you're not going anywhere.
That's how.
You can play No Man's Sky and do nothing and have the best 3 hours of your life.
Yeah, you really can, man.
You can get nothing done and have the best 3 hours of your life.
There is a lot of confusion sometimes. A lot of people don't understand what No Man's Sky is. They ask me, what is it? It's easy. It is space exploration. And that combined with VR and exploring an infinite universe is something that really, I think, gets a little not enough credit for what it does. And I know a lot of people say that, they try to say anyways, that the problem with it is that it's procedurally generated. Well, the thing is they've gone in and reworked everything to where each little procedural thing that generates is so detailed and so meticulously crafted that eventually it's gotten to the point to where, yes, you can go to a planet that is bleak, that is, there's not much on it, but that is why you explore until you find that planet that you're looking for, or you find that the combination of whatever it is you're looking for. And then you can live in this game. You can build bases. I never used to like base building and stuff until No Man's Sky. Now I have a cyberpunk city that I built myself on my freighter. The things that you can do in this game, you can go in VR, mind you, walk over to a ship, get in that ship, fly into space to that planet that's like you see in the sky, and then go over to that one, land on it, and you can colonize an entire universe with things. And you want to talk about features. I mean, the different vehicles you can do. There is so much you can do in this game. It is staggering to people. It's kind of like when people say, oh, Resident Evil 7, it's too scary because it's too scary in VR. That's a good thing. Just like how there's so much to do in No Man's Sky, that's not a bad thing. you can do whatever you want. There is a story. There is dialogue. There is a story to follow if you want to follow a story. Me, I like to explore space, and you can also get to shape this place. You can name the planets, name the systems, name the animals and plants, whatever you want, and then people can come visit them. You can bring people to them. I could go on for literally days talking about what you can do. I mean,
checks out.
You can do so much. It's absolutely insane. And the fact that you can do this on PSVR is even more insane.
The two things I'd say are based on that is, one, taking off from a planet and looking back in VR at the planet as you're leaving it is one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had in VR. It's absolutely phenomenal. I echo a lot of what AJ has said already. And then the other component to it as well is the only reason I've not played No Man's Sky for about maybe 6 months, 7 months, actually maybe a year now, is because they keep updating it. And every time they update it, I go back, I've got to learn all these things. And the truth is, I've always been waiting for PSVR 2 because I know I'm going to love this game. I'll love to, broadcast it and stuff like that. So for me personally, No Man's Sky, I wouldn't put next. I still think it's going to go higher up. For me, in terms of the next rankings, I'm looking between Farpoint and Wanderer. And I think it would be, for me, number 6, Farpoint, number 5, Wanderer. That's it for me.
I've tried with No Man's Sky. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ace.
No, I'm just saying. I think that's the conversation. That's where we are. I know how you feel. I'm getting to know how you feel about No Man's Sky, but I really think the fight here is between Farpoint and Wanderer, and I'm right there with Myles. It's Farpoint, then Wanderer. You know what I mean?
Flip that. But I think No Man's Sky needs to go before both of them. If you ask me, yes, I've tried a lot with No Man's Sky. Just really quickly, I've played it a lot lately, trying to give it a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance. And it's a cool game. I agree. It's a technical achievement, and it's amazing that there's something so vast and diverse in VR. But it seems like an awful lot to do for nothing. Like I don't care about like building just to build or exploring just to see a planet that looks different, that has different minerals or different animals on it. I want to find a planet that's completely inhabited by a civilized society. I want to have to weigh, should I make myself known or should I stay hidden? Yeah. Are they good or evil? What are their cultural norms? What are their religion? This is the type of stuff that would need to be in No Man's Sky for it to be complete for me. Yeah. Because right now it just seems like a big empty universe that you can put things in, but I'm not really interested in grinding just to make things.
I agree 100%. It is a game for people who like to make their own fun. It's this kind of like sandbox era that we're currently entrenched in the middle of. It's for the Minecraft crowd and for people who don't like Minecraft but still want to do the same. I know. I knew you were going to say that. It's the same game.
Well, this is way better than Minecraft for me, but
it's not even close.
Yeah, it's again. I like to jump into a game and find out what they've made for me. I don't want to jump into a game and go make stuff, for other adventurers.
There is a crafting. I mean, there is a crafting thing about it, but that's only one of the many choices you have. I mean, I thought you cared about exploration, Bryan. This is the ultimate exploration.
Every time, I know.
And this game literally gives you a universe and
so much exploration with nothing to find. I know it's. Yeah,
there are definitely things to find. There are monoliths. There are buried ancient cities. Yeah, there are living civilizations that you can find.
So not for me. It's a personal preference. Funny to hear people. Personal preference. It's not for me. The stuff that I found in No Man's Sky does not make me go back and keep checking out these updates because I'm just done, man. It's like it's not for me.
So Wes and Bryan, would No Man's Sky be your number 6s?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No.
And so AJ, I know it's not.
I thought we were talking about Wanderer and Farpoint.
Well, no, that's what I suggested. But we've got to go with a vote. I mean, look, that's their 2 votes, I would say. For me, it's not. No Man's Sky isn't my vote for this. For me, it's Farpoint. What does AJ and Ace think in terms of what would your number 6 be?
My number 6 would be.
You said Farpoint, and what was the other one you said?
I would go Farpoint and then Wanderer.
Farpoint and Wanderer.
Damn, West just kind of swayed
But let's just
me
do
back.
one at a time. Like,
yeah, West just kind of swayed me. I think I just flipped on my flop.
Yeah.
So I got 6. Ooh, Wanderer.
Interesting.
Farpoint looks weird this high up on the list.
It does to me as well. It does to me as well.
It's really hard for me to pull on Farpoint because it's just like a horror experience to me. You know what I mean? It's just embedded into my cells. But I think Wanderer does more better at this stage in age, so I'm flipping on the flip-flop. Farpoint, Wanderer, speaking with my brain. I'm not going to sleep well tonight, but yes.
Well, I'm with you on that. But so for number 6, we've got 2 for No Man's Sky. We got 2 for Farpoint. And AJ, what would you put as number 6?
I'm gonna go Farpoint Wanderer
as well.
So,
okay,
6-5.
Now, to be accommodating, even though I think No Man's Sky shouldn't be the next 2, I would recommend 6 is Farpoint, 5 is No Man's Sky, and then 4 is Wanderer.
No, because
no. I don't like.
I'm not putting
taking hard stances. I can't put Wanderer. You know,
the one thing that Wanderer is honestly a game that I wanted to find. I was trying to convince myself to a reason to put Wanderer at number 1, to be honest, because it does tell a really compelling story. It is a wonderful use of time travel, and it is VR AF, where there is so much to interact with. The problem is that there's a little bit of rough edges here and there, a little bit of gameplay issues, especially with like save states and stuff. Even after the patches, that little bit of like if it was perfectly polished in every single way, which most games aren't, then I think it would be there. But these are like progress. Can be potentially progress issues, and so for me that is what kept me from really putting it just straight up number 1. So,
and I'd add that's a one and done. In a game like Farpoint, with all the different modes, the campaign, the challenge, the co-op, the 1v1, is infinitely more replayable than Wanderer.
I think one and done and replayability are 2 great factors to consider. I don't think one makes it better than the other. Right. There are one and done games that I still think you can say that's better.
Yeah, I played The Last of Us once, and it was like one of the best games ever.
I agree with that, and I'm not just saying that's the one thing in the box. I'm saying
yeah, for sure. No, I appreciate that. Well then, if we go into the original vote in terms of what for number 6. I mean, Farpoint has been what's like AJ, Ace, and I have said, which is why I tried to be accommodating with saying No Man's Sky next.
All right,
but then,
so let's do Farpoint at number 6, and then No Man's Sky at number 5.
I can't put Wanderer above No Man's Sky. No way. No Man's Sky is also.
All right, then how about Wanderer, and Wanderer at 6, and then No Man's Sky at 5.
What does that leave us with?
Yeah, I mean, I just can't. No Man's Sky just can't. It's not getting further than number 5. I'm just telling you right now.
It certainly can if the people willed it.
I am a people who is not willing it.
If the majority of people vote for it, Brian, then that's what it's got to be. I'm sorry, just like if the majority of people voted whatever, that's what it's got to be.
I mean, look, we're at a point.
Miles,
we're at a lot of. Yeah, go for it, Wes.
Where do you stand on that? I mean, Brian and I say No Man's Sky at 5. What do you say?
I mean, I say No Man's Sky at 6. In all fairness,
I mean,
that
was something I offered to be accommodating. Look, at this point, a lot of my top 10s have been long gone, so I'm just sort of working around what you guys are all talking about and you're ordering. For me, No Man's Sky was a number 10, but I actually am willing to put it higher. Farpoint for me was, what did I have it as?
This is 12 and 13.
I had
Farpoint.
I had Farpoint at 28, and I mentioned that already. Like, I think it's a great game. I think it's way higher than I would rank it, And so, like, as Ace was earlier, you know, waiting for where Firewall could go in, I've sort of been doing that with Farpoint now as well, because the rest of these games, again, so all these top 10 games are brilliant games, like, and this is what we have to keep reminding ourselves. No Man's Sky, I absolutely love. And so for me, the ordering doesn't really bother me at this point, other than the fact that I think Farpoint compared to the others.
I think I'm fine with Farpoint at 6, and it's one of my favorite games.
I thought we said that.
Right, we were talking about 5. We're talking about 5. Farpoint's at 6.
Right, we're talking about 5.
Then what's at 5? Brian and I say No Man's Sky at 5.
I say Wanderer.
And I say Wanderer. Right.
Okay, so then it's down to me.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Wanderer or No Man's Sky?
I would say Wanderer. Wanderer for 5, and then No Man's Sky at 4.
Damn, that sigh, Brian. I felt that. That hurt.
Yeah.
I felt that.
Dude, if it makes you feel any better, it is the best hybrid game. It is a benchmark for the future, guys.
All right, wait. So fill me in again. It's number 6. What was number 6?
Farpoint.
Ooh.
And number 5?
Wes.
Wanderer.
Back in my day, dude, you'd be lucky to even get Farpoint in the top 10.
Dude,
you know how hard it was
I
for
can't
me?
believe.
You know how hard it was for me back in the day to get even far. I'd have to fight with these assholes just to get.
And here you are.
Don't worry, you won't be fighting much longer. ET.2K9.now with $10. It's a pizza money for all the hard work. Thank you very much. We got Dontel, who signed this Gamecat with a $2 tip. Says Sony loved No Man's Sky so much it was in number 1 PSVR 2 case in the first PSVR 2 showcase. It's gonna be great when we see it on PSVR 2. It's gonna be awesome.
I should be in a car right now.
Why are you typing No Man's Sky already?
Because if this goes on any longer, I'm going to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drive this entire
Why do
stream
you
off a
hate
cliff.
No Man's Sky? Why do you hate No Man's Sky so much?
I'm someone who I'm gutted that Beat Saber, Rec Room, and Tetris Effect. Some of my top 6s haven't made it, and so I totally understand the frustration with you guys that aren't getting yours as high as they want to be. But yeah, so we were saying that Wanderer was going to be 5, and then 4 would have been No Man's Sky.
Did you all vote for No Man's Sky as number 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Brian.
And by the way, and just AJ, you talk about
it is a vote. That is right. That's how these things work.
And we voted, and it went well. So now we got to get down to the top 3.
Well,
right.
And so all that's left is Astrobot, Saints and Sinners, and Resident Evil 7.
Oh man!
I'm looking at you guys' list, and we're making this very difficult.
Astrobot's next. It's obvious, right?
I mean, to me, it's obvious, but Aceville has it at number 1.
AJ
has it at number 2.
I have it at number 2.
Never mind.
I have it at number
Guess
4,
it's not that obvious.
which is now that Dreams is gone is technically my number 3.
I had it at 4 as well.
All right. I mean, is there a majority rule here on if we said Astrobot at number 3? I say yes.
Yes.
No.
No. I would not say
Astro, Saints and Sinners, Resident Evil. I got Astro.
Mine
Miles,
is.
I know you gotta go, Miles. I know you.
No, that's cool. Well, I like that. That's the new added pressure to it. Look, the thing I'd say about Astrobot is, although it's a game I've not gone back to and played, Astrobot is just one of the most polished games, regardless, not just VR, just one of the most polished games of all time. All the extra currency you do to unlock stuff. Do you know the factor I love in it most is during the credits. The credits is another VR game, like a game where you're shooting stuff for coins. Like every aspect that could have been made for VR. Yeah, this is what they're good at. This is what they're good at again and again is we've got this technology. Let's show it for what it is. I'm not arguing this for number 1, but that's why I'm like, for me, it always sits as number 2.
That is absolutely why it belongs in the top 3 for sure. Yeah.
I am going to argue for Astrobot number 1, Saints and Sinners number 2, Resident Evil number 3. Astrobot, like you said, it is not something I have played over and over and over, but when I played it, it was pure joy from start to finish, all up until getting the platinum. I still got to go and replay it a few times and have fun. I I do wish it lasted a little bit longer. I do wish it had a little bit more like extra content later on. But what was there is 10 out of 10 premium quality, one of the best platformers I've ever played in my life, and really took advantage of being VR.
So did it get better, or did the other two games get worse since the last 10 of these lists that you guys have done? Because typically it comes down to Saints and Sinners and Resident Evil 7 every time. Am I wrong about that?
No, those are always the top two.
Yeah. So what happened?
If I was to eradicate like all the other games on my list, or actually for everyone, this is the order it would be. So for me, it would be Astrobot 1, which I'm not arguing for now, by the way, but it would be Astrobot, then Resident Evil 7, then Walking Dead, as in Walking Dead number 3.
Yeah.
For Ace, it would be Astrobot first, again, then Saints and Sinners, then Resident Evil 7.
Yep.
AJ, it would be Astrobot, again, number 1, then Saints and Sinners, then Resident Evil. For Wes, it would be Saints and Sinners, Resident Evil, and then Astrobot. And then for Bryan, it would be 7 Saints and Sinners and Astrobot. So it's all over the place, man. It's difficult. But Astrobot is like, if we were doing it on a point system.
Champ, baby.
But again, I'm happy to have it as second. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't. You guys will just have to outvote me on this one, because for me, the whole struggle since we decided to do this was which one of these would be my number one. Resident Evil 7, The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, and I've gone back and forth with those two ever since. And I love Astrobot. It's the best platformer I've ever played. But Resident Evil...
do a poll.
The problem is if we do a poll and we say which of these three is number one, right? I mean, we can certainly do that. We can do that, but then we'd have to take another poll to be like, okay, well, which one's number two, right? Because it doesn't.
The chat is screaming, and if they've been with us for 7 hours, I'm like, give them a voice for this.
Absolutely,
yeah,
dude. I will happily put 1, 2, and 3. These are 3 amazing games. I will be happy with whatever order they land in.
Yes,
and so if we say, you know what, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Let's give the final result to the chat. I'll be very happy. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the?
And while you do this, I'm just going to get ready so I can come back and then run out the door.
Go do it.
Oh no. Number one PSVR game.
Number one PSVR game.
This is you are voting for the number one PSVR game right now. You are about to vote for the number one PSVR game.
Number one. Just number one. We'll take, and once we figure out what number one is, we'll do another poll for number 2, which will obviously give us number 3. Yeah. Go to it, you guys.
I'm about to go do a number 2. No, I'm just kidding. By the way, AJ, while we're waiting on these results, I have to give you shit, man. Mr. I Hate Puzzles, putting a puzzle game over Farpoint, which you claim to have fought for all those years.
Wander is so incredible. It is.
Oh, I agree.
It is. I mean, Wander to me is like the Last of Us of VR. Like I really wanted to make an argument for it to be number 1. I really wanted to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I actually do think, to me, it's kind of like, I've said a lot that Saints and Sinners is number 1 because of how it's the way it's designed for VR, and it's built from the ground up for VR, and it knows what to do right, and it's just, I mean, it's the really. I look at Wander and Saints and Sinners as kind of equals. It's just one's a time traveling adventure and one's a zombie survival. And to me, time travel adventure kind of wins in that.
Guys,
I mean, if all things were equal, maybe. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bryan.
No, it looks like we got 92 votes, 94 votes in this poll. It does not look like either Resident Evil 7 or Saints and Sinners can compete with Astrobot for number 1.
Lay down my.
Should be happier.
Almost half the people who have voted for Astrobot. I'm going to give it to 120 votes just to make sure that everyone has time to get in and vote. But I just don't see. I don't see the poll coming back from that. Hurry up, you guys! Vote! You only got another minute or so left.
I think that is a great choice. I think Astrobot is, should that win, it's still up for voting. But should Astrobot win, I think it is very, very well deserved.
It's a great game.
It is phenomenal from start to finish.
Agreed.
And man, I mean, yeah, I really, the one thing about it is that like I just wish I could erase my memory and play it again. Because
Agreed.
Holy shit, it was just my eyes were glazed over and was just like jaw wide open the entire time, and yeah, I was just so incredibly happy playing it.
Imzadi with the Australian $3 says, "No Man's Sky #1. Sing it, AJ." You groupies here. Brian's face. Ha ha ha. Love you guys. Love you too, Imzadi. Thank you so much for everybody's being such a good sport.
And I love
this
you
has
too,
been-
Brian. Man, I love having these debates, man. I just wanted to fight hard for No Man's Sky. I knew it wasn't going to get #1, but and I was conflicted about putting it as #1, but I just, from my experience with it, I really believe that, like, just for what it allows you to do, and all I can do is just give my opinion. And yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be #1. I just wanted to give it a good fight.
Yeah,
not stirring a pot, but when I hear detractors for No Man's Sky, they're like, "Oh, there's nothing to do." I'm like, "What game are you talking? You're talking about No Man's Sky."
It's just it's just different strokes for different folks. That's all it is, man.
Right.
It's just-
Absolutely.
Well,
Especially
there's
at
a
this
lot
point
of
in the game.
There's a lot of. I'm trying to make like a good comparison. Like to me, it's I really wish I could find a good comparison because it's like, to me, when most people say, "Oh, it doesn't have this," or "It's empty," or whatever, I'm like, you really haven't seen what's there. And if the problem is if you're not into the exploration and stuff, which is fine, but that is a part.
I love exploration.
Then I don't know why you don't. But I think the thing you look for, I don't know what you look for. You look for collectibles. Or,
it's fine.
I'm looking for a completely different game. I'm looking for a crafted universe. I'm looking for civilizations to find. I'm looking for stories to be told that are not just text boxes. I'm looking for different
all
things.
These things are.
I've watched you play enough on YouTube to see what I've missed.
All these things are in. I mean, 500 hours. You haven't watched all 500 hours that I have.
No, thank goodness. Jesus. Holy shit, I would not.
I mean, like I said, man, it's just
if I need to watch 500 hours to find some enjoyment out of a game, then in my book, then that game is absolutely not for me.
No, it's
by the way, wait, I need to interrupt here. Yeah. This is literally deja vu now. As someone who is a former viewer of these debates, you are literally having the same debate we have every time, and I love you both for it.
Aceville said it best, man. I mean, it is kind of a different strokes thing, but there is this crazy amount of detail and everything. These systems, the way the systems in that game are thought out, are like every time you dive deeper and look at what they've put in place, it just gets more and more insane. I mean, they have their own periodic table, and it's all like fictional, but it reflects reality, but it's just their own little weird sci-fi way. Like I love that weird 70s sci-fi, but then there's like also a blend of a bunch of other stuff.
We've talked about No Man's Sky way too much. Let's talk about, while these votes are coming in.
Can we talk about No Man's Sky some more?
No, let's talk about the two games that actually matter at this point, which is #2 and #3. We'll find out which one's which in just a minute. Astrobot, clear winner of the poll. Thank you very much, Cats. Everybody who voted, appreciate it. Clear winner by a large margin. We're going to give this to about 120 votes as well, and we'll see. And of course, I purposely phrased the question this way: what's the best game? Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's going to be, it's so tough whenever we talk about this because one of them has obvious better VR implementation, and the other one is the obvious best content and
game.
Diversity when it comes to gameplay mechanics,
story, and
right.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's always tough because we're not really saying what's the best game for VR. We're looking at all the games available for PSVR and saying which one's the best one. All of these things come into play, and so that's why I didn't specify what's the best VR implementation or what's the best anything. This is it.
It's tough, man.
Yeah,
these two.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a complete game. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, with Saints and Sinners, we have the closest thing we've seen to a complete VR game that hits off on so many different aspects. But then with Resident Evil 7, we have such It's scary, man. It scares
scary.
me.
It's just scary as hell.
I don't scare easy, and the reason I go into VR is to feel something. I want to get in a game that affects me mentally, emotionally, and physically, and nothing else does it like Resident Evil 7.
Agreed. One of the scariest things I've ever done in my entire life, and it's a video game, which is insane.
I'm just going to say my bit on this, and then I am actually going to say farewell. For me, Saints and Sinners is the most VR AF game there is. It's so great for the platform, and it's the one that I go to really enjoy myself. But Resident Evil 7, although I struggle with it, because it's the game that I show people to say this is what the future of VR looks like. It feels real. You feel present in this realistic world. Mm-hmm. You feel like you're in a horror movie. For all those reasons, for me, Resident Evil 7 does take the top spot, and it's the one that I just think makes me most excited for the future. And it's not, and that's with Capcom that have been investing in the tech and with everything that comes next. So look, I say it as someone who's not played all the game modes because I'm too scared. For those that haven't seen, when I did a live stream, I spent 8 minutes in the laundry room trying to open the door because I was so anxious. I was a complete and utter mess. But look, there's a lot I love about Saints and Sinners Left 4 Dead. I love the feeling of the weapons. I love the crafting and all that. I think it's amazing, and I'm really excited for the sequel. But for me, that's why Resident Evil 7 for me would hit the post with there. The other thing I'm going to say is Ace, Bryan, AJ, Wes, Gamecats, it's been an amazing 7 hours. I was supposed to leave hours ago, but I had to stay. And as we were getting near the end, I'm like, it's even more important to be a part of this conversation. But it's been heated at times, but it's been really respectful. This is why I love this community. And you know what? There'll be discussion after this list is completed because people will still say, no, that wasn't right. And that's totally fine. Right. There's a lot of disappointments for me with this list personally, but I think that coming together with this, I think it's a good top 50 list that, if anything, as Ace was actually mentioning earlier, what a celebration of the plethora of games that there are for this generation of VR. And I think it's amazing for that. So I'm going to say farewell to you. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday, and I'll see you guys around.
Have fun, Myles.
Myles. Thank you for helping out. And I got to say, guys,
man. Yeah,
Myles held it.
I actually think I got to see the whole list again. I don't know if we're gonna look at it again and say, do we need any final tiny little adjustments? But I got to say, so far looking at this, I think this is possibly our best list we've ever made.
I could adjust.
I definitely I feel like I got some wins in here. Like I feel like, obviously. Some of these were a little hard to swallow.
You and Aceville got you guys got Rush of Blood and Farpoint way higher than they are.
To the top, son.
And to the top. I mean, I used to have to fight for Farpoint just to be in I'd be lucky to get it on the list.
Yeah, Farpoint over Firewall. That's probably my big win out of the whole thing.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
What keeps happening with OBS? Wait. Did Myles come back? What is he doing, man? Why does he keep fucking with me? God damn it, Myles. All right, we're almost.
But no, I like the list as well. Obviously there's a give and take here, but what a collection of games! What a library!
Yeah, friggin' amazing library.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see. Hopefully we do the traditional run down the list and show us the final list and run down.
We're almost there. I'm just trying to resize everything here so we can actually be all back on the screen again.
People are going to be playing Resident Evil Village in VR in 2 weeks.
Dude,
think about that.
Dude, that's for me. That's the most exciting thing, right? Is that we're looking, we're looking at Resident Evil 7 as far as I'm concerned, Resident Evil 7 has been the best PlayStation VR game I've ever played, and always I'm always fully aware when we do these things why it doesn't make number one every single time, right? Because of the VR implementation. Mm-hmm. But here we are with PSVR 2, right around the corner in Village, is doing not only, an amazing job of being like one of the best, making the VR version look even better than the PlayStation 5 version, but also the way they're talking about sense controllers and the way that they're talking about all the additions that they've made with two hands in the game, the way you can flip one hand to one gun to another hand, like they're trying to make it as VRAF as possible. They are actually like righting the wrongs of Resident Evil 7. And that to me is just absolutely, just one of the most exciting things I can possibly think of.
I really hope they apply that engine stuff to Resident Evil 7 because I would love to play it again with the two hands and everything.
They did on PC. They did 2,
like
3, and
one.
7.
Yeah, I mean like an official one. I know it's like probably still the
No,
same,
I mean Capcom officially
Capcom
updated.
did?
Yeah, Capcom updated
What?
the 2 remake, the 3 remake, and the 7 in the engine of 8.
Get out of here.
They did.
Yes.
On Steam, absolutely.
All right, guys. Awesome.
VR?
No.
VR, no, but the VR mods. You can mod these games.
No,
into
I'm
VR.
talking about VR.
Awesome Tatum with the $5 tip says, it's been long but fun. Appreciate all the love to PSVR and all the opinions. Now to the cold pizza and adult beverages.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we get all the tips here before we move on and finish this thing off. Scroll. Donatello signs his Gamecat with $20 tips. Bryan, Aceville, Myles, AJ, and Wes, you guys did a fantastic job. Much love to you all. PSVR for life, baby. Meows and swipes.
For life, baby.
Jamie out with the $5 tip says, it's incredible that PSVR 1 had this many great games. It's just the first generation.
Mm-hmm. It's been a
Could have
crazy
done 100. Could have easily done 100.
Yep. All right, guys. With 115 votes, let's just get the final tally here on this. 53% of you saying Saints and Sinners should be number 2 right after Astrobot. I'm going to end the poll. Well done. Darth Vader, the Gamecat with the $2 tip, says, amazing show. I'm happy. I'm so happy I got to experience it. We're so happy that you were all here for it. I can hear my voice going.
Wow.
We've been talking for 7 hours straight.
Yeah, I feel it.
This is definitely the longest live stream I've ever done.
Oh, great. You guys should
This
play more
is
pistol.
definitely top 5 for me.
What was the longest you've ever done without falling asleep?
Without falling asleep.
I just heard about that one, by the way. I just heard somebody in voice chat told me you fell asleep on a stream.
Which?
I feel no, I wasn't on camera. We took a break, and I was 10 minutes late coming back from it because I fell asleep in this chair. But that was a 14-hour stream. I fell asleep at the 12-hour mark. But the longest without falling asleep would be 8. We did just shy of 8 hours.
Shades of Grey Matter with the Canadian $2 tip says, thanks for the marathon, guys. Great list. We got Steve CLT with the $20 tip says, out of your minds. Feel betrayed. Dude, you know how betrayed I feel? This is my channel. Look at the list we've created. Where's Beat Saber? Why isn't Resident Evil 7 number 1? What is going on? It's all good.
We didn't even talk about Knockout League, so I mean, I feel betrayed.
Yeah, Ace Combat 7 didn't make it.
Polybius.
Didn't even mention it.
Separation. Where's separation?
I had a lot of games that didn't make this list either. A lot.
Brexbro with the $2 tip says, see, that wasn't so hard, was it? All right, you guys, are you ready for this? I'm going to, let's fucking read through this. Now, Myles is gone, so we can fuck with this as much as we want. Okay.
Right.
If we see any glaring problems with this, please, let's talk about them. Number 50, Pixel Rips, 1989. Number 49, Killing Floor Incursion. Number 48, Thumper. Number 47, Catch and Release. Number 46, The Room VR Dark Matter. Number 40.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you put like a visual representation? It's just a little bit easier to follow as you read it. It's easy to it would just help me to be able to see it if you can. It'd be great.
Yes, to make sure that there's not 2 shooters in a row.
Yeah, right. No, for whatever reason. Hold on a second. I can do this, I guess. Yeah, let's get rid of this trailer. That trailer's not helping us at all. We can make a little bit more space here for this list. There we go. Now we can see them all.
I love you, Rush of Blood. I did my best.
The beginning of that game was so scary. Like when it had launch. Oh man.
Stevie Dan,
First VR scare.
1969. Sorry, I couldn't even read a date. See, I'm terrible at reading. It's not really the author's fault. £5. Awesome debate, guys. Delighted Farpoint and Blood and Truth made the top 10. See, we made somebody out there happy.
I love making people happy.
Let's start again. Number 50, Pixel Rip, 1989. 49, Killing Floor Incursion. Number 48, Thumper. 47, Catch and Release. 46, The Room VR Dark Matter. 45, Blair Witch VR. Number 44, Dirt Rally. 43, Swordsman VR. 42, Ghost Giant. 41, Arashi Castles of Sin. 40, Racket Fury, making the list out of nowhere.
Yes.
Yes. Number 39, Table of Tales. Oh, I just got really happy. I forgot that we got Table of Tales on a top list. Number 38, Doom VFR. Number 37, Until You Fall. 36, Static. 35, Sniper Elite VR. 34, Res Infinite. 33, Borderlands 2. 32, Rec Room. 31, Golem. Another thing that makes me happy. 30, Hitman. All right, good. No one's saying how crazy that is. Number 29, Minecraft. 28, Immortal Legacy. 27, Here They Lie. Number 26, Red Matter. 25, Trover Saves the Universe. 24, Tetris Effect. 23, Moss Book 1. Number 22, Wipeout Omega Collection. Number 21, Beat Saber. Number 20, Fract. Number 19, Pistol Whip. Number 18, Star Wars Squadrons. Number 17, Iron Man VR. Number 16, To the Top. Number 15, Zenith. Number 14, Skyrim. Number 13, Super Hot. Number 12, The Persistence. 11, Song of the Smoke. 10, Blood and Truth. 9, Rush of Blood. 8, Dreams. 7, Firewall. 6, Farpoint. 5, Wanderer. 4, No Man's Sky. 3, Resident Evil 7. 2, Saints and Sinners. 1, Astrobot Rescue Mission.
The only thing that sticks out to me is I feel like Hitman 3 should probably be a little higher, like above like Immortal Legacy or something.
Yeah, that did seem a little weird.
Hitman 3 seems a little low, but everything else kind of seems fine to me.
Sniper Elite seems low to me. Blair Witch seems low to me. And yeah, I agree.
Hitman 3 seems weird being below like Immortal Legacy. Like I wouldn't say, I don't think I could. I don't think I'd. That seems weird to me.
I agree with that statement.
I agree. I definitely agree.
What was over there? It was Immortal Legacy. There was a couple things like Minecraft above Hitman 3. I don't know about that.
So if you guys were to kind of like find a new home for Hitman 3, where would it be?
Immortal Legacy.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where Immortal Legacy is. Because I like Immortal Legacy.
Do you guys need the whole thing copied and pasted into the Discord?
I'd say put it at 28 and knock those two down. I would be fine with that. Move it up 2 spots.
Yeah, let me get back over here.
Here They Lie, Red Matter, Trover.
Ian Stanbridge says the list is flawed. Rip it up and start over.
Can we swap like Hitman 3 and Trover?
Let's see here.
Big jump, bro.
Let's see.
Swap. You mean
yeah?
I feel like we don't need to swap anything, right? I feel like we just pick it up and we inject it somewhere else.
Okay, so where does it need to be injected? I think it needs to go maybe 17 above Iron Man.
Actually,
I would agree to put it at 18. I would put it
or 18
at 18. I will be all right with putting it at 18.
Ace?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah.
All right.
I have no particular love for Hitman 3, but I respect it.
Everything.
It just seems out of place to me. It doesn't seem.
Yeah.
right.
You're right. That's a good call.
Yeah.
When you first started, you was like, there's one thing, and I was like, oh no. And then when you said it, I was like, yeah, he's 100% right. That looks very weird.
Yeah, and where did Beat Saber ended up at 21? That's the one thing that seems out of place to me. But but Hitman, I feel like that's a good correction we just made right there.
You want to swap Beat Saber?
I do
and
feel
Frack?
like I do. Oh,
Get in the top 20. Just flip those two.
Which I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time for me?
Beat Saber and Fracked. Do you want to just flip those around? So like Beat Saber's in the top 20, and Frack starts 21 down.
No,
you don't want to do that.
Or not. Or not.
Yeah,
Okay.
one space isn't the isn't the issue for me. Like Beat Saber has always been like a top 5.
I mean, you could say Beat Saber top 20. Made the top 20.
I know,
That
but
rings some bells.
Beat Saber's always been a top 5 game, or
Right.
a absolute worst top 10 game around here. But I don't think this is I don't think we really need to correct it. I mean, I'm looking at all the games above Beat Saber, and they're all awesome games. So, hey, get to crack a few eggs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get to crack a few eggs.
Other than that, I think it's a really diverse.
I like the list as a whole. I think we got
It's very balanced.
we got the right 50, and we have the right. Most of the things are in the right zone, the right vicinity of where I feel like they should be.
Yeah. Yep. We knew it wasn't going to be perfect, but we knew we were going to do our best. And I think that might be the best we can do in 7.5 hours. Jamie out with the $2 tip says, AJ, making sure I'm going to need a 1 terabyte to convert to a podcast. Oh, man. Are you uploading this to podcast services of your choice?
Oh, man.
3 episodes.
What are we at? Like 8 hours, 7 hours?
Yeah, we're coming up on we started at 11, so doesn't that make this 7.5 hours?
You might want to trim off the part at the beginning where we kind of categorize the games and get started with the debate.
Yeah.
Like if you want to make a good audio podcast out of it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we don't want Jay to do any extra work. Just upload it as is. Everyone can just deal. They feel like they missed out on something. All right, guys. I think that's going to do it, man. I think we spent enough time trying to figure out this list, and I am absolutely shocked that we had 200 cats along for the ride with us almost the entire time. You guys out there are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for settling some ties and keeping us motivated along the way, sending pizza money. I really, really appreciate that. Keeping the lights on, keeping the channel running. You guys are the absolute best. I think Aceville's going to take a nap.
Okay.
Pizza time, son. It's pizza time.
It is pizza time. I gotta go walk my ex's dog, and then I'm gonna order a pizza from my favorite pizza place. I have not had pizza in over a month, so I'm super duper excited. Guys, as always, please make sure you subscribe to all of my co-hosts' channels. Make sure you subscribe to Wes over Virtual Strangers. Subscribe to AJ at PSVR Underground. Hey, Aceville.
Hey, what?
Hey.
What? Oh, we're still here?
I heard through the grapevine that you were going to be making some kind of larger YouTube presence soon. Have you been streaming at all?
Ooh.
I've been bandying ideas about, just pulling them around.
Okay.
So I don't know. Going into I want to set myself up going into the, new generation of gaming. So we'll see how it's going. I'm struggling with OBS, everything's in small print and my eyes are terrible. So we'll see. I don't know. Not sure. Might have a Aceville and Aiden channel.
Ooh.
The Press Pause cast might be coming up soon. I'm not sure. It's got some things. We got some things to find. So. Yeah.
I love it.
Hit us up, man, if you need help with OBS. I'm no expert, but I do have a little experience to lean on.
Okay. I will hit you up, just so you know.
Cool.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, keep us posted, man. Obviously, to promote everything that our co-hosts are working on. But really, guys, thank you so much, and obviously, thank you, Myles. If you're out there somewhere at a wedding somewhere, I mean, seriously, who else but these guys on the face of the planet would ever volunteer 7.5 hours of their Saturday to ruin friendships? I mean, it's kind of crazy. I feel very, very fortunate. So thank you guys very, very much. I really appreciate you being here. I love when we agree. I love it even more when we disagree. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Happy Labor Day weekend to everyone as well.
Oh, it is, right?
Oh my God.
3-day weekend.
I'm gonna shout out to everybody in the chat, the whole Gamecat army. Everybody hanging around who was here earlier. Anybody who left, I apologize and I appreciate everything. You guys are awesome, obviously.
Nice. And I don't want to hear any bitching from anybody about our top 50 list when that list comes out, because you had an opportunity to be here, and if you didn't show up,
that's true.
I don't know what to tell you. We let you vote. Your votes
Top
dictated.
3 completely decided.
Yep.
You know, by the cats.
That's right.
That's true.
All right, you guys. Brax Pro says Gamescast is canceled for the next week. It's only going to be Bryan. we need a week to let the friendships mend. Guys,
I'm sure the news will bring us back to life, right?
Yeah, dude. PSVR 2 is right around the corner. Sony Showcase even sooner around the corner. Who cares about PSVR 1? PSVR 2 is almost here. Let the next generation begin. I'm so excited. All right, let's get out of here, you guys. Thank you again. I love you all. Top 50, another one in the books.
First one.
I don't know where the button is. There it is. There's the thumbnail. It wasn't as much of a bloodbath as I thought it was going to be. I claimed it's going to be a total bloodbath. It was only a partial bloodbath.
You spilled
was
a little blood
bloodletting.
over here.
A little blood.
Just
The
a little.
bloodletting.
I got a Band-Aid I can put on it. It's okay. I'll be okay.
Why would you kiss it and make it better?
Yes.
I'll come over there and kiss it.
It's okay.
All right. Good night, guys.